Chapter 22, Ordering an Augmented Suit. When Akira returned back into his room, he was beaming. He could not contain his happiness. His eyes were locked onto the bundles of money on the floor. It was the payment that he got from selling relics to Katsuragi. 8 million Aurum. We got 200,000 Aurum just the other day, and I was thinking that the idea of living in a 20,000 Aurum per day room was already crazy enough. But this is just on a completely different level. He had to keep his cool outside, but once he returned back inside his room, there was no more need to hold himself back. When he received the money, he did not react much because it did not feel real to him at that time. But now that he looked at the pile of money for the second time, the reality finally seeped in and he was overwhelmed by it. Although the amount of money overwhelmed him, he had no idea what he would use it for. After all, if he could come up with some useful ideas on how to use this much money, he would not be staying in the slum city. Akira was simply mind-blown by it. So for now, he was acting like a person from the slum city who was just lucky enough to get a huge amount of money. Alpha then calmly warned Akira, who was so excited. "Let me tell you this beforehand, this money will be gone in no time. To be more precise, we will use everything tomorrow's afternoon." Akira was taken aback. "You use everything? It's 8 million Aurum, you know." "Yep. That spare money will be used up in no time." "Spare money? No. 8 million Aurum is a huge amount of money, you know." With his sense of money, Akira could not understand what Alpha was saying. He remembered that he had to fight to the death against 5 other slum kids a few days ago just over 300 Aurum. The current 8 million Aurum in front of him just could not be compared to mere 300 Aurum. Thus, the number and strength of the people that would be attracted by this money and the level of the danger that it brought would be simply on an entirely different level. But even so, Alpha said that it was only spare money and Akira's brain could not fully comprehend that. Alpha then answered back calmly as if to rectify his sense of money. "It's just spare money. Do you know about those medicines used by the hunters in the front line? I'm not even sure you can use this money to buy enough portions of that medicine for one battle, you know? That's the worth of this spare money, but still, you just can't compare me with those amazing hunters. You need to dream big. It's for the sake of exploring the ruins that I mentioned to you when we first met." Akira was a bit shocked, but he did not look fully convinced. He flinched a bit when he heard how Alpha wanted him to rethink his standard. He then asked Alpha, "By the way, you haven't told me anything about the ruin that you want me to explore. So, what kind of ruin is it?" Alpha smiled meaningfully. "It's a secret for now. After all, it would be a problem if you know how dangerous it is and decide to give up early on. But the least I'll say is that it's not a place that you can reach with your current equipment. I don't really understand it, but that information in itself was enough to discourage me. Don't worry. Once you get better equipment, it'll change your perception of danger too. It'll change your opinion from impossible to possible. That's why we'll use that 8 million Aurum to buy new equipment. Just think that your goal, for now, is to upgrade your equipment. By getting better equipment, you'll be able to explore more dangerous ruins which will allow you to earn more money. Then we'll use that money to get better and better equipment. So we'll go with that cycle to improve ourselves." Akira tried to imagine what was lying beyond that endless cycle, but he could not come up with anything. "So, until the day when you become stronger, have equipment suitable for your strength, and have a different sense of money compared to now, you should give your best effort. Worry not, I'll also do my best to help you. Well, of course, I'll do my best." To Alpha, who was smiling confidently, Akira could only reply back with a smile. "And it's as Katsuragi said, top-class hunters usually don't buy equipment using cash. It's because the amount of money that they use in a transaction is enormous. It's not like they can walk around carrying a large amount of money. Thus, it's common for them to open a bank account and pay using a card. It might be a good idea for you to open one soon." Akira then looked back at the bundles of money on the floor. He could only smile bitterly as he realized that his sense of money had really undergone some subtle changes compared to just a few seconds ago. Yep, I knew it, you're messing with my sense of money. Ha, I guess I can no longer live in the slum city. That's a good development. Do your best. Akira smiled bitterly to Alpha, who was smiling for a different reason. He then shook it off and said, "So now, we're going to buy equipment with this money, right? We're going to buy equipment that will increase the effectiveness of my support. I guess you should be able to at least buy the lowest level equipment with 8 million Aurum." Akira was very surprised as he asked Alpha. 8 million Aurum, only enough to buy the lowest level, huh? What in the world are we going to buy with this money? Augmented suit. Augmented suit. It's that thing that allows me to carry heavy stuff, right? Yep. But it's a different story for you. Since you have my support, it'll allow you to do a lot more things other than just carrying heavy stuff. So you can look forward to it. Alpha smiled confidently as she said that. Akira went to Shizuka's shop the next day. When he entered the shop, he saw Shizuka behind the counter resting her chin on her hand looking bored. But the moment she noticed Akira, she immediately stood properly and smiled at him. "Welcome. Are you here to buy ammo again?" "Nope. I'm actually here to buy equipment, you see." Shizuka smiled as if to tease Akira. "Oh my, it has been quite a while since you bought that AAH rifle, so you're finally willing to buy new equipment, huh? I'm happy to hear that, you know. After all, it'll be hard for my shop if I only rely on the ammo trade." I am sorry." Akira apologized while being flustered. Looking at that, Shizuka giggled and apologized. "I was only joking. I'm sorry. So then, what do you want to ask me?" "Actually, you see." Akira then let out a sigh and explained the real reason why he was there, to buy an augmented suit. After hearing his explanation, Shizuka whistled. "Augmented suit, huh? Well, it's not like I'm not selling those here, but to be honest, my shop focuses more on guns and ammo. I didn't put any augmented suits on display, so it's not like you can browse for the real thing here. And even if you place your order, it'll take some time before you can get it since I order it from outside. Although I still can do a basic setting for augmented suits, I think it's better if you buy one from a specialized shop, you know? Is that so? But I don't know any specialized shop for augmented suits though. And even if I know one, I'm not even sure they'll let me in. Not to mention that I know next to nothing about augmented suits, so I'm afraid the shopkeeper would swindle me to buying something bad. Sarah-san also said to consult with you if I have any questions about equipment, so I'll be really thankful if you can help me here." Shizuka smiled happily. "I can't refuse if you put it that way. Okay then, if you're okay with my intuition, I'll give you a hand. So then, how much money are you planning to spend on this augmented suit?" Akira was so happy that Shizuka decided to help him, so he answered back casually while smiling. "It's 8 million Aurum and it's in cash." Shizuka was a bit surprised when she heard Akira's answer. She then looked at Akira as if she was interrogating him. "Got this much money, where did you get that from? Is it from selling relics? You can't get 8 million Aurum unless you gathered a lot of relics or obtained some high-quality ones, right? Either way, you would have had to go to dangerous areas to get those relics. Although you just got almost killed not too long ago, did you really go somewhere that dangerous already?" Shizuka was able to immediately pinpoint where to get such relics using her intuition and her ability to analyze. So Akira panicked as he answered back. Well, I was actually stocking up relics for a while and sold all of them in one go. Because it's common for a small kid like me to get targeted if I go walking around with a lot of money, I was only selling a portion of my relics and hid the rest. Now I just sold all of those relics that I piled up. I'm trying my best not to put myself in danger. And it's as you said, I almost got killed not too long ago, that's why I'm thinking of buying better equipment. The reason I decided on buying an augmented suit is so that I can run faster when I get into a dangerous situation. That's why I'm thinking of spending more money than usual to avoid being in the same situation like back then. Shizuka's gaze was intense, but she did that because she was worried about Akira. When Akira noticed it, he started spouting excuses in a panic that he did not know what he was even saying. He was making excuses as if he was a kid who was desperately trying to come up with any excuses that he could to avoid getting scolded. Akira was not used to having someone worried about him. Even more so when it was unconditional. Although he did not realize it, Akira was actually feeling happy. So he was actually in a panic because of the embarrassment and the guilt that he was feeling when he realized Shizuka was worrying for him. But if it was Cheryl who said that to him, he would have replied back with, "Shut up," or "Stop asking that." There was a crucial difference between them that Akira himself did not realize. Although Akira answered back in such a fashion to dodge her question, there was no deceit in his answer. In order not to do anything too dangerous, it was necessary for him to do something with a little bit of risk. There were no lies in those words too. It was not like he did that because he wanted to, he had to do that if he wanted to survive. After all, for surviving in the slum city as a hunter he had to take some risk. That was what Shizuka's intuition was telling her as she stared at Akira. She then warned Akira with a tone as if she was seriously giving a warning to a small kid. "Just don't do anything too dangerous unnecessarily, okay?" "Okay." Seeing Akira sincerely nodding, she replied with a smile and a nod too. She then returned back to her shopkeeper routine. "All right then. Shall we hear what kind of augmented suit you want? And since telling me is free, you can say whatever your preferences are." As Shizuka was listening to what kind of augmented suit Akira wanted, she looked a bit surprised. After all, there was one thing that she did not expect to come from someone who was buying an augmented suit for the first time. Akira wanted to get an augmented suit that could operate for a long time. It might still have a limit on how long it could be used, but rather than a suit that would give him enough strength to send vehicles flying with his fist, Akira preferred a suit that he could use to increase his overall strength. He was not looking for a thick strong augmented suit that would give him protection equal to a tank or a mechanized soldier. Putting on such an augmented suit would take about an hour and help from someone else too. Rather than that, Akira wanted a suit that he could put on and take off easily, something that would not need too much work to put on. Up to this point, Shizuka had no questions at all. The thing that Shizuka found strange was because Akira wanted an augmented suit that had multiple control devices in it. So then Shizuka asked Akira for more details. "Well, it's true that there are many types of augmented suits. There are mechanized augmented suits with no control device or with a control device. There are also augmented suits that affect the whole body, and of course, there are also those that only affect limited parts of the body. I also heard that most of the augmented suits have its control device embedded into an information terminal or similar devices. But a whole-body control device, huh? Akira, where did you hear that from?" Akira looked troubled when Shizuka asked him that. He actually heard about that from Alpha, but there was no way he could say that to Shizuka. "Well, it's not like I know anything about the details. I only heard that it's a good type of augmented suit." "I'm sorry, did I do something against the norms of picking my first augmented suit, or did I say anything strange?" As Shizuka observed Akira's behavior, she inferred that it was not like Akira actually knew any details. He just came up with that after hearing it from someone. I guess he consulted with another hunter about getting an augmented suit, and that hunter must have boasted about the type of the augmented suit that he was using. Shizuka's intuition was almost spot on. She was satisfied with that guess and decided not to pry any further. "It's okay. It's just that you asked something that only a specialist would know. Although it might be just by pure chance, that actually surprised me a bit. Don't worry, I got the gist of what you want. I can now go ahead and choose an augmented suit based on your request for you, but are you really okay with that?" "Yes, please." "Now about the payment, since I'll be buying from another shop and being a merchant myself, it would be problematic if I don't pay up front for the product's full price. So I'll call you after I decide on an augmented suit. You can make sure whether it fits your preference or not before putting in an order for real, then you can pay for it afterwards." "Well, if we do this, it'll end up taking more time before you finally get one, so are you okay with the arrangement?" Akira thought for a bit before asking Shizuka. If I pay you now, would it be faster? Well, of course. A negotiation with the other merchant would definitely go smoothly if I can pay for the product right on the spot. There are also cases where a 10 million Aurum that you would get next year would be worth less than the 10,000 Aurum that you need now. Cash is pretty powerful, you know. In a negotiation, the buyers want to make sure that they can get their product cheaply and the sellers want to make sure that they can get their money, so cash is really important, you know. In that case, I'll pay you now. I made a bank account so you can charge money from there. And also, please charge for my medicines and ammo from the same bank account too. Akira then pulled out his hunter ID. He went to the hunter office before visiting Shizuka's shop and had opened his bank account. Although it was still new, he was already able to use his ID as a debit card. He only needed to confirm his identity and then all the bills from ammo, medicines, and any other bills from Shizuka's shop would be automatically paid through his account. Shizuka looked a bit unsure as she asked. Are you really okay with this? Once the money is transferred, it's not like I can return it even if you ask me to, you know? Moreover, I might even pick a subpar product, you know? It's okay. Shizuka looked a bit troubled, but she then warned Akira with a serious face, although I'm happy that you really trust me, it's better if you think carefully first before deciding something like this. There were a lot of merchants who wanted to swindle as much money as possible from a hunter. But those merchants were nothing compared to those who thought that these hunters would die soon anyway and scammed hunters to squeeze all the money they could. If Akira did this in another shop, it would definitely be very dangerous, and Shizuka was worried about it. Akira also looked troubled for a while before answering back with a straight face, that I think the result won't change even if I try to think hard about it. If I could not even trust the merchant recommended by the person who saved my life, then I would never be able to buy anything from any other merchant anymore. So it's alright. Even if something bad happens, I'm sure it's because of my bad luck. After all, I'm someone who got attacked by 2 groups of monsters consecutively in a day. So my luck is already bad enough. And that's something that I can't change no matter how hard I think. In the end, Akira just smiled bitterly. Shizuka could only listen to him without saying anything. Akira was trying his best to find a few shops that he could trust. He then picked Shizuka's shop and decided to buy equipment that would help him survive in the ruins. Shizuka was so happy when she realized that and smiled back to Akira to give him a peace of mind. She was smiling as the shop manager who had confidence in her own merchandise. Well, if you put so much trust in me, then I can't step back now. Alright then, just leave it to me. She then took the hunter ID from Akira's hand, held it above the terminal on the counter as she operated the terminal. With this, the transaction should be taken care of. And just like Alpha said, 8 million Aurum was gone from Akira's account in just 1 second. So Akira has become a hunter with a bank account now, huh? Just be careful, if you're not, then you might end up debt-ridden, you know? Shizuka gave him that warning as she returned Akira's hunter ID. After all, in reality, there were a lot of hunters who ended up being debt-ridden from buying too much ammo or having to pay a penalty for the damage that they had done after failing a request. When Hunter's account went below 0, the Hunter office would lend them money, of course with interest attached. The hunter who could not repay their debt would be apprehended by the Hunter office and sent to explore dangerous ruins. There were also hunters who could not escape from that loop and ended up spending their life working as forced labor to pay back their infinitely piling debt. Akira then replied back firmly to Shizuka's warning. I understand. That's a good reply. So then, I'll take some measurements for the augmented suit, come over here. Shizuka brought Akira behind the counter and to the back room. The back room of the shop was filled with ammo, guns and other goods. I'll need to take precise measurements, so take off all your clothes except for your underwear. Akira obediently took off his clothes just like he was told to. Shizuka then used a handheld body size scanner to measure Akira's body size. Try not to move since it'll cause inaccuracy in measurements, okay? Is it important to be that precise? Well, the human body changes daily, so it's not really that important. But still, I think it's better to take a measurement that is as accurate as possible. If you go to a specialized shop, they'll even take a more precise measurement, you know? You'll have to put on a body measurement suit and get into a huge measurement device to measure everything to the minutest detail. Not just your body and skeleton measurement, it'll also measure the position of the organs and muscles, neural network, the number of nanomachines inside the body and all the other information too. The augmented suit maker can maximize the effectiveness of the augmented suit by using that information. These custom-made augmented suits are better than the ready-made augmented suits, and of course, their price is also worlds apart. Shizuka kept measuring Akira's body as she was saying that, but she flinched as she saw Akira's body condition. Akira's body was full of wounds. Among all the small and big old wounds, the wound that he got from fighting the monster groups not too long ago was sticking out the most. Since he directly administered the medicine into the fatal wound, the life-preserving and healing nanomachine forcefully closed that big wound in a short time, thus it left a big scar that looked like a rift. If you think about it, it was not the right way of treating a wound, after all. That scar was caused by his bad luck, but he was lucky to be able to survive from such a wound. Had his luck been worse even by a bit, he would have died because of that wound. As long as he was working as a hunter, he would keep getting such wounds in the future. Shizuka was not aware that she had stopped operating the measuring device after catching a glimpse of that wound. Akira thought that it was strange, so he called her. Shizuka-san? It's nothing. Shizuka immediately regained her composure and smiled at Akira before continuing with the measurement. All right. It's done. You can put on your clothes now. It would take at least 1 week and up to 1 month before you can pick up your augmented suit. I'll contact you when the suit arrives, please come as soon as possible to pick it up, okay? Okay, thank you very much for all the help. Don't mention it. After all, if you get your augmented suit, then it means that I can recommend you more expensive and heavier equipment. So I'm looking forward to you to frequent my shop more often. Akira returned to the counter together with Shizuka and said a proper goodbye to her before leaving the shop. Shizuka waved at Akira as she sent him off. Once Akira exited the shop, she smiled excitedly. Now then, since he put that much faith in me, I guess I'll have to give my everything for this job. Shizuka immediately headed out to do her job in a good mood. When Akira arrived in his room, he asked Alpha what he should do next. Aren't we going for shooting training today? Let's spend our time inside the room until you get your augmented suit. After all, I feel like you can do much studying or information collection within these few days. So this is a good time for doing that. If we go to a cheaper room, I guess we have enough money to spend for a month. Akira looked like he did not want to do that. Are we going to take a cheaper room? In that case, we can at least go to the ruins one more time. Of course, if he rented a cheaper room, then he would get fewer amenities. It was out of the question to rent a room without a bath, that was why Akira suggested going hunting for relics one more time, but Alpha casually rejected that idea. Rejected? I did tell you that I underestimated your luck, remember? So you're not going to step out of the room until you get your augmented suit, you get that? Even you want to be able to read and write as soon as possible, right? Well, that's true. But although Akira had been studying under Alpha's effective guidance and had already understood numbers and letters better than before, he still needed Alpha's help on a daily basis. Let's immediately start now. If you get a good result, I'll give you a reward by taking off a piece of my clothes. That will make you work hard, right? After all, you're a healthy young boy. Stop fooling around and let's start. Akira had a bad feeling about it as he tried to change the subject, but Alpha just would not let it go. In that case, let's do it backwards. I'll put on a piece of cloth if you get a good result. So I'll start naked. If you don't want me to remain naked, you should do your best in studying. Right after she said that Alpha's clothes vanished and she was stark naked. Alpha showed off her glossy wonderful skin in front of Akira without hiding anything. Her appearance could only be described as flawless. Since that appearance was produced by a very complex calculation, it could be changed at will. Alpha's body was simply so beautiful that it did not feel real at all, and she had adjusted her body to suit Akira's preference. In the present condition where she was not out in the wasteland, her body was way more charming than usual. "Stop doing such a stupid thing and put on your clothes already." Looking at Akira, who was so flustered, Alpha smiled as if she was having the time of her life while still being naked. "Yep, it seems that it's working. Let's start then." After that, Akira really started studying under that condition, and as she promised, Alpha did put on a piece of cloth every time Akira got a good score. But she always chose to put on seducing dresses with bold and exposing design. It was so captivating and charming that it disturbed Akira's concentration. In the end, it took a week before Akira could make Alpha put on a proper dress. Chapter 23, A Boy Who Is Like a Landmine. Akira spent his days studying inside his room. It had been 2 weeks since he placed the order for the augmented suit. As Alpha declared in the beginning, he moved to a room without a bath. He tried his best to hold back his desire to take a bath by showering. Also, he did not even step a foot outside the city. He basically spent his days focusing only on studying. But even so, Akira was actually in a good mood. It was because he was looking forward to getting his first 8 million Aurum augmented suit. His mood got even better when Shizuka contacted him to inform about the expected time of arrival of his order. Ever since her call, he could not contain his excitement. Alpha's methods were also really useful in teaching Akira. First of all, she started by expanding Akira's views, so that he would notice things that he did not notice before. In order to build up an effective learning environment, she used a flying electronic blackboard and a white notebook which was filled with images and letters for teaching. Akira had bought these learning materials some time back. Her teaching methods were nothing short of perfect. Not to mention that her method of teaching for every subject was very polished. Her explanation was very easy to understand and highly effective. She was teaching Akira one-on-one, so she could focus all her attention on him. That small and cheap room turned into an optimal learning environment that normally could not be created without a lot of money. Thanks to that, Akira's growth was amazing. Then one day, Alpha, who was pointing at the writings on the electronic blackboard, suddenly pointed to Akira's information terminal. "Akira, there's a call from Cheryl." Akira extended his hand to reach for his information terminal. But after he picked up his information terminal, he could not see any call notification from Cheryl. But then suddenly the display showed that there was an incoming call as the call's ringtone rang. Akira looked a bit puzzled. "How did you know that before it actually came?" Alpha smiled meaningfully. "As I explained before, I'm actually connected to that network, so I'm just leveraging it." Akira was wondering if she was actually saying the truth as he picked up the call. As he answered the call, he could hear Cheryl's panicked and nervous voice. "This is Cheryl. I'm sorry that I'm calling when you're busy. But may I ask you to come to the base? Actually, people from the other gangs said that they really want to meet and talk to you." Of course, I did not agree, but they started saying that they would personally come to the inn where you're staying, you see. Akira immediately got suspicious of something. "They want to meet and talk to me? But you're the boss of the gang, right? They said that they have nothing to talk with me. It seems those people outside the gang are thinking that you're the boss of the gang and I'm just your proxy, that's why they would not negotiate with me." Akira took his time thinking. Because he spent days inside his room without stepping out, not even once, the part of him that was unconsciously seeking for a break, made his decision. "All right then, I'll be heading there now. Ask them what they actually want to discuss with me." "I understand. Thank you very much." After Cheryl replied back nervously, Akira ended the call from Cheryl. Alpha looked at Akira as if she did not approve it. "I did tell you that you're not stepping outside the room until you get your augmented suit, right? Please don't say that. At least let me step outside once in a while. It's not like I'm going to the wasteland, after all. So it's okay, right? I also did tell Cheryl that I'm coming there." Alpha smiled as if she was giving permission to a small kid. Geez, it can't be helped then. Be sure to prepare everything before going out, okay? Okay. Akira prepared his equipment just like he used to when he was about to go to the wasteland before setting off to Cheryl's base. After Cheryl ended up her call with Akira, she let out a sigh while still staring at her information terminal. Although it seems that he thinks it's a pain in the ass, he did say that he'll come. Thank goodness. She then turned to the people in question and looked at them with a stern look. It was a man named Wataba and his companions who sought to see Akira. It seems that Akira would come here. And he told me to ask what you want to discuss with him. So I'm asking you this again, what business do you have with him? Wataba answered back in a tone as if he was mocking Cheryl. I'll talk when that Akira boy is here. Are you not listening? I was told to ask you what you want to discuss with him, you know? Cheryl glared at Wataba. But Wataba did not even flinch. Instead, Wataba replied back as if to intimidate her. You're so noisy. I'm telling you that I'll only talk when that boy is here. So just shut up. Wataba glared back at Cheryl and her friends. He was actually a part of Sibia's gang, so he knew pretty well about Cheryl. And since he knew her position back in Sibia's gang, he was looking down at Cheryl. Wataba had other business to do the day when Sibia brought some people to attack Akira, that was why he could keep his life till now. For a few days after Akira killed Sibia, he was still wary of Akira. But as time passed by, he started to think that Sibia was killed just because he was unlucky that day. Wataba thought that Cheryl was merely a girl who could do nothing but entice men and Akira was just a boy who got manipulated by Cheryl and ended up supporting her gang. Both of them were nothing big. His behavior here was motivated by these thoughts. Cheryl was on her limit, glaring at Wataba and his companions. She could not pressure them to tell her what they wanted to talk about. Although she had a gun with her, it was the same for Wataba too. She had no will to pull the trigger for a fight. It could also be felt by both Cheryl and Wataba that mockery and superiority feeling was spreading among Wataba's group while nervousness and the feeling of being cornered were spreading among Cheryl's group. And it only got worse the more they waited. Wataba even stopped being wary of Akira. Akira was a hunter, so Wataba had to at least be more careful when dealing with Akira. But that sense of wariness had already been gone from him. Then right at that time, Akira appeared. Everyone immediately shifted their attention to Akira. Akira was able to feel the mood inside the room and immediately understood that it would definitely turn into a problem. Everyone's attention still focused on Akira as he walked and sat down beside Cheryl. He then looked obviously annoyed as he asked Cheryl. So then, what is it now? WL. As Cheryl was stumbling on her words, Wataba laughed and said. That girl could not get anything from me, you know. She could not accomplish what you ordered her to. Cheryl turned and glared at Wataba, her gaze was filled with despise. But Wataba ignored her. Akira let out a sigh before asking Wataba instead. So, what do you want? Wataba then answered Akira's question firmly. It's simple. Give me this base and its territory. Cheryl and the other kids tensed up when they heard his demand. Cheryl's gang inherited the territory from Sibia's gang. But it was hard for them to take care of that huge territory with their current members. An unclaimed territory in the slum city would only attract problem, and that would be a bad thing both for Cheryl and for the other people in the slum city. Wataba's boss, Shirjima, thought that it would be easy to at least get those surplus territories that Cheryl's gang could not manage from Cheryl by having a small negotiation with Cheryl's gang. He thought that at most, they would need to use little intimidation during the negotiation to obtain it. Thus he sent Wataba, someone who already knew Cheryl, to have a discussion with her gang. But then Wataba got ahead of himself after seeing how Cheryl's gang treated them, so he changed the demand without asking for any permission from his boss. Of course, it was not something that Cheryl could accept. Thus Cheryl reflexively shouted back at Wataba. Are you kidding me? There's no way we can accept that. I'm not asking you, so just shut up. Wataba shouted back to intimidate her. Cheryl winced and shrunk back when she heard him. Wataba looked annoyed as he was staring at Cheryl with a mocking expression. He then turned back to Akira and asked him in a fashion as if he knew what Akira would say. So, what do you say? Of course, you're going to give them to me, right? No, Cheryl also made it clear just now. So don't ask me. Akira answered back casually and firmly, something that Wataba did not expect. Wataba was dumbfounded from Akira's reply, but it was immediately replaced by irritation. So pushed by that irritation, he asked Akira. I've heard about you before, this gang is yours, right? This gang and this base are Cheryl's. Cheryl is the boss here. It's not me, so don't ask me. Go ahead and ask her instead. If you had asked her, I wouldn't have had to come here like this, you know. Cheryl, don't just call me for every single thing. So that's everything, right? Just go back home now, I'm leaving this place after this too. The way Akira behaved fueled Wataba's irritation to anger. You. Boy. Aren't you getting ahead of yourself? I'm part of Shijima-san's gang, which is on a different level compared to this shitty weak gang filled with small kids. We also have a lot of members and a huge territory. So don't think this will end well if you refuse. Hell if I care. Wataba was shouting in anger when he said that. But Akira seemed like he did not give a damn and replied as if it was someone else's problem. As things did not go as he expected, and seeing how Akira mocked him, Wataba's mood considerably worsened. His face warped matching his mood. But even so, it did not affect Akira at all, which only made him more irritated and angry. But his face immediately turned back to relaxed expression mixed with mockery. Then Wataba smiled invincibly. Hey kid, do you really think that we know nothing about you? Akira finally reacted to that as he looked a bit surprised, that what exactly do you know about me? Wataba's expression relaxed after Akira finally reacted as he expected. As I said, my gang has a lot of members. So it's an easy thing for us to find where you're staying, you know? Akira called Alpha through telepathy. Alpha. Alpha got what Akira meant from that short signal. This position is not good. So you need to move. Akira then stood and walked to the location that Alpha pointed to, and he stood leaning against the wall. After that, he replied back to Wataba as if he was mocking him. You found out the inn where I'm staying, huh? So then what? Are you going to gather people and attack the place next? Are you stupid? Are you seriously thinking that I'm the only hunter staying in that place? You'll make an enemy out of the security people contracted by that inn, you know? Are you even sane? If you want to kill yourself, do that without causing a problem to other people, will you? Seeing how Akira did not show even a trace of fear after knowing that they found out where he was staying, Wataba became obstinate and shouted back. That's not all. We also investigated the shop that you frequent too. Are you really okay if anything happens to that shop and the owner of that shop? Akira let out a sigh while intentionally hiding the dark feeling that was welling inside his heart. He carefully reached for the gun behind him, trying not to get noticed as he warned Wataba and his companions. I'll at least let you know this out of kindness. That weapon merchant called Katsuragi might look like a normal weapon merchant from the outside, but he's strong enough to even sell his goods to the front line. If you underestimate and try to attack him, you'll only end up killing yourself, you know? After hearing that, Wataba smiled wryly. It was enough for Akira to make his decision on what to do next. Alpha, I'm counting on you. Akira, you might want to rethink Abu Dash. Alpha understood what Akira wanted to do and tried to stop him first. But before she could say anything, Wataba laughed confidently and said. Not that one. I'm talking about the girl Dash. Suddenly a gunshot echoed through the room. As the anti-monster bullet tore through Wataba's chest, it sent his body flying straight to the wall behind him. Wataba's face was frozen in surprise as it fell forward and made a bump sound as he hit the ground. He was killed instantly. The blood and flesh that was sent flying when he was shot dyed the wall red, and the blood flowing out from his dead body formed a pool on the floor. No one expected that Akira would suddenly shoot and kill Wataba without even a shred of hesitation. The other men that were accompanying Wataba were so shocked that they were frozen in place. Then the unlucky guy who regained his composure first tried to reach his gun only to get shot on his leg by Akira and rolled over on the floor. His leg that was shot with an anti-monster bullet was blown to small pieces. That man was assaulted with intense pain as he was spouting curses while writhing on the floor. Akira then pointed his gun towards the other men to stop them from doing anything foolish. The small children there finally started screaming. Some of them could only stand frozen there. Some of them ran to the corner of the room. And some of them ran outside the room. The negotiation turned into a fight and there was only a handful of them who knew how to handle a fight. Alpha then asked Akira with a stern expression. Akira. Was there any need to kill him? Akira answered back firmly and swiftly. Yes. Alpha let out a sigh of exasperation and a little bit of irritation before smiling like usual. I see, it can't be helped then. It's not over yet, so don't drop your guard. Yeah, I know. Although Alpha did not care how many people Akira killed, she wanted Akira to at least avoid any meaningless killing. Despite the fact that Akira did not like problems, he was actually making a problem for himself here. He thought that it was all because of his bad luck, but the truth was that he kept doing things that attracted bad luck. Akira himself did not realize his contradictory behavior. It was the vague moral standard inside him that pushed Akira into doing such a thing. Wataba's remark there was the thing that was deemed unacceptable by Akira's moral standard and incited the fight. Alpha thought that it would be hard to predict Akira's behavior as long as she did not understand that vague moral standard Akira was holding on to. Thus she decided to continue observing Akira for now. Akira kept his gun pointing at the rest of Wataba's men to keep them in check as he warned them. Throw down your gun. 5. 4. 3. The men who were still standing there threw down their guns. Only the man who was shot on the leg was still writhing on the ground while applying pressure on his open wound. Akira kept counting down while aiming his gun at the head of the man who was on the ground. 2. 1. Wait. I'll throw down his gun. So please don't shoot. The other men tried to stop Akira in panic. He then took the gun from his friend who could not do that because of his injury and the pain. After that, he took his own gun too, dropped them on the ground and kicked them away. Only after that did Akira finally lower his gun. Silence finally returned to the room. Everyone was terrified and looked at Akira who shot Wataba without hesitation or warning. But it did not bother Akira at all. Akira then asked the rest of Wataba's men. So then, you guys are also members of that Shijima's gang, right? Why yes. Don't shoot, please don't shoot, okay? Take me to him. Cheryl, come with me. Cheryl could not comprehend what just happened and was frozen in place. But once her brain finally caught up with what had just happened, and understood what Akira said, she once again was shocked frozen for a different reason. She finally regained her composure as her face twitched. Cheryl shrieked. Shijima's gang was just like Cheryl's gang, it was one of the many gangs inside the slum city. But unlike Cheryl's small and weak gang, it was a medium-sized gang with a lot of members and a large territory. Akira and Cheryl went to the base of Shijima's gang. The hall inside the base was filled with Shijima's subordinates. Akira and Cheryl were able to pass through that hall because they had Shijima's gang members, who came along with them to guide them through. Shijima knew of Akira's arrival from one of his subordinates who came to him in a panic. He was still thinking whether to meet them in person or not after hearing the report from his subordinate. After all, his report was hard to believe. But considering that Cheryl, who was the boss of the gang that inherited Shibuya gang's territory, coming here together with Akira, who was the hunter supporting Cheryl's gang, he finally decided to meet them in person. As Shijima entered the room where Akira and Cheryl were waiting for him, Shijima came to understand the truth of the report from his subordinate. Akira was standing there with a calm look while Cheryl looking scared beside him. Beside them was his subordinate who was trying to keep the pressure on his shot wound as his friend supported him. And finally, there was Wataba's dead body that was dragged all the way here as its traces were left on the floor. Akira dragged that corpse himself all the way here to meet Shirjima. Everything that Shirjima saw inside that room confirmed the report that he had heard from his men. The guy who lost his leg was kept there to give Shirjima his report. But then Shirjima said, "That guy may go. Help him treat his wound. Hurry." Shijima's men who were supporting that injured man helped him to exit the room. Shirjima saw them off before he turned back to Akira and calmly asked him, "Are you the one who did that?" "Ah, right, I'm Shirjima, the leader of this gang." Akira answered back in a calm tone. "Yes, I did that. I'm Akira, and this is Cheryl. Although she did not do anything about killing this guy, she's accompanying me here since she's still involved in this case. So I think it's better if she understands the situation too." "I see. So then, why are you here?" "To confirm a few things about the negotiation." "I see. Well, have a seat." There was a table in the middle of that room, sofas were placed around that table. Akira respected Shijima's words and took a seat. Shirjima also took a seat after him. Thus Cheryl was left standing alone there. But Akira then casually called her. "Cheryl, are you not going to sit?" Akira had real guts that no one would expect from a small kid who was in the middle of the enemy's territory. Shirjima then followed him. "Won't you take a seat?" He was acting normally although they killed one of his men. Cheryl awkwardly took a seat beside Akira. Her reaction was to be expected since she was inside the base of a gang that was superior to hers and she came with the person who killed one of his gang's members. Shirjima looked at Akira. To him, Akira looked like a normal boy without anything extraordinary about him. But in this very room, there was a corpse of the man that the normal boy just killed, the boss of the gang that man belonged to, and the other members of that gang who were equipped with guns and looking at him with an unfriendly look. And the normal boy was here in the same room with all these people, but he was acting without any care as if all these things did not bother him at all. Thus it was obvious that he was anything but a normal boy. Moreover, looking at how Cheryl nervously sat beside him, it only served to make him look even more out of the norm. Cheryl was trying her hardest to put on a front, but she could not do that as she was trembling and sweating profusely. She tried to look away from Shirjima, only to end up looking at Wataba. Thus, she tried to look away again in panic. She just could not calm down. As Shirjima saw how Cheryl was behaving, he put down his guard on Cheryl but became more wary of Akira. "Confirming a few things about the negotiation, huh? I don't know what exactly happened, but well, you can go ahead." As he said that, Shirjima pulled out his information terminal and operated it. He was trying to show that he had no intention of seriously hearing what they had to say. Cheryl knew well the strength difference between her and Shirjima, thus she did not think that Shirjima was rude for doing that. Or more like, she was thankful that the rest of the gang did not kill them even after they saw the corpse of one of their comrades. Akira then casually warned Shirjima. "It'll only end up with both of us dead, so you better stop." Shirjima, who was operating his terminal, immediately stopped his hand right before he sent a notification to gather everyone in his gang who could fight. Originally, Shirjima thought that Akira had come here to apologize after killing one of his men when their negotiation turned into a fight. But once he met them for real, putting Cheryl aside, Shirjima understood that Akira did not show even a trace of sign that he was here to apologize. Shirjima understood what Akira was trying to say. If he sent that notification to his gang members, then both sides would be killed before they could gather up. Akira would slaughter everyone in the room. It can be inferred from his words that he had the ability to kill all the people here. And Akira was not just signaling that to Shirjima, he actually said it. Shirjima understood that Akira warned him to stop if he did not want that to happen. Shirjima started thinking while trying not to make any changes to his expression. Even if it was only a bluff or simply intimidation from Akira, there was no doubt that people would get killed if it turned into a fight. Moreover, it was almost a certainty that he would be one of the people that would get killed, and he did not want that to happen. Shujima thought that if he could call for more reinforcement in secret, he would be able to kill Akira without getting himself killed. But Akira noticed it and stopped him from doing that. Although to be more precise, Alpha noticed that and informed Akira about it, but there was no way Shujima would know that. But even so, Shujima's behavior did not change much. It reminded him again how mysterious this Akira was as he became more vigilant of him. It seems that this boy was able to kill Shibuya not because of Shibuya's bad luck alone, huh? After all, this boy looks like just a normal weak boy. I bet Shibuya was fooled by his appearance, became careless, and then got killed instead. This boy is just like a landmine. Shujima slowly and carefully put his information terminal on the table. He then stayed calm as he said with the dignity pertaining to the leader of a gang. "You're pretty confident in yourself, huh?" Akira answered back with a firm and strong voice. "Here's better compared to the wasteland or the ruins. After all, those monsters won't run when their friends get killed." "I see, only hunters would come up with this answer." Cheryl could not understand what was going on, she could only silently listen to their conversation. But she could feel the strange mood welling around her, so she tried to recall what Shujima and Akira had said. It did not take much time for Cheryl to understand what just happened. They almost started shooting at each other just a few seconds ago. As she realized that Shujima decided to just back off from that situation, her face immediately turned pale. Akira then continued. "What I want to confirm is something simple. No matter what my reason was, I killed one of your men and injured another one. That's true. So then, what will you do from now on? Are you going to wrap this up like some stupid guy in your gang did a foolish thing and got himself killed? Or are we going for a full-scale war until one of us is completely destroyed? In case if we're going with that, how many people should die until you're willing to end the war? I'm here to confirm that. I'll give you an example. In Shibuya's case, fortunately, it only took 6 men for the rest of his gang to stop hunting for me. Right, Cheryl?" Cheryl was taken aback when Akira suddenly asked her in the middle of their cruel conversation. But Cheryl immediately answered back in panic. Ah, right. No one in my gang would think of killing Akira. I can guarantee that." But then Shujima looked disgusted as he said. "Just because that shit is dead, no one would ever think of taking revenge on you. Or more like, there are a lot of us who are happy to know that he is dead, including me." Shujima then returned to his usual calm demeanor. "Well, let's not be hasty here. Of course, there are cases where putting out the conclusion from the start would make further conversation smoother, but there are also cases where properly listening to the backstory can change your view on the problem. If we're going to talk about this in caution, it's important to know what happened. So let's hear it. Why did you kill him?" "It's because he threatened me. Is that all?" "If I have to give you more reason, it was because he threatened me and made me want to kill him. We're not close enough to let his intimidation to pass as a joke, so he should have been more careful with his words. And even if he did try to explain that in all sincerity, there was no guarantee that it would be conveyed correctly. The listener has the right on how to interpret what he or she hears. I'm a cowardly person, you see. If someone said that he or she will kill me, I won't be able to sleep at night unless I kill that person first. After all the people who said that to me really did try to do that, thus I always killed them before they could kill me." Akira locked his gaze on Shujima. Shujima took his words as, "I'm being careful with my words here, so don't you dare threaten me," and he did not think that Akira was bluffing when he said that. To be more precise, it was because he demanded Cheryl to give up her base and her territory. By any chance, was he sent to declare war on US and get killed? That shit, did he really say that? Shujima turned to Cheryl asking for a confirmation, to which Cheryl was flustered but firmly nodded. Why yes, he did say that. Although it looked like she said that as if to only match up with Akira's story, it did not seem like she was lying. That was what Shujima thought as he let out a sigh and rested his head on his hand. It was to be expected that Wataba's words might be interpreted as a declaration of war to her gang. Shirjima understood that well. Considering the fact that it did not seem like Akira had any misgivings in fighting and killing, Shirjima started to think of a way to talk it out peacefully. Well, it seems that we're also at fault here. To be honest, I only wanted to talk about the territory, you see. A territory that is not managed properly will only attract danger. You do know that too, right? I just wanted to avoid such a thing. Considering what happened to that Wataba due to his foolishness, I want to talk this out peacefully, you see. Shirjima then looked at Akira, waiting for his reply. Me too. I want to avoid any needless killing. Akira then looked at Cheryl after saying that. Shirjima followed that gaze and looked at Cheryl too. Cheryl, who was only an outsider in their conversation up until that point, panicked since she just became a part of their conversation. Thus she could only answer back while being flustered. Ah. And me? Oh, of course, I wish we can solve this problem peacefully too. Shirjima looked back at Akira and said. Now then, since all three of us agreed to solve this problem peacefully, let's talk about what to do next. No matter what the reason was, you killed one of my men and injured another, so I hope you also put this into consideration. But it's not like I can shoot some of your people too, since it'll only cause another problem. So how about we solve this with money? Shirjima took some time thinking for a bit before saying, let's see. How about 1 million Aurum? We'll forget about this incident and even befriend your gang so something like this won't happen again in the future. I don't think this is a bad deal since we have to take care of a few things because you killed one of my men. So what do you think? Akira casually looked at Cheryl and asked her. Cheryl. He said 1 million Aurum. Cheryl went silent and looked confused for a while since she could not comprehend what Akira was saying. But after she realized what Akira meant, her face immediately went pale. There was no way she could pay 1 million Aurum all by herself. But if she refused, she feared that it would end the chance to solve the problem peacefully and it might even turn into a fight. Cheryl was crushed under the pressure, thus she could only answer back in a voice that sounded as if she was screaming. No way I can pay that. Ah, but it's not like I don't want to pay it, it's just that we don't have that much money. We don't even have a working plan to get that much money. Akira's expression turned stern. I don't have the leeway to pay that money too, you know. I'm not lying. Buying new equipment and ammo takes a lot of money. I'll get killed if I cut down the money I spend on those things. So I have no surplus money. Shirjima then said in a menacing tone. We're also risking our lives here. Just try to think about it, the news would spread that we sent some of my men to a gang filled with small kids and they intimidated them just to get killed, but we let that slide without any repercussions. After hearing this, other gangs would look down on us and attack us. This place will turn into a battlefield. So even if we are to resolve this with money, it's not like we can let this slide with a small amount of money. We're already compromising here the moment we said that we'll accept solving this problem with money although you killed one of our men, you know? After that, no one said anything for a while. Every single person involved in the negotiation had their own reason and could not back down. The tense silence continued for some time. Akira broke the silence first as he let out a sigh and made a suggestion. I'll pay 500,000 Aurum up front and pay the remaining 500,000 Aurum later. How about that? I can only pay 500,000 in cash right now. When can I get the rest of my money? There's no guarantee when I can get more money since I'm a hunter. I'll only pay the rest if I get some surplus money. Shirjima went silent as if he was thinking for a while. Half of that was only an act, but half of it was him thinking about what would happen if he refused it. He then came to a conclusion. All right then. Akira reached out to his rucksack and put out 500,000 Aurum on the table. It was the money that he withdrew from his bank account in case he needed emergency money. Shirjima nodded to one of his men, he took that 500,000 Aurum and exited the room. Until the rest of the payment is done, I'll put this problem on hold, till then, I'll assume that we've solved it peacefully. So then, you can go back home now. I have to explain a lot of things to my men, so I'm busy here. Akira stood up and left the room without saying anything as Cheryl awkwardly followed behind him. Shirjima just silently watched them as they exited the room. He stayed inside that room while waiting for one of his men to report back to him. It did not take long before one of his men entered and reported to him. They've left the base, that I see. God damn it. Shirjima screamed furiously. What the heck is wrong with that boy? He came here expecting a fight, didn't he? Is that boy really okay in the head? And here I was thinking it was good that damn Sibia is dead. But I never thought someone crazier would take his place like this. But that boy came up because that stupid Sibia attacked him, right? Doesn't that mean it's all his fault from the start? Some of Shijima's men who were relatively close to him then asked him as he was trying to calm his breath. Boss, are we really going to befriend that gang of kids? Yeah, but only on the surface. As long as that boy is still alive, just act as if we're getting along with that gang. I want him to pay the rest of the money, after all. And about that Cheryl, there's no need to be overly hostile to her as long as she's the one dealing with that dangerous boy. And what if Akira gets killed? If that boy is dead, we don't need to do anything, Cheryl's gang will crumble on its own. We can take their territory, men and money after that happens. We also need to negotiate with the other gangs about how to divide the territory though. Even this time too, if that Cheryl did not create her gang, Sibia's territory would have been peacefully divided among the other gangs. It was because that girl aimed for Akira and created her gang that this trouble happened. But that Cheryl was originally from Sibia's gang too, right? As I thought, it's all his fault. Damn it. As Shirjima tried to calm down, his sight wandered onto Wataba's dead body. So he burst out again, now that I think about it. This guy was originally one of Sibia's men. I only accepted him since he came here bringing some expensive things. But now he brought me something more troublesome than that. That damn Sibia is still causing me trouble even after he died. Damn it. What a pain in the ass. Somebody, just throw this garbage out of here. Wataba's dead body was dragged out of the room and the room was cleaned up. People risked their lives in the wasteland. People living in the slum also risked their lives. Anyone who blundered and did something stupid would die first, be it wasteland or the slum. Then they would end up joining the pile of corpses that were thrown away without a single care. Chapter 24, Revitalized Heart. After he had a talk with Shirjima, Akira accompanied Cheryl back to her base. But their pace was very slow, even slower than when Akira was dragging Wataba's corpse. The reason being Cheryl walking very slowly behind Akira, slow enough that she would get left behind if Akira was walking at his normal pace. Every time she got left behind, Akira would call her and she would hurry up to his side. But it did not take long before she got left behind again. And every time that happened, she would run slower and slower to Akira's side when he called her name. She eventually walked instead of running, then finally came to a halt. She just would not step forward. Even for someone as ignorant as Akira, he knew that Cheryl was acting strange. So he walked to her to check on her. But when he reached her side, he was more confused than before. Cheryl was looking down and crying without making any sound. While looking confused, Cheryl finally realized Akira was standing right beside her. She then slowly raised her head. Normally, Cheryl would say something as to not worsen Akira's mood, but she did not say anything this time. Raising her head was the only thing that she could do now. Their eyes met each other's. Akira was confused seeing Cheryl cry silently. After a brief moment of silence, Akira, who did not know what to do in this situation which was obviously outside his scope of communication ability, finally squeezed out some words. What's wrong? When he asked that, Cheryl could not hold back and started crying loudly. Akira remembered that the same thing happened back when he met Cheryl for the first time. He then turned to Alpha, seeking for help. It's not my fault this time, right? Alpha smiled teasingly. Well, I wonder now. But at least, just like before, it'll attract people around and might cause a problem. Akira's face twitched as this was the last thing he wanted. Akira thought that it would cause needless worries if he dragged the crying Cheryl back to her base, but it was not like he could just leave her alone too. Thus, just like the last time, he decided to take Cheryl to his room. Akira had moved to an inn with a smaller room. In order to avoid attracting others' attention, Akira somehow brought Cheryl to this room. But he still did not know what to do in this situation where a girl was sobbing in front of him. Last time, he let her take a dip in the bathtub and she calmed down after that. But this time, he was living in a cheap room with no bathtub, so he did not have that option. He knew that the cheap shower would not be able to substitute a bathtub. Akira fired up all his cylinders to think of a way to get out of this situation. He then finally came up with something. He slowly approached Cheryl and hugged her awkwardly. He remembered that last time when he was hugged by Shizuka, even though he panicked in the beginning, he calmed down eventually. So he tried to do the same to Cheryl. He decided to just stop and take a step back if Cheryl hated it. Cheryl did not fight back nor did she say anything as he hugged her. After a while, she slowly hugged Akira back as her cries became louder. Akira was so surprised as he frantically tried to move away, but Cheryl was clinging to him strongly. He could not break free. He finally gave up and let out a sigh. He just let Cheryl hug him. He too hugged her back lightly. It took some time before Cheryl stopped sobbing. After that, she went to sleep as if she emptied her battery crying. What the heck was that? Akira mumbled and looked tired as he did not understand what just happened. Cheryl had reached her limit. The gang that she was in was destroyed and she could not join other gangs. After losing everything that protected and supported her life, she had no other choice but to temporarily live in the back alley of the slum city. It was emotionally taxing for her. It was because of her emotional state that she could not think clearly. As such, despite the fact that Akira was someone that she attacked, she thought that there might be a sliver of hope that Akira did not remember her. Thus, she tried to talk to him hoping that it would be able to help her get out of her current situation. But that sliver of hope was crushed. Before she could even say anything, Akira noticed her and threatened her. She was trembling and could not say anything from the fear of getting killed. It further crushed her already tired heart and her spirit was broken to pieces. After that, something unexpected happened to her. Akira agreed to support her, but in exchange, she had to start a new gang in place of Sibia's gang and she had to be the boss of that gang. But that did not mean that she finally got into a safe situation. Some people came to her base to threaten her, but she was somehow able to drive them off with a bluff. But that experience of passing those dangerous bridges, again and again, wrung her heart even more. Not to mention that operating her own gang was not that easy, it was filled with problems and Akira would not visit the gang regularly. And when he did visit the gang, someone from her gang attacked him. The merchant that Akira introduced to her intimidated her and Akira threatened to kill her if she did anything stupid. Akira might be helping her, but it was not like he was her ally. Cheryl was made to understand that multiple times. And finally, the latest incident. The negotiation where both sides were more than ready to have a shootout was enough to completely push Cheryl's tired psyche to its limit. It was more than what she was able to handle. Finally, she was left with no other choice but to think about what to do next right after she went through all of that, thus her steps back to her base were very slow and heavy. She then realized that she had to face these kinds of situations repeatedly in the future. The moment she realized this, it gave the last prod to her heart that had reached its limit and it broke down completely. Cheryl was crying unconsciously. She just kept crying without even realizing it herself. She just wanted to lean on someone and she did not care whoever it was. She cried seeking a place to lean on. She did not know for how long she was in that condition, but when she realized it, someone was already hugging her. She did not even know who it was. But one thing for sure, that warm embrace was saying that it was okay to lean on that person. Thus Cheryl hugged that person back as strong as she could to make sure that person would not go away. Only after she depleted all of her energy, she felt relieved that the person she hugged did not cast her away as she fell asleep. Akira was sitting on the floor, operating his information terminal. Cheryl was still hugging him. Since it looked like she would not let him go anytime soon, he was doing something else while waiting for her to wake up. Thus Akira decided to surf the net in the meantime. It was also a form of training for gathering information using the information terminal. The internet of the Eastern District was filled with a huge amount of information. It was so huge that it would be almost impossible for someone with no ability to search to find what he or she was looking for. Of course, there were some searching sites too, but even using that, it was pretty hard to find something for Akira who had lived all his life in the back alley of the slum city. Normally, any important or highly valuable information was not free. There was a need to buy them directly from people or organizations who were working as information brokers. There were countless paid service sites on the net that provided information tailored for hunters. They provided information like the locations of the ruins that still had expensive relics, guides to fight powerful monsters and many others. Then finally, there were countless sites that provided all kinds of information for free due to certain reasons. It was an important skill for a hunter who wanted to survive and rise to success in the Eastern District to be able to extract important and worthwhile information that could be relied on from these sites. But Akira's current searching skill was not even enough to get him accurate searching results for the next day's weather or a restaurant near him. He might be able to find them instantly if he asked Alpha, but now he was trying his best for the sake of his training. He had a lot of experiences where he got baited to chase some unimportant information that got into his eyes or some other things that led him to waste time on the net. As Akira spent his free time learning trivial knowledge, Cheryl finally woke up. Cheryl was still in a daze as she was staring at Akira from a close range while still hugging him. "Can you let me go now that you've woken up?" Akira thought that Cheryl should have calmed down by now as he said that and tried to break off from Cheryl's hug. But when he did that, Cheryl desperately clung on him and looked like she would almost start crying again. Cheryl then begged to Akira, who looked troubled, "Please help me." Cheryl looked so weak and her eyes started to get teary as she asked Akira for help because she had no other place to turn to. "I beg you, please help me." As Akira stayed silent because he did not know what to do, Cheryl took it as a no, so she begged him again as she started to cry. The short nap gave Cheryl, who was in an unstable emotional state, enough energy to cry again. Although Akira was used to seeing irritation, mockery and hostility, he was not used to having someone looking at him with teary eyes while begging him for something. Due to that, Akira could not handle the pressure from those eyes as he reflexively answered Cheryl. Sure, I'll help you." Cheryl froze for a bit before smiling as she felt relieved. She seemed so happy as she closed her eyes. She loosened her hand that was gripping Akira's hand so hard until that time as if she would die if she had let it go. Cheryl then leaned back to Akira and clung on him as she fell asleep with a happy face. "What the heck?" Akira let out a sigh while looking puzzled. Akira then picked Cheryl up and laid her on the bed before starting the routine maintenance of his gun. As he was doing maintenance of his AAH assault rifle like usual, he once again realized that it was his lifeline, thus he took great care in performing the maintenance. Since the AAH assault rifle was durable and sturdy, it could handle violent treatment and could last long in a bad environment, it was pretty popular for a gun. It was fully justified when they said that it was a gun beloved by hunters for the last 100 years. Akira was also indebted to his gun in so many instances in the past. It was thanks to this gun that he was able to stay alive up until this point. Although he was just a complete beginner not too long ago, Akira was able to proficiently do gun maintenance on an AAH rifle. Rather than buying other guns, it might be a good idea to buy one more of this rifle as a spare. That's right. I can also carry 2 guns with both of my hands. Akira then imagined himself marching with 2 guns in his hands. That sounds cool. Alpha was able to receive the glorified image of Akira holding 2 AAH guns that Akira unconsciously sent through telepathy. If you bring 2 guns like that, most of your shots will miss and it might even rip your arms off due to the kickback. Akira realized that Alpha read the image in his mind as he embarrassedly answered back. So it's a no, huh? Well, you don't have the strength to handle 2 guns, after all. So if you handle an AAH rifle with a single arm, it would not serve any other purpose other than shooting a warning shot. Once you get an augmented suit, you'll be able to handle the kickback from the guns even in a bad posture. So if you want to carry 2 guns simultaneously, you should at least wait until you get your augmented suit. Hearing that makes me impatient to wait for the augmented suit. But until we get that, it's not like there'll be more incidents, right? Can you stop triggering flags like that? Okay. Akira returned back to his usual mood and continued doing the maintenance. In the middle of doing that, he glanced at Cheryl. Alpha, so what was that exactly? Alpha lightly shook her head. I don't really understand either. I'm sure that she's too tired, but when she wakes up, it might be a good idea not to ask her too much. Alpha did not explain Cheryl's psychological condition to Akira since she thought that it might be better this way. Akira, how about you take a rest for today too? I think this problem is solved for now, but another problem might come up again tomorrow, so you better take a good rest. You're right. I'll go straight to sleep once I'm done with this. After finishing the maintenance. Just like usual, Akira took a short shower to suppress his feeling of wanting to take a bath before going to bed. Since his guest had already taken the bed, he just pushed her to the side before settling himself beside her. Although it looked as if Akira crept into Cheryl's bed, it was he who paid for the room. Moreover, Cheryl clung on him for quite some time. So he was sure that Cheryl would not mind sharing a bed with him as he slowly fell asleep. On the next day, Cheryl woke up before Akira. She was still dazed when she looked around, but when she noticed Akira was sleeping beside her, she drowsily hugged him and went to sleep again. But Akira immediately woke up when Cheryl suddenly hugged him. He then tried to wake Cheryl, who fell asleep again. Don't go back to sleep, wake up and let me go. After saying that, Akira was afraid that something like yesterday would happen again. But Cheryl obediently let him go. She still looked drowsy as she let out a big yawn and lightly rubbed her eyes. Akira smiled as he saw that. Good morning, morning. Akira looked a bit puzzled since Cheryl was acting so differently compared to the previous day. She looked relaxed, there was no trace of her from yesterday. As she was smiling brightly, she looked way more beautiful than usual, which was also scary at the same time. After that, they ate breakfast together. And just like usual, it was only warmed up frozen food. So in short, it was not very delicious and tasted bland. But they were having breakfast in a different mood than usual. Akira was overwhelmed by how much Cheryl changed as he kept eating his breakfast. As for Cheryl, she looked like she was in a good mood. In contrast to the breakfast that they were having, their moods were so much different. Cheryl then stopped in the middle of the breakfast and bowed to Akira. Akira, I'm really sorry to have troubled you yesterday. It's okay, don't worry about it. After blurting that out without thinking, Akira remembered what happened the previous day. Although it was Cheryl who started the problem, it was mostly him who blew up the trouble. Although he did not feel guilty about it, he still understood it. Thus Akira was worried if it was Cheryl's way of saying that she hated him in a roundabout way. But she was actually being honest when she said that she was thankful. And since Akira was a bit bothered by the bad thing that happened yesterday because of him, he answered back in such a way as he was trying not to offend her. Well, a lot of things happened yesterday, but if anything comes up again, you can just tell me. If Cheryl thought that she had unnecessarily involved him in regarding yesterday's incident, it would at least be shown in her behavior. So, by saying this he tried to ease her thoughts, but Cheryl answered back with something that Akira did not expect. In that case, can I hug you again? As Cheryl replied back with a happy smile. Akira was a bit taken aback as he asked Cheryl, but why? I feel safe when I do that. Like, I can feel very relaxed. No. It's not like it'll cause you any trouble, right? And it's not like you'll lose anything too. No, I'll lose something. That's it, I'll lose my mobility. Moreover, We're in the middle of breakfast now, it's hard to eat if you cling on to me, right? In that case, I'll feed you, at least let me eat my own food, will you? Cheryl then leaned towards Akira, who pulled himself back a bit. She kept smiling as she insistently asked Akira. In that case, it'll be okay if I do it after we finish breakfast, right? Managing the gang is really hard. So I'm really tired right now. Not to mention the incident that happened yesterday. Just treat this as a sanity check for me. If you let me do so, I'm sure I'll bother you less in the future. So it's okay, right? Akira understood that if he agreed with her without giving it a serious thought, then Cheryl would come up with all sort of reasons so that she can keep on clinging on to him. But if he rejected her strongly, there was a chance that something like yesterday would happen again. When compared to that, it might be better if he just let her cling on to him. After all, it was not like it would cause any inconvenience to him. All right then, you can do that after we finish breakfast. Cheryl immediately beamed happily. Thank you. Although it was only a bit, Cheryl was able to manipulate Akira. Alpha realized that as she decided to be more careful with Cheryl. After they finished their breakfast, just like promised, Cheryl clung onto Akira. She embraced him from the front as he was sitting. She was in a pose that looked like she was straddling Akira. She wrapped her arms around Akira's back and neck. She looked very relieved. But she then asked Akira for something more. May I ask you to hug me back or pat my head? Well, I don't mind though. As Akira did what he was asked to, Cheryl started to mumble while looking extremely happy. What the heck am I doing here? Akira was making an awkward face as he was asking himself that question. But as he caught sight of Alpha smiling teasingly, his mood immediately soured. What? It's nothing. Seems that she really likes you. What do you want me to do then? No idea, I don't have an answer to that question. But if you don't get away from her, we'll have to start today's lesson in this situation, you know? As Akira realized that he might really have to start studying with Cheryl clinging onto him, Akira tried to get Cheryl off from him. Cheryl, can you let me go now? I have other things to do, that I understand. Cheryl replied back in a sad voice as she reluctantly let Akira free. He was relieved since he thought that Cheryl would not let him go. Cheryl then smiled at Akira. I'll return back to my base. I have to explain yesterday's incident to everyone in the gang. If I may, can you please accompany me back to my base? Alright, sure. Thank you very much. Cheryl looked so happy as she politely bowed to Akira. After that, Akira accompanied Cheryl back to her base. Cheryl walked happily on their way there. Although Akira looked at her with a puzzled look, she just ignored it as she walked back with a happy smile on her face. Cheryl politely bowed to Akira when they arrived in front of her base. Thank you very much for accompanying me all the way here. I'll contact you again if anything happens. And also, I'll be very happy if you visit the gang even if you don't have anything to do here. I'll do my best to manage the gang, but since it's a hard job, it's really helpful to have a day like today where I can get a breather. Well, I'll come again if I have free time. Thank you very much, I'll be waiting for you. Cheryl stood there as he saw Akira off until he was gone from her sight. On his way back, Akira grumbled. He looked back to everything that happened yesterday, like Cheryl's emotional breakdown and so many other things. Alpha, Cheryl really did change, didn't she? It's like, she changed so much, I just can't explain it well though. Well, it's not like she's depressed or something, so I don't think there's any need to worry. You're right, but still. Alpha looked displeased as she then said. Rather than worrying about her. I really want you to be more careful not to cause any problems before you get your augmented suit. The last incident was pretty dangerous, you know? Akira smiled bitterly as he made some excuses. I'm sorry. I didn't think it would become that bad, you see. Akira was saying sorry because of his inability to see that coming, he was not apologizing for making the condition worse. Akira did not realize that. Alpha, who noticed these facts, was reminded of how hard it was to control Akira. She then gave Akira a warning with a serious face. From now on, you're absolutely not allowed to go outside your room until you get your augmented suit. Yeah, I heard you loud and clear. I'll obediently stay inside my room. The children in Cheryl's gang did not sleep last night. After that incident happened, Akira and Cheryl went out and did not come back even after one whole night passed. Thus half of the children started to worry. The children thought that Akira and Cheryl were killed and they were already in an all-out war with Shijima's gang, thus most of them already ran from the gang. And most of the children who stayed back didn't do so because they believed in Cheryl and Akira having a negotiation with Shijima's gang but stayed there because they had nowhere else to go. Thus when Cheryl returned, it raised a commotion in the gang. Although the children were looking at her with a worried look, Cheryl did not let it bother her as she kept smiling confidently. I'm back. Did anything happen since I left? The children just swarmed Cheryl. What is with that question? Or more like, how did the negotiation go? Although all the children were making a commotion as they surrounded her, she was very calm. It went well. We had a talk with Shijima and sorted out everything, so there's no problem now. The children started to make a bigger ruckus. Although it was a very relieving answer, at the same time it was a very unexpected one too. Thus they simultaneously tried to ask further about it. And no problem, you say. How about Akira? He isn't together with you. Did he get killed? Are you for real when you said that you had a talk with Shijima? But we did kill one of his gang members, you know. So how did you wrap it up with just a talk? Do we have to surrender our base and our territory? How did it end up regarding that part? Cheryl smiled to calm everyone down and to make them feel at ease. Akira is unhurt. Shijima's gang won't ask us to surrender our base and territory, they might even work together with us. So it's okay, no need to worry anymore regarding this matter. Cheryl looked confident in front of everyone. And from the way she said it, it did not seem like she was lying or trying to trick them. Thus they calmed down although they found it unbelievable. Then Cheryl's face turned serious as she said in a strong tone. So then, what are you guys doing here? Shouldn't you guys be doing your job like cleaning the territory, patrolling around or collecting metal wreckages? Or is it like you guys have already completed those jobs? No. We thought that it's not the time for doing something like that when we're in this situation. So then, where are the people who are not here right now? Did you have a change of schedule or something? Then the children looked at each other as they hesitated before telling Cheryl. The guys who are not here are. I think they left the gang and ran away. Cheryl then just replied back casually. I see. In that case, we have to redo everyone's schedule. It was fully within Cheryl's expectations. Even after she estimated the number of people who left the gang, she was not surprised at all. The only thing in her mind was that it was a good thing she was able to flush out those people who would abandon the gang at the sight of threat. She then gave out a command in a calm tone. Ario, take some children with you and search for those who ran away. If you find them with our guns or food provisions, retrieve everything. But you don't need to bring back those children. Alicia, confirm how many people left the gang and how many people who are still here. Report to me once you're done. As for the rest of you, just follow the usual schedule for now. Some of the children looked at each other in confusion, some still wanted to ask more questions to Cheryl. Some could not follow what was happening. And some just stood there dumbfounded. But no one started working. Cheryl's face turned stern as she shouted. Go! Now! All the children immediately scrambled to their own job. Cheryl just stood there watching them scurry off before returning back to her private room. The representatives of the children who remained at the base, Alicia and Ario, were talking to each other. Ario was making a puzzled face as he carefully asked Alicia. Say, it's about Cheryl, though. She's scarier than before, isn't she? Seeing how Cheryl was able to smile confidently despite what happened yesterday, Alicia had the same impression. But in order not to make Ariel any more worried and in order to keep herself calm, Alicia smiled and said, "I think it's just your imagination." She looked in a good mood and full of confidence to me though. "Is that so?" "I see. Well, she did say that there's no problem now. But since that happened, I guess it was better rather than looking worried, huh?" "That's right. But we should go too or she'll be mad." "You're right." Ariel and Alicia then changed gear and got on to their own job. Cheryl was still in a good mood as she was thinking of her next plan. Cheryl was a smart girl from the beginning. And with her intelligence, she was able to do well in Sibia's gang and was able to live a pretty comfortable life. In contrast to that, she was not good at anything related to combat. Of course, there were a lot of fights that happened in the slum city, but every time it happened, Cheryl always hid behind someone's back until it was over. But after the gang she was affiliated with was disbanded, she was thrown into a world where she could be killed anytime. It was a world where one needed to get used to little by little, but she was thrown there suddenly without any preparation. It was a world that was way too harsh for her. The endless days of nervousness, terror and the pressure that came from such a world were very emotionally taxing on her. Her heart was somehow able to hold on, but it left her heart with countless cracks. Then finally, the last push crushed her heart into small bits. As her heart was ground to dust and scattered into the wind, she was looking for a place to lean on. Then she found a place to cling and it became the new foundation that supported her as she gathered her crushed heart piece by piece into a new shape. The cracks between the pieces that she gathered were filled with something that was flowing out from that new foundation. A safe haven, sense of relief, trust and reliance glued the pieces together and even transformed the pieces. Cheryl's psyche was rebuilt from scratch when she met Akira. It was rebuilt again and again without changing its name or identity. The Cheryl up until now was not able to give her maximum performance due to her fear. But now that she had perceived a sense of safety and regained her confidence and sense of freedom, all of a sudden the idle gears inside her fit perfectly into the bigger picture. Cheryl then looked back to her old self where she was careless and full of flaws. There were a lot of points that needed improvement. She reflected back as she decided to do better in the future. She had so many things that she wanted to try inside her head. She was reassessing, reevaluating and improving all of those ideas that she had. As she was thinking about the future of her gang, she knew that it had to grow bigger and do better both for her own sake and for Akira's as well. It had become something very important to her to make the world where she and Akira could live happily. As Cheryl imagined the future that she wished for, she let out a captivating smile. Chapter 25, Head Equipment, Intuition and Occult. When Akira received notification from Shizuka about the arrival of the augmented suit that he ordered, he immediately stopped his studying and packed up his things before setting off to Shizuka's shop. Akira looked excited as he entered the shop. Shizuka saw him and gave him a welcoming smile. "Welcome, the item that you ordered has arrived. I'll take you there, so just follow me." Shizuka took Akira to the shop's warehouse. He saw many items and goods lined up inside the warehouse, then his eyes caught the augmented suit that was on the hanger rack. The grayish-black augmented suit hanging there was made of something that looked elastic. There was a metallic part that formed a skeletal frame extending from the backbone of the suit to all the four limbs. And it did not come with a helmet or any head equipment. Akira circled it, his eyes locked to the augmented suit. Shizuka giggled as she watched Akira who was behaving more childish than usual. "It's the TLT Type C style augmented suit. Its name is Kalon. It might be 2 generations behind the latest generation augmented suit, but its hardware is not that different compared to the current generation. The basic setting software is already updated to its latest version, so don't try to increase its capabilities by installing new software. In the worst-case scenario, a wrong adjustment can make it twist to the opposite direction than intended, so be careful." Akira's eyes were still locked into the augmented suit as he listened to Shizuka. He looked just like a small child who was excited about his new plaything. Induced by his curiosity, Akira extended his hand to touch the augmented suit. The suit was made of synthetic fibers with countless thin but hard wick woven together. As he traced the thin wick, his finger arrived at the metallic skeletal frame. Akira continued to feel the metallic part. The metallic part was way softer than he thought, and as he pressed it a bit, the metallic part deformed as if it was made of gum. Akira pulled his finger back in panic. Shizuka-san. It's softer than I thought though, is this normal? Shizuka laughed, which made Akira relieved. But a part of that laugh was Shizuka enjoying Akira's comical reaction. It's alright. That part is elastic and soft when the suit is off in order to make it easy for the user to equip it. So then, don't just stand there, let's try putting it on. I'll need your body measurement for the first time setting. So take off your clothes just like when I took your body measurement. Shizuka then took Akira's body measurement like last time. After she finished, she went behind the augmented suit and operated her information terminal to send the data to the suit. Once the data was received, the augmented suit automatically adjusted itself as it started to wriggle. The sleeves, inseam and body part of the suit readjusted itself to mimic Akira's body. Akira gasped in surprise when he saw that. After the adjustment finished, Akira put on the suit with some assistance from Shizuka. The soft and elastic metallic part of the suit did not impede his movement when he equipped it and tried to move his limbs. But it was a different story for the weight. Although the weight of the suit was distributed across its humanoid shape, it was still quite heavy that Akira would get tired quickly if he tried to move around in it. Shizuka took a good look at Akira before she nodded lightly. Yep, you look cool. Thank you very much. Akira answered back while being bashful, but then Alpha interjected. Yep, you look really cool. It's wonderful. Shut up. Why are you so mean to me? Because it sounds like you were mocking me now. Alpha looked offended, but Akira just ignored her. Shizuka then continued checking the augmented suit. Well then, go ahead and turn it on, the switch should be somewhere around your waist. Although I think there should not be any problem, be sure to immediately cancel the startup process if you feel something is not right. Alright. Akira then turned the suit on. As the augmented suit booted up, he could feel the metallic part woven in its wicks and in its skeletal frame start to harden. And at the same time, Akira could not feel the weight of the suit anymore. The augmented suit supported its own weight and it moved together with its user, that was why the user would not feel its weight when it is turned on. Akira was a bit surprised when he could not feel the suit's weight as he tried to move around. Looking at how Akira was behaving, Shizuka knew that there was no problem with the augmented suit. It seems that the suit booted up without any problems. Remember to move around slowly for now until you get used to your enhanced physical ability from the augmented suit. I would have recommended you to pick up some random heavy guns lying over there to test your enhanced strength, but it would be problematic if you break them accidentally. So be sure not to touch anything, okay? You can go to the wasteland and pick up some wreckages to test your strength. Also, remember to be careful when you grab your gun. It'll easily break if you use your augmented strength violently. Note that the metallic part of your augmented suit only hardened in order to provide support when you carry a heavy gun or any other object. So remember that you're basically still vulnerable to bullets and monster attacks, okay? Akira nodded firmly. I understand. I'll be careful. The other items that came along with the augmented suit are inside the box over there. It should include extra energy packs for reserve, maintenance kit, and a simple manual. You should be able to find the site where to download a more detailed manual inside the simple manual. So be sure to read the manual. I guess that's all. Do you have any other questions? Akira took some time thinking before asking Shizuka. By the way, do people usually use a helmet with their augmented suit? Armor, augmented suit and basically any other equipment are actually optional. Are you one of those people who prefer to use a helmet? I'm sorry, I should have clarified with you beforehand. As Shizuka looked sorry and apologized to Akira, he replied while getting flustered. Ah no, I'm just wondering if it's weird if I use a helmet along with the augmented suit. I didn't mean to complain. I also did say that I'll tell you if I need anything when I consulted with you. So please don't be sorry. Is that so? I'm glad to hear that. Seeing how Shizuka smiled at him, he felt relieved knowing that she was back to her usual mood. So then he continued asking questions to her. Shizuka-san, you did ask me if I'm the type of person who uses a helmet, right? So there are people who prefer to not use a helmet, huh? Yes. It's actually more common, you know. Some people prefer to use an information terminal on their head, so the helmet that comes as a set with the augmented suit would get in their way. There are also people who prefer not to put anything on their heads too. That's why head equipment is optional when you use an augmented suit. So there are people who do that too, huh? To be honest, I think it's safer to put on a helmet. There really are people who do that, you know. For example, both Sarah and Elena don't use a full-face helmet, right? Akira recollected his memory of Sarah and Elena's augmented suit. It was indeed true. He also remembered that the hunters who attacked Sarah and Elena also did not use a helmet. But even so, it was not enough reason for him to not use one. On the contrary, it made him question it more. Thus he asked Shizuka again while looking puzzled. That's true. But why, though? Well, there's a reason for it, but it's an occult thing, you know. Occult thing, huh? Yep, you want to hear it? Yes please. Looking at how Akira was genuinely interested, Shizuka smiled as she began her story. There are people among the hunters who don't want to put any helmet no matter how good the helmet is. For example, there's this helmet. Although it's a full-face helmet, it is bulletproof, has a wide-angle display so the view with the helmet and without the helmet is exactly the same, can also transmit sounds without any obstruction as if there is no helmet. It fits perfectly and at the same time it does not exert any pressure on your head, and if used with the augmented suit, it's basically weightless too. But even so, there are people who would not use this helmet. Do you know why? Of course, it's not because of money. Akira stood silent for a brief moment trying to think of a reason, but he could not come up with anything. He then gave up and surrendered, that I have no idea. For some reason, putting that helmet will reduce their intuition, or so they say. Intuition, huh? Akira looked puzzled after hearing an unexpected reason as the answer. Shizuka smiled as if she was enjoying his reaction, which was exactly like she expected. Yep, intuition. It seems that those people would ditch powerful helmets or any other defensive equipment in order to keep their intuition sharp, you know. Since in my opinion, I'm also someone with good intuition, so it's not like I can't understand their reason. I don't think I understand it. Well, it's true that it's very subjective. There are people who doubt it, but eventually, since it's about their own feelings, there are a lot of people who trust their own gut and do whatever they want. I don't think there's any problem as long as they decide that based on their own preference. But it causes some problems in certain situations, for example, when arming people who work in a private military company. There's a story where someone who was responsible for arming his squad did not believe in such a cult and forced everyone in his squad to equip their helmet. You know what happened then? What happened? Although they used a high-quality helmet in order to convince his squad, their fatality rate increased, you know. Shizuka said that in a mysterious tone as she was watching Akira's reaction. She then smiled with satisfaction. It's not like there's any real proof, and it's quite doubtful when you say you don't want to use a helmet because it impedes your intuition. But a tangible proof like fatality rate did come up. That's why it's called an occult thing. So, is it better if I don't use a helmet? Shizuka answered back in a way that calmed Akira, who looked unsure of what to do. I'm sorry, but I don't have a definitive answer to that. After all, there are also people who really like their full-face helmet. There are also people out there who took this story seriously, didn't put their helmet on, and got killed because of that. If you want to put on a helmet, then I think you should. If you don't want to, then you shouldn't. That's all I can tell you. Not to mention that I heard good hunters feel awkward when they're using equipment that they don't usually use. So like I said, it's fully a subjective topic, you should decide that for yourself. Akira looked a bit conflicted before he made a decision and smiled bitterly. I understand. For now, since I don't have any money left to buy a helmet, I'll just assume myself to be one of those people who don't prefer a helmet. Shizuka smiled and said. That might be better than staying undecided. You can anyway buy an optional set later, just tell me when you change your mind. Yes. Shizuka then changed the subject. Remember that just because you got yourself an augmented suit, doesn't mean that you can do anything dangerous, okay? Contact me if anything bad happens. Just come to me if you find anything faulty, but remember, it'll take at least 1 month to get it fixed. And also, be sure to turn off the suit or put it under daily life mode until you exit the shop, else you might damage something unknowingly. Akira then turned off the augmented suit, thus its weight suddenly returned. He thought it would be impossible to go back to the inn under this condition, thus he turned it back on and set it to daily life mode. The weight of the suit reduced considerably. Although there's a slight weight, it would not impede his movements. Akira and Shizuka then went back to the shop and they started conversing professionally like a customer and a shopkeeper. I tried my best in picking an augmented suit that would satisfy you. I'm sure you'll come up with a lot of things once you actually use it, but I hope you're satisfied with it for now. If you find anything that you want to complain about, there's no need to hold back. I'll help you if it's something within my boundaries. I think it'll be alright, but I'll come again for consultation if anything crops up. Shizuka smiled as it seemed that Akira was satisfied. She then added. There's one thing that I forgot to tell you. Don't forget that you'll need to buy energy packs and other things for your augmented suit beside the usual medicine, so keep that in mind. It'll be meaningless if you only buy a new energy pack once you run out of energy. Since you already bought one, you need to maintain it so you can use it anytime. Yes, I'll be careful. Thank you very much for everything. As Akira politely bowed, Shizuka smiled and offered Akira some of her goods while making a joke. Don't mention it. And now that you have an augmented suit, you should be able to wield guns that you couldn't before, right? I'll be looking forward to when you order more guns. I want to meet your expectations, but I'll have to earn enough money before that. So please wait patiently. Akira casually replied back with a smile. He then bowed his head and went back home. Shizuka saw Akira off as she mumbled. But that aside. He bought an AAH rifle not too long ago and he already bought an augmented suit now, huh? That's really fast. Not to mention that he was lucky enough to get rescued by Elena and Sarah when he was in a pinch. He might become a great hunter in the future. Just maybe though. Shizuka looked worried for a bit before recovering immediately. The faster a person is running on the road to success, the more focused he would be, the narrower his vision, and finally, the bigger the damage he would suffer when he meets bad luck. Shizuka immediately changed the things in her mind before she unconsciously said what she thought and jinxed it. Akira, who already returned to his room, smiled seeing the augmented suit that was hung on the hanger rack. Now that I already have my augmented suit, I can start looking for relics again. There was a need for him to pay the rest of 500,000 Aurum to Shirjima and he almost ran out of money too. He only had enough money to stay in this bathless room for a few more days. Akira wanted to earn more money and move to a room with a bath as soon as possible, but Alpha just rejected that idea. We won't go to the ruins anytime soon, you know. But you said that I can go to the wasteland again once I get my augmented suit, right? Of course you can go to the wasteland, but not to the ruins. It's dangerous and I've decided to keep you safe, you know. I'll do my best to find a solution against your bad luck. From the way Alpha said it, it felt like she was exaggerating his situation. Akira winced a bit as he wondered if his bad luck was not something that he could fight back unless he had an equal amount of resolve. I see. If you say so, it can't be helped then. So, what should I do from now on? We're about to run out of money to even stay in this cheap room, you know. It's alright. We'll take requests from the Hunter office to earn money for the time being. Your aim, for now, is to complete requests from the Hunter office and get your Hunter rank up until you can borrow a vehicle for exploring the wasteland. Vehicle, huh? Is there any reason why I should prioritize that? It's tiring to run away from a group of monsters with your legs, isn't it? Although Akira was convinced by that reasoning, he was making a conflicted face as he realized that the way Alpha worded it out was as if he was ought to encounter another group of monsters in the future. Exploring the ruins for collecting relics will come after that. And I'll be the one choosing the requests too. Well, if you said so, then I'll leave everything to you. Just go and take rest for today. I'll finish the augmented suit's setting while you sleep. You'll have augmented suit training for the whole day tomorrow. I'll have you get used to it so that you'll at least be able to fight while using it. Then we'll start taking requests from the day after tomorrow. Augmented suit setting. But Shizuka already did that, right? Alpha smiled invincibly to Akira, who looked a little bit sour. She only configured the most basic part. I'm going to configure the setting tailored for you to maximize my support capabilities. I only need you to connect your information terminal and I'll do the rest myself, so don't worry. Akira took his information terminal and used the cable from the augmented suit maintenance kit to connect his information terminal with his augmented suit. Once it was connected, the information terminal showed an array of symbols, numbers, images, and characters that he did not recognize, but he remembered that something similar had happened when Alpha configured his information terminal too. Thus he did not worry about it and went to take a rest. As Alpha was busy configuring Akira's augmented suit through the information terminal, Akira was using the note and the stationaries to study by himself. But he then remembered what Shizuka said. Hey Alpha, Shizuka-san said that there are people whose intuition worsened when they used a helmet. Is that true? Yep, that's true. Akira was a bit surprised since Alpha said it as if it was a fact and it was idiotic to doubt that in the first place. You put that out pretty clearly, huh? Even Shizuka-san said it herself that it was a cult belief, you know. It's a misjudgment and misinterpretation due to the inability to get the needed accurate information and knowledge. It's because a mix of inability to empirically translate individual sensation or inability to communicate with such a thing or so many other factors. It's exactly because it can't be analyzed with the current technology that it's called an occult thing. Akira looked utterly confused. Can you please explain it in words that are easier for me to understand? Of course. Let's imagine, you are seeing a low-resolution picture of Kuzusuhara ruin. Although it's blurry, you can still recognize it. But there's a difference between the picture and the real scene even if the people who see the picture don't realize it. Since it is a blurry image you won't be able to make out all the details in it. It's the same reasoning with a full-face helmet equipped with a wide-angle display or a high-quality binocular. There's always some information that gets lost. And if some of the information that is lost contains warning for an incoming danger, then you won't be able to notice it. And this is not limited only to information coming from vision. The same reasoning can also be used for any information received through any part of your head. Akira looked puzzled and there were a lot of questions inside his mind. Feeling someone behind you and really finding someone there when you look back. There are people who have such a level of intuition. But those people have such intuition, not because of their sight, hearing, touch, taste, or smell. They, of course, can't see what is behind them, nor hear, nor smell, nor touch. These people might not be able to directly see the person behind them, but they might have an organ that somehow makes them able to feel the gaze. They might be someone who got such an organ by using technology from the old world, or they might be descendants of such people. There's also the possibility that they got their hands on a relic that allows them to do that and they've been using it without realizing, as if they suddenly got a superpower. So using a helmet might impede that organ or relic. Akira looked confused. He seemed like he could not understand everything that Alpha just said. Although you're talking with me through telepathy, this is something that only happens between me and you. Like I said before, this is possible because of some peculiarities in your brain. But this is not only limited to our case. There are cases where other people could communicate and send information through telepathy with another person or thing too. As an example, some twins can communicate between them through telepathy, or like when you somehow notice that there's danger nearby from the people around you. You might not be able to communicate directly with the people around you, but some information is unconsciously transferred. This kind of information transfer might be blocked by a helmet. Akira was barely able to follow through all the new information that was flooding his brain. Basically, people who have good intuition are those who for some reason are able to unconsciously receive information and make decisions based on that information. For the hunters who regularly risk their lives in their job, they've always been polishing and relying on their intuition, so having it dulled is like making them fight monsters with their eyes blinded. The more they rely on their intuition, the easier they'll get killed without it. Alpha then stopped her explanation temporarily. Did you understand anything? Akira was still confused, but he somehow blurted out an answer. So in short, if I put something weird on my head, the things that are hard to notice normally will become impossible for me to notice. And there's even a chance that it'll block our telepathy ability, right? Alpha looked surprised for a moment hearing his answer, but she immediately smiled happily. Even though you didn't understand everything, I think it's good enough that you were able to understand this much. That's why, no matter how good the equipment is, you're not allowed to use it if it impedes my support. But how will I know if it'll impede your support? I'll know it right away and I'll warn you, so don't worry. I see, I understand. Akira was relieved since he knew that Alpha would warn him when he might try to equip anything strange that would hamper Alpha's support unknowingly. Now then, was that good enough? Or should I explain it to you again with a lower difficulty bar? Nope, that was good enough. You can just tell me the rest of the details while teaching. Is that so? Just ask me any time when you want to hear the rest. Yeah, sure. Akira rejected that offer since he had a feeling that she would continue with a long and difficult explanation if he said yes. But he did not know that Alpha had already guessed his answer. Alpha smiled as she was watching Akira closely when he tried to evade that subject. By seeing how Akira reacted, how his expression changed and how his mood changed, she was able to infer Akira's tendency, personality, things that he liked, things that he hated, things that shocked him, etc., basically, the root of his personality. She had always been observing Akira for this very reason. Chapter 26, The True Worth of an Augmented Suit. Akira started going to the wasteland again, but it was for the purpose of training using his augmented suit. He put on his augmented suit in the wasteland not too far from the city while carrying his anti-monster AAH rifle with him. In short, he was fully equipped to fight monsters in the wasteland. On the other hand, Alpha was donned in a white one-piece, not something that one would typically wear in the middle of the wasteland. The glossiness of the dress further accentuated that it was made of high-quality fabric, and as the light shone on it, it made a drop shadow effect that traced her body line. Although Akira wanted Alpha to change to something that better suited the wasteland, he decided to hold himself from saying anything. He recollected her naked self during their first meeting in the ruins and her beautiful pure white dress that she wore during a previous trip to ruins when he was targeted by 2 hunters. During both these occasions, she had a reason for wearing such a dress. Similarly, he thought that there must be some reason as to why she wore this dress now too. But more than that, he knew that she would only change her dress to something worse if he commented about it. It was quite a while since the last time he had the chance of going to the wasteland, thus he did not want to do anything that might bring him trouble. Akira mumbled to himself that it was 1,000 times better than her being naked and just assumed that it was a part of his training too. Alpha smiled and told Akira to start the training. Akira, we'll start the training for using the augmented suit. Okay. Akira was about to turn on his augmented suit when the suit suddenly booted up by itself. Although he was a bit surprised, he immediately realized that it was Alpha's doing when he saw her smiled meaningfully. So then, what should I do? Alpha pointed to a location in the wasteland that was 100 meters away from them. First of all, walk till you get there. As Akira turned to the pointed direction, he could see an arrow pointing to the intended location. It was something that Alpha added to his vision. Akira was already used to it, so he was not surprised. He then started walking towards the location. He was able to get there without any problem. So Alpha gave him the next command. Next, over there. Once he arrived at his next location, Alpha gave him the next order again. He just kept on walking from one location to another for about 10 times. Thus, he started to find it weird. Alpha. Do I need to walk more carefully? Or maybe walk while carrying my gun? Or is it that I should not do any of those at all? Or are we still confirming the functionality of the augmented suit and we will only start the real training after that? Nope, we're already in a training session and I've started gathering your data too. Just by walking. Alpha just smiled meaningfully while looking at Akira, who was puzzled. Yep, after all, you would never realize the usefulness of my support until you try to move around without it. Support? But I'm just walking normally, right? Is there anything more than that? Alpha smiled mischievously. You'll know soon enough. Akira, try to walk over there, but this time I'll turn off my support. Actually, I've been adjusting the power output of your augmented suit. So then, go ahead and feel for yourself how great my support is. Akira had a bad feeling as he saw Alpha smiling at him. As he tried to step forward, he immediately tripped over. The moment he swung his leg, he accidentally kicked a boulder powerfully and sent it flying. The kickback made him roll over. He was stunned as it happened. He tried to stand up by thrusting his right hand on the ground, but his right hand went deep into the ground right till his wrist. He then tried to pull out his right hand by pressing the ground with his left hand, but he pulled so hard that he was thrown back and almost fell on his back, so he tried to readjust his position in panic. But instead, it completely disrupted his balance as he fell down again. And when he tried to get back up on his feet, he pushed too hard and tripped again. After that, he tried to be careful and moved slowly, so he was somehow able to get back on his feet. But when he tried to step forward, he could not keep his balance and was about to fall down again and used all of his strength to keep himself standing. As Alpha watched Akira trying to move so slowly and carefully, she smiled as if she was enjoying it. Now you get it, right? If you can't control your augmented strength, you can't even walk normally, you know. The reason why you don't usually fall down when you walk is because your body unconsciously adjusts your center of gravity. It is a very crucial part of the training to be able to walk wearing your augmented suit, you know. I'll turn my support back on, so you can go ahead and walk without worry. Akira started to walk carefully. But this time, he could walk normally, thus his face turned stern as he smiled bitterly. I can't even walk without your support, huh? Does everyone who uses an augmented suit for the first time go through this? Did all of them go through a lot of training to turn from not being able to move around to be good enough to use it for combat? Until I finish the whole training, I think it's better if I don't use this suit, you know? That depends on each augmented suit. Usually, high-quality augmented suit can be paired with high-level software enabling the user to adjust the power output of the augmented suit. There are a lot of augmented suits that can be used normally right from the start. There are also augmented suits that use the installed auto balancer as their selling point. The higher the power output, the more control you'll have to exercise when you do a fine movement. For example, even if you have enough power to send a vehicle flying, it'll also send yourself flying if you can't control its power. So it's not just about the output power, but having the function that would help the user to use it normally without any problem is also one of the indicators of how good an augmented suit is. Akira looked interested as he listened to Alpha's explanation. He then realized something. So it means that you are adjusting its power output when it moves, right? Yep. That's amazing. Akira looked genuinely amazed. The difference when he had Alpha's support and when he did not have it while using his augmented suit was crystal clear to him. Naturally, Alpha was satisfied with Akira's reaction. But that's not all, you know. In order to make you realize just how great my support is, I'll have you work hard. Okay. Roger that. Then he continued his training and kept following Alpha's orders. Walk slowly, Walk faster, run slowly, sprint, quickly get on feet after lying on the ground, stand on his hands and get back on his feet, sprint and then make a sharp turn. His movement slowly shifted from doing light maneuvers to those that fully utilized his augmented body strength. Normally, one would need a long time worth of training with such a low functionality augmented suit before they could do any of those maneuvers. But Akira did not realize that as he kept moving around normally. He could not even grasp the fact that he was able to do that only because of Alpha's superior support. After finishing his morning training, Akira went to have a light meal. He was eating Hunter's ration that he packed in his rucksack. It was cheap and nutritious, although it had no taste, it was enough to at least fill his empty stomach. As he was chewing on the hard-to-chew tasteless fried dango-like thing, he unconsciously complained about its taste. And when he realized that he was complaining about how bad it was, he just laughed bitterly. Although I've always been thankful to even have something to eat until today, now I'm complaining about the taste, huh? It seems that I've become too used to living in luxury. Although he was criticizing himself, he was also glad that his life had turned better than before. Alpha, what to do for the afternoon? Are we going to continue with the training? We'll have shooting training in the afternoon and then melee training after that. Melee training? Do you mean like training how to kick and punch the enemy in close range? It's just standard training including how to use your rifle in short range. First of all, I'll have to teach you martial arts and train you to use it against humans. You'll also have a mock fight against me. Akira looked confused. What are you talking about? I can't touch you. Wait, I can't touch you, right? Akira was a bit surprised as he wondered whether she got a corporeal body. So just to check, he extended his hand towards her. But just like always, his hand went through Alpha's body. As he confirmed that she did not have a corporeal body, he was puzzled as to how they were going to do the training and it was shown in his face. Looking at that, Alpha just smiled. You'll understand when we do that. So just look forward to it, okay? Although Akira wanted to know badly, it did not seem like Alpha would tell him now. Thus he continued eating his ration while making a questioning look. After he finished his food, Akira started his shooting training as scheduled. He could feel a weird sensation coming from the thick gloves that he was using to grip his rifle. Since he was still in the process of getting used to it, he started by aiming at small rocks rather than images of monsters. He carefully took an aim at a small boulder 100 meters away from him and pulled the trigger. The bullet flew out of his rifle, hit the small boulder precisely and sent it flying. Akira smiled as he knew that he did well. He then moved to the next target, aimed carefully and pulled the trigger. This time also it was a bullseye, and the next one too, and the next one too. All of his shots were accurate. Oh! You're doing really well today. Akira was in a good mood due to his unexpected result in the shooting practice. Even Alpha complimented his result while smiling. In that case, I'll increase the distance of the target gradually. Okay. Akira then aimed at his next target more carefully than before and pulled the trigger. Then the bullet flew straight and hit that target. Since then, his consecutive targets became further and further away from him every time he hit the previous target, and he did not miss even a single shot. But suddenly, his good mood vanished. Akira realized that his targets had become so far from him that it would normally be impossible to hit them accurately. But even so, weirdly enough, all of his shots still accurately hit those targets. He assumed that it might be because the augmented suit absorbed the kickback from his rifle, so his accuracy had increased. And after he accurately shot a target that was 500 meters away from him, he turned to Alpha and asked her a question. Alpha, you're doing something here, aren't you? Alpha just smiled, which confirmed Akira's guess. I'm giving you my complete support, as I thought. Although he already guessed that it was not because his shooting skills suddenly went up, it was still frustrating when he heard it. He could only smile bitterly after realizing the fact. After you moved your aim around the target, I controlled the augmented suit to make some fine adjustments. And when you pulled the trigger, I also adjusted your stance and center of gravity. I also make a small adjustment to your augmented suit to completely absorb the kickback too. So you can even do that too, huh? That's amazing. Doesn't that mean that I don't even need to do shooting training at all? Nope. The better you can aim, the less adjustment that I need to do to make an accurate shot. Moreover, there may be occasions in the future where you will have to fight without your augmented suit or when I can't give you my full support. That's why you still need to train. Well, that's true, alright then. Since I can adjust your stance to the most effective one to shoot now, so your training will even be stricter than before. After all, with the augmented suit, you can shoot while being in a variety of positions. I'll train you so you can shoot accurately even when you're running, or when you don't have visual confirmation of your enemy, or when you're in a tight spot. Don't worry, even if you're too tired to walk, I'll use the augmented suit to assist you in walking, so you can train without worry. Be gentle, please. Seeing Alpha say something so scary with a smile, Akira winced a bit. Alpha then turned serious and said, "Now then, since you know that I can give you my support when you shoot thanks to the augmented suit, I have something that I need you to know." "What is it?" "At the moment, I cannot do anything more than giving support by adjusting your movement through your augmented suit. Which means that I can help you do what you want to do, but I can't ignore your wish and make you do something that you don't want to do. But if you agree, I can configure your augmented suit so that it can give me full control over your body. Thus I would be able to move your body without your will. Of course, I promise that I will not do anything that will bring you harm. But even so, there are pros and cons in doing so, so listen to me closely and think carefully before making any decision." Looking at Alpha, who was making a serious face, Akira remembered the time when she asked him for permission due to some annoying rules. As he realized that it must be something that she needed in order to give him her full support, he firmly replied back. "I understand, tell me the pros first." "If I can completely control your augmented suit, I can unleash its full power. So you'll be able to do some superhuman feats. For example, you'll be able to run along the edge of the rooftop and shoot monsters with guns on both hands with your eyes closed. You'll be able to fight people who are expert in martial arts. You'll be able to evade attacks or even counterattacks from your dead angle as long as I notice it. All of those things sound amazing, so then, what are the cons? First of all, you'll feel uncomfortable since your body will move on its own. Then since the augmented suit moves your body with it, it'll cause bigger stress on your body. And because it'll change our role from me adjusting my movement with you, to you adjusting your movement with me, so when you try to make a different move than mine, it'll disrupt the fluidity of your movements and it'll cause bigger stress on your body. In the worst case scenario, it might even break your bones." Akira then thought while making a serious face. It sounds like the pros are worth the cons, but since she said to me that I have to think carefully, I wonder if there's something more to it. Although Akira tried to think hard about this, he could not come up with anything more than what Alpha just said. Is it possible to try it out? Of course, it is possible. In that case, I'll try it out first. Alright, I'll be controlling your augmented suit then. We'll start by walking slowly, then I'll increase the speed until you are running. If you feel it is very uncomfortable, you can stop me immediately. Okay. We'll start now. Akira's augmented suit started moving on its own and made him walk. He was a bit shocked when that happened, but that was all. Although it felt like his legs were moved by external power, it was not that uncomfortable. Moreover, as he adjusted his movements to match with the movements from his augmented suit, the stress on his body was further reduced. And after he started running, it felt way easier since his augmented suit actively supported his movements. Is this all? If this is all, I don't think there's any need for her to warn me just now. As Akira looked relieved, he started to run faster and faster. Before he realized it, he was already running faster than he ever could on his own without her support. Every time his legs swung forward, he could not catch up with its movement and his legs were forced to swing forward against his will. So his legs started to scream in pain. And every time he kicked the ground, he could feel the impact through his bones which shook his whole body. Akira was running in the middle of the wasteland while leaving a cloud of dust behind. He was already running as fast as a vehicle. His face twitched in shock, fear and pain that was assaulting him. As he returned to his senses, he immediately asked Alpha to stop. Stop. Please stop. His running speed then slowed down to compensate for the burden that it had caused. And when it was slow enough, Akira was back in control of his augmented suit. When he finally stopped running, Akira was on his knees and breathing roughly. If you are able to run a bit faster than this, you would be able to outrun a group of monsters if they come chasing you. It might be hard for you, but it's a good solution for such a situation. So what do you think? Akira understood well as to why Alpha told him to think it through, and I'll only give my permission when it's necessary. And also, do tell me next time when you want to control my body. Roger that. I will seek your permission every time. Permission, huh? It's about that, right? Those annoying rules about permission. That's right, I need your permission when I want to take any action that is beyond your wish. But don't worry, I won't do anything bad. That aside, we'll do melee training next, we'll start once you can move around again, so just take a rest for now, alright. Akira just laid flat on the ground. The stress subjected to his body when it moved without his will by the augmented suit was too much to handle. He always thought that things would be easier since he had his augmented suit now, but that line of thinking was destroyed by the pain that was assaulting him. But even so, there was no doubt that he had acquired a new power and Alpha's support had also gotten more effective. And it was obvious that he got stronger, that was what he told himself as he was enduring his pain. He was just lying there in the middle of the wasteland for a while, and when his pain had mostly subsided, he was back on his feet. Are you finished resting? Yeah, it's not like I can safely sleep in the middle of the wasteland. I'll take a good sleep when I get back to my room. Akira knew that he would not grow stronger if he stayed lying down. He needed to become stronger in order to rise up as a hunter. He wanted the power to reach for what he wished. Thus, he got back on his feet. I see. In that case, let's move on to melee training. Alpha smiled as she saw that Akira was really motivated to move forward. The melee training started, but they did not go straight to martial arts training. This dress is no good, I guess. So let me change it. Alpha removed her dress, became buck naked and then changed to a fighting suit. Her fighting suit was comprised of something that looked like a high-cut bodysuit and a low-rise pant. It looked as if it was made of a thin fabric that emphasized her body shape. It even had a hole that seemed to have no other use but to show some skin. It was as if that dress was contradicting its functionality during a fight. Alpha just stood smiling in front of Akira. Although she was wearing a dress that was much more inviting than being naked, Akira who was looking at her seemed to be genuinely questioning that suit, thought what is with that suit? It's one of the fighting suits from the old world, you know. Did they really use that suit? Yep. You can find one if you look for it in the ruins. Akira's misunderstanding about the old world deepened. He thought that even though it was a high-quality suit that was produced using the advanced technology of the old world, since Alpha had no corporeal body, it could not show its full functionality. He asked Alpha another question. Should you really wear that suit? If you have any request, I can change it to anything you want. But please pick something that can show my movements clearly. With your current ability, this won't be good training unless you can see my moves clearly. So anything that reduces the prediction of my movements is rejected. There were people who could predict their opponent's next move from a small shift in their limbs. Thus there were people who used clothes to hide their movements. If they really went down that line of thinking, then the best dress that allowed such a prediction would be the birthday suit. Akira realized that and he changed the topic. Alright. Let's start. Now then, what should I do? Even if I attack you, my attack would just go through you, right? For now, just try to attack me any way you want. Although Akira was still not sure about it, he just stepped forward to attack Alpha like he was told to. She blocked his fist with her right hand, and strangely enough, when his fist should have just passed through her, he could feel his fist bumping on something. It was stopped. No, wait, what is this? Akira was surprised at that unexpected turn of events. Alpha saw that and smiled as she started explaining. Every time you hit me, I'll harden your augmented suit on the part where it makes contact with me. It would give you a little feedback as if you really hit something. With this, you can at least get the feel, right? Now then, let's start for real now, come at me. Alpha then smiled as if to invite Akira and made a come on taunt with her fingers. Akira then changed his stance and launched an attack at her. It was obvious that he was a complete amateur in close combat. Most of his attacks did not even hit Alpha. So even if she had a corporeal body here, she would end up with only some light bruises. Alpha kept guiding him on how to execute his moves. From how to clench his fist, how to kick, where to attack, how to position himself, what was the correct fighting stance, how to step in, things he needed to be careful, how to adjust his body's weight, how to prepare himself to evade, and how to block. She kept firing instructions to Akira through telepathy. The more accurate Akira's movement was, the easier he moved due to the support from his augmented suit. And whenever he made a wrong move, the augmented suit would push him in the right direction. Thanks to that, Akira could learn by remembering the feeling and the sensation when he made the correct moves. The hitting feeling during the fight coming from his augmented suit also recreated the sensation from Alpha's attack. When he got punched on his abdomen, he would be pushed back. And when he got his legs swept, he would lose his balance and fall down. Even when he blocked an attack, he would feel as if he really did receive that attack. Before she attacked, Alpha always told him where she aimed, how she would attack and when she would attack. But even so, Akira had a hard time blocking her attacks. Even if he tried to dodge, he would only get hit if he did not evade correctly. And if he tried to block, he would lose balance and get hit unless he blocked correctly. He almost had no chance to counterattack. Every time Akira got hit on his head, it would be considered as a killing blow and they would restart the fight. If he got attacked on his head by someone using an augmented suit, there was no doubt that his head would be blown away. Depending on the situation, it might even blow his head to pieces. There was no way of predicting how good his block would work against that kind of attack. So Akira was taught to prioritize evading when faced with such an attack. As Akira was lying on the ground on his back, Alpha just smiled, raised her leg and stomped his head wanting to crush it. Akira tried to look at Alpha's face that was hidden behind her breasts as he was still lying on the ground. With a little adjustment, he could see her looking down at him while still smiling. He could sense that her smile now was a bit scary than her usual smile. There, you died again. Get on your feet. Or do you want me to make you get up? It's okay, I can get up on my own. Akira dragged his own body up. There were images of his corpses with crushed heads scattered on the ground all around him. It was the same as to when he had his shooting training, although they were just images, it was enough to make him wince. There you go, another image of your corpse. Let's work hard so that the real Akira won't be added among these images, okay? Yeah, I know. Akira could again sense something scary hidden within her beautiful smile as he continued his training. In the middle of his training, Akira realized that something felt strange. Alpha, can I ask you something? Yes? How should I put this out? I've been feeling something weird, did you do something to me? Something weird? I'm just operating the augmented suit so I can efficiently teach you how to move, do you mean that? No, not that one. It's like, I always find my body already moving when I want to do something. Do you mean that your body moved first even before you intentionally tried to move your body and it was not the augmented suit that made you do that? Yeah, something like that. Maybe it's just your imagination. My guess is that your augmented suit received the information of what you were going to do from its sensors, so it moved to match your movement. And what you noticed was that move. I think the reason for your strange sensation is because of the time gap between that movement and your sensation. It's not like I did anything there, you know. Is that so? But remember that sensation well. If you try to match your body to that movement, it should greatly reduce the burden on your body. Moreover, the augmented suit is set using the movement of someone well trained as the basis, thus if you follow that movement, you might be able to fight well even without my support. I understand, so in short, that sensation was a good thing, right? I think so. It's not something for you to worry about. Now then, let's continue the training. Both Akira and Alpha took their fighting stance, and this time Akira proceeded by following that movement he felt without any worry. They kept training until sunset. After he finished his training, Akira was so tired that he could not even walk on his own, thus it was thanks to his augmented suit that he was able to return to his room. So in short, it was just like Alpha said, he was able to return back by making him walk using his augmented suit. With his new augmented suit, Akira's training had become more efficient and harsher than ever before. Chapter 27, Recognition of the Young Hunters. A lot of hunters gathered in an open field near the city. Akira was among them. The open field was located near the city border right next to the wasteland, and since it had a vast area, it was occasionally used as the meeting ground for the hunters who took certain requests. Many portable shops were also set here. The hunters gathered here after taking a specific request from the hunter office. It was the duty of the hunter office to distribute requests to the hunters. There were all kinds of requests posted on the net, and all the requests had restrictions based on hunter rank. Hunters with rank 10 were not even considered as real hunters, it was rank for a complete amateur. As such, the number of requests that a rank 10 hunter could take was very limited. The request that Akira took was to patrol around the Kagomayama city. Hunters would join together with other hunters to patrol the area in a vehicle that the hunter office provided. Their main job was to thin out the monsters around the city. For this request, the pay was guaranteed even if they did not encounter any monster at all. Moreover, they would get more money if they did encounter monsters and eradicated them. So for those who were lacking skills, they could still get paid just by riding the patrol vehicle. And even if they met some monsters, the other hunters would help them fight those monsters. So in short, they would have a better chance of survival. And for those hunters who sought glory and money, they just had to kill those monsters faster than anyone else. As for the new hunters who wanted to rise up to greatness, this was a perfect request for them. After all, it was not a life-threatening job, so their chance of getting killed was relatively low. A lot of hunters completed their request registration through their information terminal. As such, this method of registration became most common among hunters. But for Akira, who was not very skilled in operating his information terminal, it was not as easy. But thanks to Alpha, who was there to operate his information terminal, he just needed to go to the gathering place. Eventually, a hunter office's staff stood up and used a sound amplifier to give instructions to the hunters who had gathered there. Line up and show us your hunter ID. After that, get on the vehicle assigned to you. You can do anything you want until the departure, but if you are late in boarding the vehicle, we'll take that as you abandoning the request. Now, form a line. All the hunters lined up as if they were already used to this kind of thing. Akira joined one of the lines and waited for his turn. When he was called, he imitated other hunters and just held up his hunter ID on the hunter office staff's information terminal. After the staff finished reading information from Akira's hunter ID, he assigned him a vehicle. Go to vehicle number 14. Next. Akira left the line and headed towards his assigned vehicle. Midway, Alpha looked a bit curious as she said to Akira. Number 14, huh? That does sound like a number for you. What do you mean by that? Don't worry, it's just a number with a certain meaning. So what kind of meaning does this number 14 have? It's nothing to worry about. Just leave everything to me. It'll be alright since you have my support. So let's work hard and come back alive. At first, Akira just tilted his head in confusion. But he eventually became very bothered by it since Alpha kept telling him to stop worrying about it. Seriously though, what exactly does this number 14 mean? That one over there is your vehicle, let's go board it. Alpha just kept smiling, there was no sign that she would explain the meaning behind number 14. The vehicle number 14 was a big truck designed to traverse the wasteland. Its roofless cargo tray was fitted with cheap long benches on both sides. Hunters were already sitting on those long benches. Some of those hunters stared at Akira as he was about to board the truck. There were many armed hunters gathered in his vehicle. Akira thought that those hunters were so powerful that he would not be able to win against them in a one-on-one fight. Thus, he could not help but imagine the worst-case scenario, which made him nervous. But then Alpha suddenly flew to his front and changed her dress. Akira, this seat is empty. Akira was a bit surprised as he sat on the seat pointed by Alpha and locked his face forward. But the scene in front of his eyes made him forget about his nervousness. He made a puzzled look as he asked Alpha. Alpha, why did you change your dress? Alpha struck a pose in front of Akira and smiled at him. Does it look good on me? The truck was designed for traversing the wasteland and its cargo tray was filled with fully equipped hunters, but in the middle of the cargo tray, Alpha was posing in a sexy swimsuit without showing any embarrassment. It made a very contrasting scene. Moreover, Alpha should have been attracting a lot of attention in that situation, but no one even batted an eyelash. It was such a weird scene that it reminded Akira the fact that Alpha was indeed an abnormal being. Alpha's sexy swimsuit showcased her long legs and her alluring figure. Akira did not want to comment on her fashion sense, but he couldn't resist. All I can say is that it's not appropriate for this situation. Even someone like myself, who doesn't know much about common sense, understands that swimsuit is not appropriate in this truck heading to the wasteland. Alpha smiled mischievously. I bet you'll be bored since you'll have to keep looking at the vast and empty wasteland for a long time during this job. So I thought of adding some colors to your views. So what do you think? It's pretty good, isn't it? It was true that her swimsuit was pretty good and he admitted that. But its aesthetics were spoiled because it stuck out like a sore thumb among those hunters. I don't really care, just turn back to your normal dress. Alpha smiled as she was having a good time teasing Akira. If you keep looking at me with that scary face, you'll look suspicious, you know? Akira let out a sigh and decided to stop urging Alpha to change her dress. All the nervousness and uneasiness that he felt when he was boarding the truck were gone after having this stupid conversation with Alpha. And of course, he was not that stupid to not realize that it was exactly the reason why Alpha changed her dress in the first place. As Akira was about to forget everything and focus on the present, the hunter sitting beside him clicked his tongue in annoyance. His name was Hazawa. Another kid, huh? What the heck is going on? It is so unlucky to get assigned to this truck. Another hunter near him then chuckled and mocked Akira. What the heck are you talking about? It just means that we have fewer competitors, so we're actually lucky to get on this truck. Although both of them agreed that there were useless hunters in the truck, they did not agree on their situation. Hazawa looked at the young hunters around him, especially at Akira, then he shouted. I wanted to do a risk-free job, you know. I heard that new monsters have started appearing in Kuzushihara ruins and changed the distribution of the monsters there. That's why I wanted to do a safe job until things return back to normal. Is that too much to ask? But even so, to think that I would get assigned to this truck filled with kids, this is just too unlucky. Akira looked around to see other hunters in the truck. He noticed that there were many around his age in this truck. Hunters mostly did their job in the wasteland. Caution and cowardice would not help hunters in earning a lot of money. On the other hand, it would keep them away from doing anything that would endanger them. The other experienced hunters only smiled at Hazawa's behavior. It was obvious that they understood Hazawa's line of thinking. But there was one young hunter, named Katsuya, who could not let that slide. He shouted back at Hazawa in anger. Are you kidding me? My hunter rank is 19. And I'm not using cheap equipment like yours. Both of our skills and equipment are on different levels, you know. Katsuya was pretty confident with his own skill, and in reality, he was indeed pretty skilled. But since he was a young hunter, he was frequently looked down upon. Thus Hazawa's remark now rubbed him the wrong way. Hazawa looked at Katsuya and the other hunters and mocked. Humph. You're just one of those Drankum brats, right? I know you guys were carried through your ranks by the veteran hunters, like hell I can trust that hunter rank of yours. Drankum was the biggest operational hunter gang in the slum. It was a relatively big gang with hunters as its members. A lot of people used the gang to attain success. The hunter office often gave preferential treatment for such big and influential gangs. Whenever the hunter office gives out a big request which would consume both time and a lot of human resources, it would allow such gangs to decide on the team's composition, handling the lack of human resource and even distribution of rewards. After all, it was easier to govern the rowdy hunters when they were affiliated with a gang. Because of this reason, the hunter office was actively recommending hunters to join a gang, which indirectly led to the formation of such big-scale hunter gangs. The hunter office also managed these hunter gangs. One of the indicators that the hunter office used to evaluate these gangs was the average hunter rank of its gang members. Thus it was rather common among the hunter gangs to let the new hunters tag along with some veteran hunters to raise their rank faster, which in turn, would increase the gang's average hunter rank. The hunter office had some toleration for such conduct. After all, it was also a method to raise the next generation of hunters. It was fine as long as the hunters that got carried still finished their increasingly difficult requests equivalent to their ranks in the future. As such, there were few hunter gangs which only raised up their average rank in order to get the preferential treatment from the hunter office. Those hunter gangs were filled with amateur hunters with a high hunter rank. But that was not the bad part. The worst part of it was when the new hunters, oblivious to their real situation, thought that it was all due to their own skill they got ranked up and ended up doing something foolish. And in case they had to work together with another group for a job, the whole group would have to pay the price of their foolishness. The reason why Hazawa said such a thing was because he himself had gone through dangerous experience because of such kind of hunters. Moreover, he also noticed that the other hunters' equipment were better than his, thus he tried to hide his jealousy with hatred. I bet you didn't buy that equipment with the money that you earned yourself. It's such a pain in the ass to have an arrogant fool like you around, you know. Hunters like you will only give me more trouble. Katsuya looked furious as he replied. It's people like you that will give us trouble. You just said that you're planning to sit back and let other hunters kill the monsters for you right from the start, didn't you? What? I was just saying that I had no plans to clean up your mess. Katsuya and Hazawa were getting more and more agitated as they quarreled. Katsuya was sitting next to two other young hunters affiliated with Drankum, Eri, and Yamaina. Seeing Katsuya not planning to end their quarrel anytime soon, Yamaina started scolding him. She sounded like she had been taking care of him since they were kids. Katsuya, stop it. It would be a problem if they say that you were making a ruckus here. Eri also tried to stop Katsuya by joining the fray. Katsuya, no need to listen to a small fry like him. Katsuya turned to Yamaina and Eri with an annoyed look. But Hazawa got furious when he was called a small fry and glared at Eri. She just ignored it and continued. If we're only amateurs, then the other hunters here are also the same. I'll definitely rise up from this place in no time, so I don't have the time to listen to small fry like him. The whole place suddenly went silent. The moment Eri said that everyone in the truck was also amateurs, everyone looked at Katsuya and his friends with hostility. Unfortunately, Akira also got hostile stares as the other hunters mistook him as one of Katsuya's friends. A hunter by the name Shikarabe broke the silence with a big sigh and put pressure on everyone with his low voice. You three, stop there. Shikarabe's equipment was on a different level compared to the other hunters in the truck. He gave out an aura of an experienced hunter too. He was also a member of Drankum and he was here to look over the other children from his gang. In short, he was a babysitter. Shikarabe looked around him with an annoyance. It was enough to take control of the whole situation that was about to get elevated into a riot. I'll be looking over these brats, so they won't give you any trouble. The other hunters could only agree since Shikarabe was stronger than them. Looking at the others' reaction, Katsuya and Eri made a smug face. At the same time, the staff from the hunter office shouted from the driving seat. It's time. We're going now. Anyone who makes ruckus will be kicked out from the truck and considered as abandoning their job. And also, you from the Drankum. Be sure to keep your brats in check. We're leaving now. The other hunters were relieved when they heard that. Akira looked relieved when the ruckus died down, but he then complained. Why would something like this happen before we even get dispatched? Alpha smiled and said. Maybe it's because of your bad luck. Although Akira was somehow convinced by that reasoning, he quickly tried to refute it, but there's a strong hunter with us in this truck. So it should have nothing to do with my bad luck. The hunters in the truck had calmed down as the truck was on its way to the wasteland. The truck traversed the wasteland by surveying its surroundings using the big sensor installed on it. The rewards awarded to the hunters in a patrol request was based on the numbers of monsters they defeated during their patrol. As for the monsters, basically it was first come first served. The hunter office identified hunters who killed the monsters based on the information gathered by the devices installed in the truck. In the cases where the monsters were killed during a salvo or when it was unclear who killed a monster, the reward would be divided between the hunters who were involved in the salvo or even divided among everyone in the truck. It was also mentioned in one of the clauses in the job request so that the hunters would not complain during the distribution of the rewards. As for the corpse of the monsters, they were all sellable goods and the hunter office had rights over them. It was for preventing the hunters from dragging those corpses back home and delaying the patrol. Although there were cases where another group was sent to collect them, most of the time they were just left behind because it was ineffective. The truck continued patrolling the wasteland. Although they encountered monsters, most were spotted from far away or were just all alone in the middle of the wasteland, thus the hunters were able to take them out from afar. The hunters in the truck were assigned their patrol direction according to their seat. The Drankum hunters were assigned to watch the right side. As for Akira, he was assigned to watch the left side and he had no luck in spotting any monsters till now. Hazawa, who was sitting next to Akira, mistook him as one of the Drankum's member, thus he tried to get Akira to move away from his side with spite. You're one of them, right? So why are you here? Akira answered back calmly. I have no connection with them. Hazawa looked surprised. Is that so? But you're also just a brat. Even a small kid like me needs money too. There are not many requests that a small kid with low hunter rank can take. I only got in this truck together with them by pure chance. If that's the case, then what's with your augmented suit? Isn't that something that you borrowed from Drankum? The reason why Hazawa was suspicious of Akira was because even the cheapest augmented suit was expensive and it was not something that a newbie hunter would be able to afford, more so for a small kid. Hearing Hazawa's question, Akira's expression turned serious. I bought it with the money that I saved. It was pretty cheap since it is 2 generations behind. But even so, I had to sacrifice most of my accommodation money to buy it. Thus I ended up staying in a room without a bath and hadn't been taking bath these past few days. I'm planning to move to a room with a bath with the money that I get from this job. Hazawa was able to feel Akira's resolve and motivation and he was taken aback by it. Hazawa could also see Akira's determination within his eyes. I see. Sorry that I lumped you with those people. Well, I too want to be able to take a bath every day. I can understand your feelings there. Although it was weird to be able to buy an augmented suit only by cutting accommodation money, that line of thinking did not even pass Hazawa's mind as he was taken aback by Akira's reaction. Katsuya and his friends were shooting at the monsters while exchanging light jokes, they were so relaxed. Whether it was because of their real skill or from their lack of awareness of danger due to their lack of experience was unknown, but it was enough to grate the ears of the other hunters who were still annoyed by their behavior before they were dispatched. Katsuya was aiming at a monster from afar, he took an aim carefully and pulled the trigger. But since the truck was rocking and distance from the monster, his shot missed the target. Missed again, huh? This is hard. Yamaina looked exasperated as she smiled and told off Katsuya. Katsuya, As I said, it's too far for you. You should bait it to come closer before trying to shoot. Eri extended her hand and urged him for the rifle. Next is my turn. Wait for a bit. I'll definitely hit my next target. Even though it was first come first served, only Katsuya was shooting at the monsters. This was because the range of his rifle was superior among the other hunters. In short, it showed the difference between the equipment that the Drankum hunters were using compared to the other hunters in the truck. No matter how many shots Katsuya released, the monster kept running towards the truck as none of his shots hit it. When the other hunters readied their gun to take aim, one of the young Drankum hunters would finally hit their target because of their superior effective range and kill the monster. But thinking about the number of bullets they wasted, it was uncertain whether they would make any profit at all. Katsuya lowered his gun while looking disappointed since he could not kill all the monsters by himself. Eri extended her hand towards him again. Katsuya, it's my turn, did I know? As Katsuya reluctantly handed his rifle to Eri, Yamina just smiled bitterly. The young hunters of Drankum monopolized the prey because of their better rifle. It was indeed first come first served, the survival of the fittest. There was no rule saying that they should share their prey. But it was a completely different case whether doing so would anger other hunters or not. Looking at how Katsuya and his friends were acting, Hazawa mumbled in a bad mood. Those brats getting ahead of themselves. Ah, it's not like I'm saying that to you, you know? Hazawa remembered about Akira who was right beside him, thus he said that to Akira in panic. But Akira did not seem to be bothered at all. It's fine, I know that I'm also a brat. I see, by the way, your gun is also a AH rifle, huh? Mine is also a AH rifle, you see. Hazawa then showed his gun to Akira. It was indeed another AAH rifle. Although Akira's rifle looked better maintained than his, Hazawa still felt happy to meet someone who was using the same rifle type that he loved. It's indeed a good rifle, isn't it? It's a famous gun. Although there are people who look down on it because of its cheap price, it was not like the price is everything. If you suck at shooting, you'll miss even if you use an expensive gun. Hazawa glanced at Katsuya. Although Hazawa did not say that intentionally to let Katsuya hear him, still Katsuya overheard him nonetheless since the truck's tray was narrow. Katsuya glared at him and Hazawa who noticed that just chuckled mockingly. Akira then interjected to say his own opinion. We're trying to shoot a monster from a long range in a moving truck, so it's to be expected that it's not going to be easy. Akira sounded as if he was defending Katsuya, thus Hazawa's mood soured while Katsuya looked satisfied. But it quickly changed when Akira continued wording out his opinion. Don't worry though, I'm not someone who would intentionally miss my shots just to bait a monster and make other people take care of my mess. Not to mention, someone said he would take care of them and make sure that they won't trouble other hunters too. Just leave those guys alone. Don't mind them as long as they don't let monsters swarm this truck from their side. Akira sounded like he was saying that Katsuya and his friends were just dead weight to them. Thus Hazawa looked satisfied while Katsuya was obviously offended. Hazawa's mood turned better as he lost interest in Katsuya. He turned his gaze back to Akira and said, As brothers in arms, I'll let you take the first monster coming out in this direction, thank you. Not too long after that, a monster was detected from Akira and Hazawa's direction. It was a big burly carnivorous monster. The moment it noticed the truck, it started running vigorously towards them. Akira composed himself, let out a small breath, and readied his gun. Alpha, I'm counting on your support. How much support do you want this time? Since you're not in training today, how about trying to shoot it by yourself? Nope, please provide me with your full support. The truck is rocking pretty hard, I don't think I can hit that monster without your support. I'll use this chance to see how effective your support is during this kind of situation. Alpha returned a smile hearing his challenge. Oh my, if you say that, then I have no other choice but to show you how great my support is. So leave it to me. I'm counting on you. Akira readied his gun and aimed carefully through its aiming device. The weak points of the monster and the TP line were shown in his view. Although the rocking of the truck should intensely sway the aim, Akira was able to hold his aim through his rifle's scope on that big monster, which was on the very edge of his rifle's effective range. It was possible because Alpha made fine adjustments to compensate for the shaking from the truck. As Akira was about to pull the trigger, she raised the power of his augmented suit along with her fine adjustments and hardened it to stabilize his aim. Akira pulled the trigger of his gun. The bullet which flew out from its muzzle was highly accurate thanks to Alpha's support and hit the weak spot of the monster. The same happened for his second shot and third shot. All of his shots hit the moving monster as if it was a miracle. The last bullet went straight through its skull and ripped its brain off. Each bullet shot by Akira worsened the monster's condition from light to severe wounds and finally to fatal wounds. The monster tripped and rolled over before it finally laid dead. Hazawa was taken by surprise when he saw the monster trip over and die. He never thought that a shot from such distance would even hit the monster. "Whoa, you're pretty good." Akira lowered his gun and replied back as if it was nothing. "Well, as expected from a famous gun." "Why, you can say that again." Hazawa was at loss for words when Akira said it in a fashion as if it was to be expected to hit that monster. Akira was sure that his shots would hit, thanks to Alpha who made it possible. Alpha was smiling meaningfully at Akira. "So, what do you think?" "It was amazing." Alpha looked a bit unsatisfied with his answer. "But you don't seem that amazed though." "Is that so?" "Well, I got to see so many surprising things since I met you. So I might have gotten used to it." "Really? In that case, I'll definitely surprise you in the near future." After saying that, Alpha smiled teasingly. As for Akira, he tried to keep his cool while reacting to Alpha so as to not make himself look suspicious. Hazawa was not the only hunter who was surprised by Akira's skill. From the point of view of people who could not see Alpha, Akira looked like a powerful hunter doing such a miraculous feat like it was nothing. After the truck finished patrolling the area assigned to it, it started its return trip to the city. On their way back home, the hunters in the truck already lowered their guard and started relaxing. Most of them started talking to each other and the truck became a bit noisy. Katsuya didn't take his eyes off Akira. Akira noticed that but he ignored it. "Akira. He's looking at you. It's not like he's going to challenge me to a fight. So just leave him be." "You're right, he might be just looking at you since it's rare to find small kids in this kind of job." Akira thought that Katsuya and his friends were unsociable and they were the kind of people who would frequently cause problems. As long as they were not the ones taking the initiative, Akira preferred to keep away from them. But talking about people who would frequently cause problems, Akira was actually worse than them considering the incident that happened in Cheryl's base the other day. He also understood that but he was playing ignorant. "Alpha, in the end, I only got to kill one monster though. Are we really going to keep doing this kind of job from now on? How much am I going to earn exactly?" "Well, one thing for sure, it won't be enough to let you sleep in a room with a bath. If only another group of monsters attack you like the other day, would you be able to make a lot of money? Give me a break, I don't want to face that kind of situation for a second time." Akira's face twitched as he remembered that he barely survived that fight. But in contrast, Alpha just kept smiling like usual. "You have an augmented suit this time, so I think you have the choice of running away now." "No thanks." "What would you do if it breaks my legs?" "Well, let's use medicine on your legs before they break. I think that should buy us enough time before your legs actually break. Let me make myself clear, can you please come up with a solution so that I won't get in that situation in the first place?" Akira's face distorted when he said that and he maintained his expression all the way back to the city. Akira thought that he would look like a frowning hunter who was on his way back from his job knowing that he did not make much money. Katsuya was looking at Akira with a puzzled face, he then whispered to Yamaina and Eri. "Say, did you look at him when he shot that monster?" Eri shook her head and answered back. "Nope. I wasn't looking at him too, what's wrong?" Yamaina asked back curiously, to which, Katsuya replied back with a disappointed face and said. So both of you didn't see that, huh? We're here for exploration training after all. So we didn't have the time to look at others. Katsuya, that should be the case for you too, right? So why are you watching someone kill a monster? Were you skipping your training? Yamaina scolded Katsuya. So he panicked and tried to come up with an excuse. I am sorry, okay. I just heard some conversation that bothered me back there. So I was curious and kept an eye on them. Get a better grip on yourself, okay? We're a team here, so we have to support each other, but even so, there's a limit on how much support I can give you, you know? Katsuya saw that Yamaina had entered her scolding mode again, thus he glanced at Eri, seeking for help. But Eri asked him a question as if she could not read the mood. What's bothering you anyway? Katsuya immediately answered back in order to cut short Yumina's scolding. Well, actually. Yamaina noticed that Eri saved Katsuya from her scolding, so she just smiled since she knew that there was nothing she could do. As Katsuya told them what he saw when Akira shot that monster, Eri thought for a moment before saying. Wasn't that just pure luck? It was already within his AAH rifle's effective range and there was a chance that his shot hit by pure luck. Moreover, the shots might have not hit the monster directly too. The bullets might have hit the ground near the monster and the monster was surprised by it, thus tripping over and breaking its own neck. Or maybe someone took a shot at that monster at the same time as him. It's hard to believe that he intentionally aimed and hit all his shots at that monster's weak points. I see. But it did look like that to me. Since it's not like I saw it, I can only say that it might be just coincidence. Moreover, even if he did hit his shots successfully, it has nothing to do with us. Yamaina then asked Katsuya in an annoyed tone. By the way, why are you so bothered by that? Eri also joined Yamaina. Putting that aside, I think you should pay more attention to the other hunters who are on the same gang and same team as you. The reason why Katsuya was bothered by Akira was because of Hazawa. It was clear that Hazawa was looking down at them, but even so, it seemed like Hazawa admitted Akira's ability. And that was more obvious after Akira took down that monster. Although Akira and he were similar-aged hunters, Hazawa recognized Akira's skill but did not accept his own skills. Katsuya was just simply bothered by this fact. But since it pained him to say that, he just came up with an excuse. Well, it doesn't really matter. It's just that because he's around the same age as us, it bothered me a bit. Of course, you girls are more important to me than him. Yamaina looked embarrassed as she said. What are you talking about out of the blue? While on the other hand, Eri was delighted as she nodded and said. It's fine as long as you understand. Although they said that, Eri and Yamaina actually knew that Katsuya was trying to evade the real question. But they were swept off their feet by his words and let him get away with that. Hazawa looked annoyed watching Katsuya and his friends, he then let out a sigh and said to Akira. Good grief, these guys are an eyesore right till the end, huh? Akira apathetically replied back. Just let them be. You'll only waste your energy reacting to them, and it'll cause you more trouble if you get in a fight with them. Not to mention that they have brought along another hunter who looks relatively stronger than anyone here. Hazawa glanced at Shikarabe who was sitting near Katsuya. Well, you're correct. But still, there are children like them, and again, there are children like you. I'm just wondering how you guys can be so different from each other like this. Hazawa was only trying to engage in a silly conversation. But Akira went silent for a while before answering back in a serious tone. I'm not that different from those children. Is that so? But from my perspective, you look very different compared to them, you know. We're the same. Although we behave differently, both of us are children who are staking our lives out in the wasteland. That's a fact, no matter whether someone admits that or not. Our luck and skills to explore the ruins, to fight against the monsters and to get out from a mess are not that different. The more dangerous a request we take, the more rewards we can get. But since we're out in the wasteland, we're bound to meet different kinds of people. We were not lucky enough to avoid problematic people this time, but we're sure lucky enough to get back home, that's all there is to it." After saying that, Akira went silent as if he was trying to hide his emotion. Most of the things that he just said were actually directed at himself. The biggest advantage of joining a hunter gang was being able to get support from the other hunters. But if he had to compare that point, Akira with Alpha's support was obviously in a better position. But even so, looking at the other hunters who were similar to him in age, it was true that Akira felt a bit jealous, especially Katsuya and his friends who were having silly talks and joking around enjoying their trip to the wasteland. Hazawa kept staring at Akira without saying anything, he was in deep thought. He got a close look at Akira when he used the AAH rifle to easily kill that monster. Although Hazawa looked calm on the outside, he was actually very shaken deep within. Hazawa knew that he could not do the same feat although he was holding the same rifle. He had no confidence he could hit a target from such a distance. If he was in that situation, he could only spray some bullets hoping to weaken that monster before firing a killing shot. It was impossible for him to defeat the monster with the least amount of bullets like what Akira did. He understood this fact very well. Hazawa's gaze shifted to Akira's gun, it was the same AAH rifle like his. But Akira's gun looked like it was properly maintained. In contrast to that, he could not even remember the time he had done full maintenance for his own rifle. As expected of a favorite gun, AAH rifle could maintain its performance even when it was not properly maintained. But it was to be expected that the performance of a gun would slowly worsen if it was not properly maintained. When Hazawa looked at his gun, it looked like a shabby gun to him now. Hazawa then just smiled bitterly. "I could return back home safely from the wasteland although I'm using this gun, huh? It seems that I'm pretty lucky." Although he took this relatively safe patrol job because he was afraid of dying, he did not properly maintain his own gun and went out to the dangerous wasteland. Even though this job did not seem worth the money at first glance, it looked even more unworthy of the money to him now. Hazawa did a lot more dangerous hunter jobs in the past. He explored a lot of ruins, brought back a lot of relics, fought all kinds of monsters and survived all of those. At the same time, he also saw a lot of people getting killed. Some of them were his fellow hunters who went to the ruins with him, some of them were bandits who tried to rob him and some of them were his friends who suddenly stopped coming to their usual drinking place. All these deaths weakened Hazawa's resolve. Eventually, Hazawa decided to exchange his chance of success with his safety. "If I keep doing cheap work like this because of fear, I guess it's given that I would end up being a hunter with no achievement, huh? Now that I remember it, I was way more ambitious back in the days." One of the reasons why Hazawa was so annoyed watching Katsuya and his friends was because he could feel their determination to raise up as successful hunters. They still tried to chase a higher position despite all the dangers that they were facing. If they did have the ability and the luck, it would be as Eri said, they would raise up in the rank in no time. But putting that aside, it was true that Katsuya and his friends were aiming for a higher position, just like he did in the past. "I guess this is it for today, I'll go back home after this and do proper maintenance on my gun. Then I'll redo everything again. I'll once again aim for becoming a hunter that I was dreaming about. After all, I'm a lucky person. I'm lucky that I was able to meet these brats today, it's as if saying that I should retry again." Hazawa made up his resolve in silence. In truth, Hazawa was actually a lucky person. After all, he was able to finish his job for the day and go back to his inn to do proper maintenance of his gun. He was actually luckier than he thought he was. Chapter 28, A Request from the Corporate Government. Akira and the other hunters returned back to the gathering place. It was busier than when they had left. The trucks that were used during the patrol were lined up and the hunters were off-boarding from their trucks. As Akira stepped down from the truck's tray, the nervousness and tensed-up feeling inside him finally cleared. He then let out a sigh to expel all the tiredness within his psyche. Alpha smiled and tried to cheer up the tired Akira. "Good work out there. You got back safely without any trouble." "You're right. I'm really glad. But don't forget that this is also thanks to my support, okay? Yeah. To be honest, I thought I had to be more cautious of your bad luck when you got number 14, but it seems that there was nothing to worry about after all. When Akira heard that, he looked at Alpha in puzzlement. Seriously though, what meaning does this number 14 actually have? It's nothing to worry about. Alpha's smile did not change as she said that. Although Akira was still suspicious, he was interrupted when one of the Hunter office staff made an announcement. Show your Hunter ID and report in to wrap up your patrol request. The rewards will be distributed at the counters in the Hunter office. The payment distribution will start at 1800 hours today. Hunters who didn't collect their payment within 48 hours since the start of distribution will lose their rewards. I'll say it again. Show your Hunter ID and... The staff from the Hunter office kept repeating this announcement to the hunters who returned from their patrol. It was in order to avoid any kind of problems that might arise when they distribute the payment for these hunters. Akira, let's go and formally finish today's request. It'll be bad if you forget it. So let's go now. Alright. Just give me a break and return back to your usual dress, will you? Oh my, do you hate this swimsuit that much? Alpha then turned to Akira and made some poses to display her charm while making a displeased expression showing that she was offended by his remark. Akira had calmed down and loosened up after realizing that he was no longer in the wasteland, so he now felt that Alpha's swimsuit was a bit too aggressive. So he replied back bluntly. Just turn back to how you usual dress already. It can't be helped then. Alpha then changed into something that was less revealing. Although it was still rather aggressive, Akira thought that it was at least fine for now. After all, if he complained too much about it, she might even turn her dress to something worse instead. After that, Akira joined the line for the report wrap-up. When his turn came, he let the information terminal handled by the Hunter office staff to read the data from his Hunter ID. The sound made by the terminal when it read the data from his Hunter ID indicated that his job was formally over. Akira felt like he had accomplished something. Alpha then told him to open his information terminal, connect it to the Hunter office and check the request history. With her help, Akira used his information terminal to connect to the Hunter office and opened the page that showed individual data of hunters. When he checked the history section, he could see that the request he just finished was listed there. By the way, what should I do to receive the reward? It would be transferred to your account. The basic reward is 5,000 Aurum. Although I don't know about the data gathered by the Hunter office's information gathering devices, you did defeat only one monster back there. So don't keep your hopes too high. When the payment distribution begins, your reward should be transferred to your account from the Hunter office. As for your Hunter rank, I can't really say anything. After all, the rank promotion calculation is not revealed to the public. The current Akira was more concerned about the money that he could get for paying his accommodation rather than his rank. Thus he frowned when he heard her explanation about his reward. That I still can't change to a room with a bath with that amount of money. You just finished your first request for this morning, you know. I think it'll be okay if you sum up all the money that you'll be making today. I hope you're correct. The patrol request was divided into 3 rounds during the morning and 4 rounds during the evening. Since the ammo expenditure depended on the number of monsters that they encountered during the patrol, it was divided in such a way that they would always have enough reserve ammo to return back as scheduled without any trouble. Most of the hunters who took this request were new young hunters. And even after registering their name beforehand, some of them still did not turn up in the gathering place. There were a lot of possible reasons for the same. Some of them were just simply abandoning the request. Some of them took multiple requests, got attacked by monsters on their previous request and were too afraid to proceed. And of course, some of them were rendered unfit to fight or even got killed by monsters. These were common happenings among new hunters. But the Hunter office did not differentiate between these reasons. After all, these kinds of things only happened because these hunters were lacking in their resolve and skill. The next request that Akira took would start at 11 o'clock. Since he only used 3 bullets during his last patrol, he did not need to restock his ammo before proceeding to the next request. So he decided to have a small talk with Alpha while waiting. But suddenly, Elena, who was passing by that area by pure chance, noticed Akira and smiled at him. "Ah, as I thought, it is Akira. Long time no see, Akira." Akira politely bowed his head. "Long time no see. I thought that I would frequently see you in Shizuka's shop, but it seems that you haven't been visiting her shop lately. Did anything happen?" "Ah, it's just that after I placed my order for an augmented suit, I temporarily stopped doing any hunter requests and was spending most of my time inside my room. My augmented suit arrived not too long ago and I started taking up hunter requests again today." "I see, I'm glad that it wasn't because you were bedridden after getting injured from back then." Elena then looked at Akira's augmented suit. "Is that the augmented suit you were talking about?" "Yep, it looks good on you. You look really cool in it." "Thank you for the compliment." Akira was a bit bashful when he said that. Looking at his reaction, Elena felt it rather cute. But right after that, her face turned serious. "When I look at him like this, he looks like just your normal everyday boy." "But..." Akira noticed that small change in Elena's expression and looked at her in puzzlement. But then Elena politely bowed at Akira. "I know that this might be way too late, but I want to say it properly. Thank you very much for saving me and Sarah back then. I'm really thankful to you." Akira looked like he was at a loss for words, but then Elena continued with her still serious face. "Sarah has already said this to me and I too promise you that I won't ask anything unnecessary and I won't reveal this to anyone." Akira looked conflicted for a second, but he immediately covered it up with a smile. "Ah, right, please don't tell anyone." As Elena saw Akira's reaction, she felt a little disappointed. "As I thought, it's not like he can trust us right away, huh?" "Well, it's only to be expected though." Elena's heart hurt a little when she realized that Akira still did not fully trust her, but at the same time, she understood his reason too. She thought that Akira might be someone who could connect to the old world domain and that he knew it was dangerous if other people discovered that. Thus it was only to be expected that he did not trust her. After all, there were cases where getting killed was better than getting discovered. Elena understood that as well. That was why she tried to give her best sincere smile to Akira in order to make him feel more at ease. "Even if I look like this, I'm a hunter with quite some accomplishments under my belt, so I know well about the importance of trust. And not to mention that I don't want Shizuka and Sarah to hate me, of course, I don't want you to hate me too. So don't worry." "Ah, it's not like I can't trust you or Sarah-san. It's just that. You know." "Is that so?" "Thank you for believing in us, I'm really happy that you do." Elena then smiled fondly at Akira. Akira was embarrassed seeing her being so sincere to him, but then he started to blush and started to get flustered for a different reason. Elena was happy and it was shown in her face. Judging by Akira's reaction, it seemed that he was indeed not lying. But then she looked reluctant and said, "To be honest, I still want to talk with you for some more time, but I have some other things to do for now. Let's meet up again somewhere else like in Shizuka's shop and have a long conversation next time. Since you're here, I bet you're taking that patrol request, right? Because this is your first hunter job after a while, be sure to not let your guard down and be careful out there, okay? See you around then." "Yes, I'll be careful. Elena-san too, please be careful." Elena waved at Akira before she left the place. After Elena was gone from his views, Akira hung his head and let out a big sigh. Just like that time with Sarah-san, Akira felt a strong and heavy emotion crawling inside his heart. Alpha noticed that and immediately called out to him. "Akira." Akira then remembered what Alpha said to him back then. "I know, it's alright." Akira had made his resolve and decided that next time he would save Elena and Sarah for the sake of saving them and not as a pretense for killing other people. And he would get stronger both for Elena and Sarah's sake and for his own sake as well. Looking at that, Alpha smiled at him and said, It's all good as long as you get it. It's about the time for the next request, so let's move. Okay. Akira raised his head and firmly stepped forward. As the time for his next job came closer, Akira got assigned to a truck just like before. While he was walking to his assigned truck, Alpha, who was beside him, frowned a bit. This number again, huh? I wonder if this number has some kind of connections with you or something. Akira got assigned to the number 14 truck again. Looking at how Alpha frowned and said that as if it had some kind of meaning behind it, Akira also frowned. Seriously now, if you're going to say something like that, you should just tell me the meaning behind that number. It's nothing much. It's just that according to my experience, it was a rather unlucky number. Oh, I see, it's indicating that I have bad luck, huh? Yep, it is. Akira was convinced by her answer as she would not explain anything more than that. As the next patrol was dispatched, Akira looked around to check the faces of other hunters who were in the same truck as him. Although he saw some familiar faces, he did not see Hazawa or the Drankum hunters who were with him in his last patrol. This time, Akira was the only young hunter in the truck. Although it did not become a ruckus like the last time, there were still some hunters who looked at him as if he was a dead weight. But after he got to kill some monsters with his accurate shooting thanks to Alpha's support, other hunters stopped looking at him like that. Due to his highly accurate shooting, some of them even thought that Akira was a cyborg. After all, it was not an impossible thing to execute such a highly accurate shot if he was a cyborg with a pre-installed accuracy support device and software. Moreover, it was not rare for a hunter who just got a new body modification to be taking low-level requests until he or she got used to it. The patrol continued without any problem. The strength of the monsters and the number of encounters they had were all manageable for a normal hunter. And for those hunters who expected to make quite a sum of reward money, this time's patrol was a productive one. Akira did kill a lot of monsters together with other hunters, thus he could not help but smile and look forward to his reward money. After they finished their patrol and were on their way back to the city, some of the hunters who were expecting to get a good amount of reward were laughing and talking to each other on how were they planning to spend their money. Some of them were planning to go to the entertainment district in the city and some of them were planning to splurge their money buying things. Akira was also in a good mood. Although he had no idea about how much rewards he would get, judging by how the other hunters were acting, it seemed that he could get his hopes high up for this time's reward. It seems that I might be able to stay in a room with a bath after all. I'll take a good long bath today. Akira was very relaxed after he finished his second patrol. Alpha saw that and warned Akira with a smile. Remember that you also have a patrol job in the evening too, so don't get too relaxed yet, okay? Let's work hard so you can keep staying in a room with a bath from tomorrow. I know. But it'll be fine as long as it's only at this level. Or is it that the next patrol will be harder than this one? Although the difficulty of both requests is the same, it's common to find that the real difficulty is different compared to what was mentioned in the request information. And this is more prominent in case of eradication requests such as the one we're taking. But I bet you know this very well already, right? After all, you experienced it yourself where you got attacked by two groups of monsters on the same day. Yeah, you're right, I'll be more careful. Akira smiled bitterly and readjusted his psyche, which he let loose just a moment ago. He understood well about his unluckiness since there were cases where he had to face it in the past. After he returned, he completed the job wrap-up and accepted the request for his next patrol. Akira then sat in the gathering place to eat his hunter's ration. His next truck was also number 14. I wonder if they assign hunters to the same truck always. Akira looked conflicted since Alpha told him that number 14 was unlucky, but in contrast to that, Alpha seemed like she was no longer bothered by that. That seems to be the case. But it's nothing to worry about. So then, we still have some time before the next patrol starts. What's your plan for now? If you ask me so. I still have quite a lot of reserve ammo, so I don't think there's any need to refresh my reserve. And I've also finished my meal too. I have no idea what to do next. In that case, How about heading to the truck and taking a nap? You might be feeling the rush after finishing the last patrol, because of that there's a chance you're not feeling the fatigue now. So just to be safe, it's better if you take rest. Even a short nap will really make you feel better. Is that so? Alright then, let's do as you say. Akira then headed to the truck assigned to him. There was no one in the truck. He boarded the tray, sat on one of the seats, put his rucksack down near his leg and prepared to take a nap. Alpha smiled and said in a gentle voice, "I'll wake you up on time for the request, so don't worry about that. I'll be counting on you, so I shall go ahead take a nap now." Akira gave a light nod and closed his eyes. He immediately fell asleep. It was as Alpha said, he was building up fatigue that he himself did not realize. He was lulled to sleep as soon as he relaxed his body. For Akira, who had been living in the back alley of the slum city for years, it was unthinkable to be able to sleep in such a condition. Normally, he would have thought that sleeping in the middle of an open place filled with armed people roaming around would be the same as a suicide. But the fact that he could sleep here was because of his trust in Alpha. The gathering place for the patrol job was filled with hunters and merchants. Sarah and Elena were also among them. It seemed like they were waiting for someone, but they were also attracting glances from the people around them. The reason for that being the big opening in Sarah's suit near her chest. Sarah made a mistake when she replenished her nanomachine stock and completely filled her reservoir. Thus her suit could not fully cover her nanomachine reservoir, which is her chest, so she had no other choice but to let a big opening on her suit's fastener. In order to prevent the opening from getting any bigger, Sarah used a sturdy-looking fastener belt below her chest. But because of that, her attractive and alluring chest became even more prominent. Moreover, because she was not wearing her inner suit today, the gap in her suit revealed her bare skin valley of paradise. Elena smiled bitterly. "As I thought, it might be better if you put something on top or wear something under." Sarah just smiled and rejected that suggestion. "If I put a random thing on top of it, it might obstruct my movements. As for the inner suit, all of my inner suits are torn. None are suitable for me now. Moreover, I have no reserve inner suit as well, and the clothes made of fabric that can handle the body movement of an augmented human are expensive. Well, it can't be helped, I'll just have to endure this for now. Your defensive suit also has a function to increase the performance of the nanomachine inside your body, so the inner suit should be compatible with that too, right? Undies made using the technology from the old world are sturdy, but we don't have the leeway to buy them yet, huh? Well, it can't be helped." Sarah laughed mischievously as she made a suggestion. "Elena, I think some of the attention will be shifted to you if you also make a big opening like mine in your suit. So can you please do that too? Just think of it as helping me out." Elena smiled and gave Sarah a short answer. "No thanks. That's just too bad." Sarah then made an exaggerated gesture to show her disappointment. Right after that, a young boy came running and stopped in front of Elena and Sarah before giving them a big smile. He looked like he was very excited. It seemed like he was the person Elena and Sarah were waiting for. "Elena-san. Sarah-san. I'll be in your care today." That boy was Katsuya. Eri and Yamaina followed behind him. Yamaina looked exasperated as she smiled bitterly and said to Katsuya, "Katsuya, don't go ahead alone like that. You're too excited." Yamaina said the last part in a small voice that no one could hear as it was mixed with a little bit of jealousy and annoyance. But she immediately returned back to her usual self and politely bowed to Elena and Sarah. "Elena-san, Sarah-san, I'll be in your care today." As for Eri, her expression did not change much as she said, "I'll be in your care too." Katsuya idolized Elena and Sarah. Although there were a lot of other feelings mixed in, it was still a form of his admiration towards other hunters that he recognized to be above him. Of course, there were a lot of hunters in Drenkum who were well above him, but because most of them were always looking down on a young hunter like him, so he did not really like them. In contrast to them, even after doing several jobs together with Elena and Sarah, there was not even an instance where they looked down at him or mocked him or insulted him or showed that they hated young hunters like him. There were even times when they were being considerate of his inferior skill, but that was to be expected. As a matter of fact, he was actually happy when Elena and Sarah were being considerate to him. Because of his past experience, Katsuya was excited when he knew that he was going to do a hunter request together with the strong, gentle, admirable, and on top of that, beautiful Elena and Sarah. For Eri and Yamaina, as fellow female hunters, Elena and Sarah were their idols who they aspired to be. That was why they understood that it could not be helped when Katsuya got excited, and so they held themselves back. Shikarabe followed behind Katsuya and the girls. He glanced at Katsuya showing this contempt for being so excited, but then he immediately returned back to his usual expression and turned to Elena and Sarah. Are we late? Nope, it's fine. I see. Well, I'll be leaving them to you. Just check on them from time to time. Drankum made a special appeal to Elena and Sarah to take request along with Katsuya and his friends. Although it included a lot of details, the bottom line was, they wanted Elena and Sarah to take care, train, and protect Katsuya, Eri and Yamaina. So in short, Drankum wanted them to watch over the young hunters. Elena and Sarah understood this when they accepted the request. All the young hunters belonging to Drankum were stipulated to work under other veteran hunters until they piled up enough experience, abilities and achievements. This was required in order to increase the survivability of young inexperienced hunters in this line of work where their chance of survival was already low. It was also a method to attract more hunters into their gang. Katsuya was deemed quite talented, thus he was assigned to work under Shikarabe, who was regarded as a skilled hunter in the gang. This was also because it was Shikarabe who found the hidden talent in Katsuya. But even so, Shikarabe did not like Katsuya, thus he was pretty annoyed when he got to watch over Katsuya. This was also one of the reasons why Shikarabe made an individual request to Elena and Sarah to look over Katsuya and his companions. Seeing Shikarabe look relieved because he would not have to watch over Katsuya and his friends for some time, Elena felt sorry as she said to him. About that request though, I'm really sorry to say this so suddenly, but can you please cancel it? Katsuya was surprised since he was looking forward to doing this request. Yeah. What's wrong? Shikarabe was also shocked. He then asked Elena for the reason while looking a bit displeased. What do you mean by that? You're asking me to cancel the request right before it starts, you know. I hope you have a good explanation for this. Of course, a work request was sent to us from the Hunter office. I'm really sorry, but we'll be prioritizing that request. After hearing Elena's explanation, Katsuya was very upset and displeased. But that was not the case for Shikarabe. As a hunter from Drankum, he only showed a bit of displeasure to Elena, who was trying to refuse his request. He then continued to pressure her with a little intimidation. So you're canceling a request from Drankum just because of that, huh? Do you really think that we will allow you to do that? There will be consequences, you know. But Shikarabe's behavior instantly changed with Elena's reply. Even if that request comes from the corporate government, the corporate government? Shikarabe was surprised. This reason was enough to completely erase his displeasure towards Elena and Sarah. The corporate government was a huge association of multiple big companies that ruled over the Eastern District. The Hunter Association, which runs the various Hunter offices, was nothing but one of the working partners of the corporate government. Thus for the Hunters, any request made under the name of the corporate government was very important. If they refused a request without any good reason, in the worst-case scenario, it might even turn the whole Eastern District into their enemy. The request is to patrol around a dangerous region near Kagomayama City, but the request was made under the corporate government. Although, to be honest, work like this should be made by the city. I don't know the reason, but since the request was sent formally from the Hunter office, I don't think there was any mistake. I'm sorry, but it's not like I can refuse this request just because I'm planning to explore around with some of my acquaintances. As for the cancellation fees, the Hunter office will directly transfer it to Drankum. You're okay with this, right? Elena then smiled as if she was challenging Shikarabi after giving that explanation. Or maybe Drankum wants to take responsibility and negotiate with the corporate government. Of course, I'll rethink about your request if you are able to do that much. Shikarabi smiled bitterly and shook his head. Don't be stupid, I get it. I'll tell the people in the Drankum. But still, a request from the corporate government, huh? What's going on? Your guess is as good as mine. So there, you have it, I have a lot of things to prepare. I'm sorry but we'll be leaving. Tell the Drankum's side that I did meet you directly to cancel the request. When the Hunter office sent a request from the corporate government, they usually only sent that request to first-class hunters who usually worked near the front line. Although Elena and Sarah were recognized as pretty strong hunters in Kagomayama City, they were not that strong for the corporate government to take notice of them. Shikarabi, Sarah and Elena knew this fact well, that was why they had a lot of questions regarding this request. Sarah turned to Katsuya and the other kids. Well, so there you have it. I'm sorry for today, see you again next time. Ah, okay. It's unfortunate but it can't be helped. Although Katsuya was still not fully convinced, he had no other choice but to accept it. At the same time, his gaze was sucked into Sarah's cleavage, but he immediately looked away. Sarah just smiled seeing that. Soon, Elena and Sarah left the place. Shikarabi then used his information terminal to contact Drankum and discuss this. Katsuya let out a sigh. A request from the corporate government, huh? That is amazing, but it's too bad that Sarah-san and Elena-san had to cancel today's request because of that. I wonder when I'll get my next chance. As for Yamaina and Eri, they both also felt that it was indeed too bad. But after seeing how Katsuya reacted, they felt a bit conflicted and it was shown on their face. In order to change the mood, Yamaina made an awkward smile and said, I don't think there'll be next time, after all, you were staring at Sarah-san's chest just now. She might hate you for that, you know. Katsuya coughed and panicked. Did I stare too hard? Eri made a short remark that confirmed what Yamaina said. You did. Katsuya started making excuses in panic. Well, it's just that I was captivated. It can't be helped, you know. Any guy would agree with me after seeing that. So I'm sure Sarah-san would understand. Yamaina looked amused as she kept teasing Katsuya. I think Sarah-san won't understand since she's a girl. Eri also followed Yamaina but with a flat expression. Curiosity killed the cat, it might be better if you give up. Unlike Yamaina who was obviously teasing Katsuya, Eri just stated out a fact, hearing which, Katsuya panicked even more. That's not it. It's just that Sarah-san was wearing a pendant although she usually doesn't wear any, and that pendant was made of a bullet which is uncommon. The pendant's top was sucked into her chest, so I couldn't help but get curious when I noticed that, you know. Yamaina and Eri let out a sigh at the same time. Now that you mention it, that was unusual for Sarah-san to be wearing a pendant like that. It looks crude though, I wonder if someone gave her that as a present. I don't think Sarah-san or Elena-san would buy something like that themselves, so it might as well be a present from someone. That might be a present from her boyfriend. Katsuya was lightly shocked. Boyfriend. But I heard that Sarah-san and Elena-san only work in a team of 2. So it's hard to believe if she has a boyfriend. Her boyfriend doesn't have to be another hunter, you know. Moreover, it's not too unbelievable. It might even be another hunter who could not join her in hunter requests since it'll disrupt his relation with the other hunters. If that's the case, then it won't be strange at all. Or they might have already started negotiation for transfer. Yamaina and Eri were having their time of life teasing Katsuya who seemed to have a crush on Sarah. Thus Katsuya's torture kept on continuing. Shikarabi ended his call in a bad mood. He was annoyed that the negotiation did not end up well. He pushed his displeasure aside and turned to Katsuya and the other kids to inform the result of the negotiation. You guys can go back home if you guys want, but if you want to take up more jobs, you'll have to take the patrol work just like the one that you took this morning with me, so what do you want to do? Today's work with Elena got cancelled anyway, so I think it's fine if you guys just go home for today. Personally, Shikarabi wanted them to just go back home for today, but as someone who was taking care of them, he could not say that outright. As such, he could only send a stare saying that he hoped they would just disband. Just go back home. You should be able to understand that I can't order you to disband. You should also get the hint that something bad might be happening right now from the earlier conversation with Elena. I know that you don't want to go to a patrol job with me either. Your next chance to go with Elena will come again sooner or later. There's no need to work hard under me, so just go back home. Shikarabi's silent prayer did not reach them as Katsuya turned to Yamaina and Eri and asked them, "What to do now? I did prepare my stuff to go for a job, and not to mention that I want to raise my hunter rank as soon as possible too. After all, with our current hunter rank, we can't take other requests on our own, and we can't go for exploring ruins either. Either way, they would still need Shikarabi's permission." Katsuya wanted to break off from this situation as soon as possible. If he did, then there would be fewer people looking down on him. "I don't mind if you say so, how about you, Eri?" "No problem." As for Yamaina and Eri, they only followed Katsuya most of the time. Their budding love for Katsuya in their heart pushed them to do so. Shikarabi just looked at them with a cold gaze, showing his intense hatred towards Katsuya. "Going with majority rule again, huh? Don't you know that those two won't oppose if you make a suggestion? Are you doing this intentionally after knowing that fact?" Originally, there were 5 kids under Shikarabi. Every time they wanted to decide on something, they would always go with majority rule, and Katsuya always won. That was why the other 2 made a request to be transferred to another team. And so Shikarabi was left with Katsuya and these 2 girls. Looking at how Katsuya was forcing his opinion using this majority rule, Shikarabi's hatred towards Katsuya intensified. Katsuya then turned to Shikarabi to tell him their decision. "We'll take another patrol request, all right." Shikarabi then turned his back to Katsuya and took out his information terminal to contact Drankum and take care of the registration for the patrol job. As he was operating his information terminal, he let out a sigh, looking annoyed. "Damn it, if only I didn't have to look over these brats, I would have been able to investigate that request from the corporate government by now. I know that we should invest in training the young hunters, but we're the ones working hard to pay for their equipment and sacrificing our time doing cheap work together with them for the sake of their training. I really hope the people in the management would pay more attention to this." Shikarabi understood that it was Drankum's policy and not Katsuya's fault, but he did not understand that it was normal for hatred to be created between the people who had to make sacrifices and the people who benefited from others' sacrifice. Elena and Sarah reached home and were preparing themselves for the request inside their vehicle. They checked their ammo reserves, the condition of the vehicle, the big information gathering device, and the machine gun installed on their vehicle. They also installed more armor just to be safe and filled the energy tank. This was pretty excessive preparation for a simple patrol in the wasteland. Normally, Elena would do the information gathering and driving, while Sarah would peek out from the vehicle and shoot monsters down. So they were preparing themselves in the area that they were responsible for. "Say, Elena, about this request though, what do you think about it? I did a bit of investigation, but I couldn't get anything of worth. But it seems that the same request was also sent to other hunters near the ruins. Since hunters like us got this request sent to us directly from the corporate government, I think it's fully expected that there are other hunters who got the same request as well. Maybe they're trying to call all the hunters back to the city." Sarah looked puzzled. "Doesn't that mean that there would be another big-scale monster attack?" But again, it's weird that the corporate government would send out a request just because of that, huh? If that's really the case, then the defense squad of the city should be enough to handle them. Not to mention that it would be a perfect chance to show their worth to the people who keep saying that the defense squad spends too much money. So I don't think they would go out of their way to call the hunters back to the city just to snatch the role from the defense squad. Elena looked conflicted as she agreed with Sarah. "That's true. It's because of that, I just can't understand the reason behind this request." It would be great if it's just a form of insurance, but that might not be the case. Let's just prepare everything so that we can stay safe even if anything unexpected happens. Elena said that last part with a firm voice as if to psyche themselves up, but then she continued with a soft tone. But well, I bet it'll be alright. After all, we're doing very well lately. Thanks to that, we got quite a lot of money and we were able to upgrade our equipment. It is as if our time when we were on a slump were non-existent in the first place. Although I said it as if it were nothing, we were really facing a hard time back then. Sarah replied back in a small voice. It was really bad indeed. And what made us rise back up from that situation was Akira saving us. Not only did he save our lives, he even turned over our situation. I can't thank him enough for everything that he did for us. Elena agreed with her as she smiled and nodded. Speaking about Akira, I met him today by coincidence. I was finally able to say my thanks to him and I feel much better now. But don't worry, just like you, I also promised him about not asking anything unnecessary or telling anyone else about him. You met Akira. Although I thought that I would meet him in Shizuka's shop sooner or later, I didn't see him lately at all. Where did you meet him? It was in the gathering place where we met Katsuya. It seems that Akira was also taking the patrol request. He told me that he locked himself inside his room after placing his order for an augmented suit in Shizuka's shop. That makes sense though, after all, it would be unfortunate if he went out to the wasteland before getting his augmented suit and got injured. So Akira started to get better hunter equipment for himself, huh? We should work hard too. Yeah, let's give our best out there. Elena and Sarah giggled as they continued with their preparation. Although they could not understand the reason behind this request from the corporate government, they were confident that they would be able to do it just fine. Chapter 29, Impossible, Reckless and Futile. Akira, who was taking a nap in the truck, suddenly heard Alpha's voice inside his head. Akira, it's time. Wake up. Since Akira was the only one who could hear her voice, she was free to wake him up by blasting him with a loud voice. Akira immediately opened his eyes and looked up. He saw Kobayashi, a staff from the hunter office, standing in front of him. Kobayashi was the truck driver and he was responsible for maintaining the truck. His job also included taking care of the hunters who were in his truck's tray. He smiled when he saw Akira wake up right before he started cleaning the tray. It was as if Akira woke up on an alarm clock. Right when I was about to throw you out if you don't wake up, huh? It seems that you're using a pretty good alarm. Yeah, I'm using the best one out there. Akira just smiled lightly while Alpha looked a bit offended. Wait for a second, I'm not an alarm clock. Sorry. Good grief. Kobayashi then shouted to all the hunters in the tray. It's time. We're going now. Anyone making ruckus will be kicked out. You understand? As Akira looked around at the other hunters who were in the same truck, he saw Katsuya and his friends too. Judging from Kobayashi's words, Akira thought that another problem had occurred when he was sleeping, thus he looked away from Katsuya as to avoid getting involved with him. Not too long after that, the truck started moving, and that marked Akira's third patrol job for the day. Although the patrol went well without any trouble, for the hunters who were aiming for rewards, it was a bad run. After all, they did not encounter any monsters at all. The truck that was outfitted for the patrol job was equipped with a wide-range detection device. The main aim for the patrol was only to cull the number of monsters around the city, thus it would only take a route with a low possibility to encounter a monster. So it was completely normal not to encounter any monsters at all from time to time. Everyone in the tray had already relaxed and started making silly talks. And thanks to the wide-range detection device, they could relax without fearing any surprise attacks. As for those hunters who were already used to doing the patrol, they had completely put their guards down. Akira was looking out to the wasteland with a stern face. Nothing, huh? You're right. Alpha looked indifferently when she replied back. She didn't even look at Akira and spoke in an apathetic way. After hearing Alpha's reply, Akira understood that she was not in a good mood. I'm sorry, I didn't know that it would bother you this much. As Akira frankly apologized, Alpha quickly changed her behavior. But there was still a trace of indifference on her face. Don't worry, it's nothing. It's good that you're acting all friendly with me, but you did call me an alarm clock back then. So just be more careful next time, okay? Although Akira was curious as to why Alpha was in such a bad mood, he was afraid to worsen it further by asking her any unnecessary questions, thus he just stayed silent. The awkward mood between them continued, but Alpha just smiled at him and said, "If you really want to fix my mood, it's a good idea for you to say something nice to cheer me up." After saying that, she made a teasing pose in front of Akira and smiled provokingly. Akira thought for a bit. He then fixed his pose and made a serious face. "It's all thanks to you that I'm alive until this point. Thank you very much for guiding me through the ruins while avoiding any encounter with monsters, thank you for helping me search for relics, thank you for helping me fight monsters. You even helped me to get this augmented suit and to improve my accuracy. Thank you very much for everything, I'll be counting on you as always." "You're welcome. I'm happy to help you. I'll be counting on you too." Alpha became happy when Akira was honestly being grateful to her. But there was still some awkwardness floating in the silence right after that as she was smiling faintly and awkwardly. "Dad, I'm happy with what you said, but there's something else, you see." Although Akira did expect that it would be pointless to say his thanks this late. But he saw something strange in Alpha's behavior. "Something else? Is there anything strange?" "Yep, for example, is there anything you want to say about my appearance?" Alpha changed back to her swimsuit when Akira was sleeping. It was an aggressive swimsuit with a high level of exposure showing her beautiful skin and limbs, and at the same time, it was very alluring and captivating. Akira took another good look at Alpha. He then decided to word out his candid opinion that he thought to be meaningless even if he said it. "As I thought, it looks really weird. If you can, please return back to your normal dress." Alpha let out a sigh and changed her dress. She erased the swimsuit, became naked for a blink and put on a fully armed battle suit. It had fasteners running from around her neck, down to her chest and to the back of her hip. But the fastener was not zipped all the way and it showed her alluring bare skin. Although it was not that exposing, it was clearly an alluring appearance to the opposite sex. After Alpha changed her appearance, Akira voiced out his opinion again about her outfit. "This one is better than before, but this does not help at all since you're already floating around, so you still look weird to me." In order to make him look less suspicious to the other people, Akira was looking out to the wasteland which also doubled as him looking out for monsters too. And Alpha was floating as if she was standing on an invisible platform. Alpha just smiled bitterly. "That's not what I meant, I was expecting some compliment about my appearance, like if it's beautiful, or it looks great on me, or simply whether I look dashing in it." "Oh, I see." Akira looked surprised when he said that, but he then immediately turned back to his normal self. "I think you're very beautiful and all the dresses that you usually wear are wonderful and charming. It is just that your last dress was very inappropriate for the current situation, but it was still very charming and wonderful to me." "Really? But your reaction was pretty weak, you know. Even if you tell me so." "Well, although it's weird for me to say this. Maybe I somehow already got used to it, or something like that." Alpha's appearance was basically a CG produced through an advanced and complicated graphic calculation. Because of that, Alpha could freely change her expression and body proportion. Alpha took advantage of this freedom to create an extremely beautiful and alluring appearance that was rare to be found naturally. Akira remembered the first time he saw Alpha, it was so shocking and captivating as if his soul was sucked out from his body. But it was no longer the case now and he thought that it was because he already got used to her beauty. Alpha was almost always beside him 24/7, and there were a lot of occasions where she would pose her naked body or wear a dress that was close to naked in front of him. She even went into the bath together with him. That was why Akira thought that he should have gotten used to it. Alpha at least accepted Akira's explanation for now. Got used to, huh? I guess I'll need to think about it. You're not thinking of anything bad, right? Nope, not at all. Akira looked at Alpha with suspicion, but Alpha just smiled it off. When Akira was sleeping, Katsuya noticed him as he boarded the tray. That's him. Yamaina looked around and checked people that she knew. There are also other hunters who we met in our last patrol job. But it seems that man who picked a fight with you is not here, that's good. Although Eri was also one of the people who caused trouble in the last patrol, she intervened as if she was telling Yamaina to just forget about that subject. Katsuya, don't make any trouble this time. I know. That guy is sleeping though, is that really okay? Just leave him be. Try not to get involved with other hunters who are not members of Drankum. They'll just throw him away if he's still sleeping when the time comes. So just take your seat. Katsuya just obediently boarded the tray and took a seat. He was only talking with his friends while waiting for the truck to move, but he unconsciously made a stern face and was staring at Akira. Remembering what happened during his previous patrol, he just could not come to like Akira. And when the time came, Akira was still sleeping. Katsuya was actually looking forward to seeing Akira getting kicked out from the truck. He even grinned in an ill will when Kobayashi stood in front of the still sleeping Akira. But Akira just woke up right before Kobayashi kicked him out and Kobayashi just chuckled when that happened, thus Katsuya's mood got even worse. Their patrol finally started. Katsuya was thinking of taking a closer look at Akira this time, but they did not meet any monster at all during this patrol, thus he did not get his chance. So his mood worsened even more. As everyone in the truck started to relax, Katsuya let out a sigh. He could not focus on today's training because he was in such a bad mood. He could not see any monsters from his binocular and the detector did not pick any monsters at all, so he had lost all of his motivation. Katsuya then asked Shikarabe while making an annoyed face. Say, there's no monsters though, do we still have to do this training? Shikarabe answered while trying to suppress his annoyance. Whether there are any monsters or not, it'll still be training for detecting monsters. You should already know that in a thick colorless mist, you would not be able to detect monsters using binocular or other information-gathering devices. So you have to spot monsters by using your eyes. You guys should have been taught where to watch, points to be careful about and how frequently you should change the person keeping watch and so on. But will this training be useful without any monsters around? That I won't force you. At the moment, this is just voluntary training since our original plan was changed after Elena and Sarah got that sudden request. So you're free to do what you want. Although it was also one of his duties to train Katsuya and his friends, he had no wish to force them to do training. After all, it was outside his main duty. Shikarabe did not even care if Katsuya just skipped his training and got into trouble later. That's what Shikarabe thought as he clicked his tongue. After that, Katsuya decided to just keep doing his monster detection training for the meantime, but he eventually started talking with the other hunters. Looking at that, Shikarabe just let out a sigh and thought that it would be a waste of energy to think about him, so he just ignored Katsuya. The truck kept running on its patrol route in the middle of the wasteland although they did not encounter any monster. But it suddenly stopped. The hunters in the truck immediately picked up their guns and put up their guard. Kobayashi then got on the tray and shouted. I just got a call, the patrol job is finished here and now. We've taken care of all the administrative processes for you. And now, I'll tell you about the current situation. According to the information that I got, a large group of monsters is heading to the Kugamayama city from the Kozusuhara ruins. The defense squad is already preparing themselves to intercept that group of monsters. Hearing this announcement, restlessness spread among the hunters in the truck in an instant. The city has issued an emergency request and is asking for help from this truck. All the hunters around the ruins had been called to gather up and be sent later. The content of the emergency request is for us to help those hunters. Kobayashi looked at the shocked expression of the hunters and did not know what to do, thus he shouted to urge them. Decide now. If the majority of the hunters decides to accept this request, we'll be heading to the nearest battleground, but if the majority of the hunters want to return back home, we'll immediately go back to the city. The rest can just walk to the city or to the nearest hunter group on their own. Decide in 5 minutes. After Kobayashi finished his explanation, most of the hunters immediately decided to go back home. After all, the truck was only fit for the low-risk patrol job and most of the hunters in the truck did not have the ability nor the equipment to take this emergency request. Even if there were some hunters who wanted to accept the emergency request, it was only a handful of them. None of them was foolish enough to take the emergency request when it meant that they would be left behind. While some of them were thinking of taking the request after returning back to the city and arming themselves with proper equipment. The hunters looked at each other and quickly confirmed each other's decisions. Just to be safe, Alpha also asked Akira. Akira, we'll return back to the city first, okay? Of course, no one would want to face a group of monsters out of their own volition. Akira's face turned grim. He remembered the time when he was attacked by a group of monsters, got saved by Elena and Sarah, and was barely able to survive the fight. Most of the hunters had made their decision to go back to the city. But there were a few exceptions like Katsuya. Katsuya was having a fierce debate with Shikarabe. Their voices were heard by the other hunters and attracted a lot of attention. Shikarabe thought that Katsuya's decision was not a good idea and so he did not allow him to go. Although he was really angry, he was still holding himself back. No. Give me a break, already. You're being a pain in the ass, you know. The Drankum is famous for taking in any emergency request. You're the one being a pain in the ass here. We can do this. Drankum only takes emergency requests that they can safely accomplish. And also, don't put me together in that, I'm not a member of your team. Kobayashi shouted, wanting to end the debate. It's time. Raise your hand if you want to take the emergency request, then those who are against it. Alright then, we'll go back to the city. Those who want to stay, get off from the truck now. Katsuya mumbled when he saw Kobayashi returning back to his driver's seat, that the request that Elena-san received must be about preparing for this monster attack. Even I would be able to help them out somehow. Yamaina and Eri then tried to cheer Katsuya. Katsuya, I can understand your feelings, but it's impossible for us. It's plain recklessness. There were people in this world who proved their silly talks and hollow optimism as reality using their skill and luck. They were those who turned their big talks into reality. Such feats were usually done by great people, heroes and champions. Katsuya had done such a thing in the past. From time to time, he would make a decision that he knew to be impossible and turned it into reality. It was one of the reasons why Yamaina and Eri were attracted to him, and that was why they could understand some of the crazy decisions that he made. But of course, there was a limit to that. They too did not want anything bad to happen to him. But if they just left Katsuya alone, he might become obstinate and decide to stay even if he should get off from the truck. Thus they were worried and tried to stop him. Katsuya understood Yamaina and Eri were worrying about him, so he decided to back down. But it was not like he could just let go of his displeasure. Not to mention that Shikarabe was glaring at him with hatred. He then mumbled to vent out all of his displeasure while locking glare with Shikarabe. I bet you're just scared of fighting against those monsters, the heck calling yourself a hunter. You're nothing but a coward. Shikarabe's anger reached its peak and burst. He had been holding himself back up until now. Due to that, the way he looked at Katsuya and his friends changed from just a mere pain in the ass into hostility. At the same time, he mocked Katsuya as if he was challenging him. Scared? Yeah, you're right, I can't help to get scared if I have to bring complete amateurs who are not even full-fledged hunters like you to fight a group of monsters. Bringing dead weight like you into such a fight is equal to suicide. Just go ahead if you want to go. I won't stop you. But leave all the equipment that you borrowed from Drankum here. They're not your own equipment. As a part of Drankum, I'm the one making decisions here. If you won't listen to me, then you're out from Drankum. So you can go ahead and fight those monsters unarmed and die for all that I care. Or do you want to try taking that equipment with force? Do you want to kill me and take them? I don't mind if you want to try, you know. Come here. I really don't mind. You're not a coward, right? Make your decision now. Shikarabe had recognized Katsuya as a hostile entity. He was ready to kill if Katsuya made any aggressive moves. Yamaina and Eri could only stand frozen, overwhelmed by the killing intent and anger exuding out from Shikarabe. Katsuya was barely able to stand against it, but of course, it did not make the situation any better. What's wrong? Go ahead and choose. Whether you go back obediently or fight those monsters with your bare hand. Drop down your weapon if you're not going to fight me. But if you want to fight me, then let's do it. I don't mind even if you bring Eri and Yamaina to assist you. Shikarabe pressured Katsuya, Eri, and Yamaina for their decision. So it was not only Katsuya making the decision now. Katsuya finally realized that he was also getting Eri and Yamaina involved. And that made him back down. It can be said that he backed down as to not get others involved, but looking at it from another point of view, it can be said that he was using that as an excuse to back down. Katsuya then dropped his gun, Eri and Yamaina followed suit after him. Shikarabe finally suppressed his killing intent and expressed his scorn as he said to Katsuya. Then just shut up and take your seat. As Katsuya and the other two obediently took their seats. Shikarabe let out a big sigh and said, "Bunch of cowards." Katsuya looked frustrated, Yamaina and Eri worried for him when they saw that. Shikarabe then looked at the other hunters and said, "Sorry for making a scene. Please get the truck moving again." Shikarabe thought that the reason why the truck was still not moving was because they were waiting for them to end their ruckus, that was why he shouted to let Kobayashi know. But the truck was still stuck in its place. Shikarabe and the other hunters found it weird and peeked into the driver's seat. But instead, he caught the sight of Kobayashi outside the driver's seat with Akira, who was straddling a small-sized bike. Akira heard everything when Katsuya was arguing with Shikarabe. That was when he came to know that Elena and Sarah were going to intercept that group of monsters. Akira was deep in thought for a bit before he stood up and picked up his rucksack. Alpha somehow understood what Akira was about to do, and so she tried to stop him. "Akira, why don't we think about this one more time? I don't think I need to tell you this, but this is very dangerous, you know?" "I know." Akira then jumped out of the truck's tray. "It's not like we know for sure that Elena and Sarah are going to be in danger too. And with your current ability, you might even be a dead weight to them." "That might be true too." When Akira knocked at the truck's door, Kobayashi stepped out. "What's wrong? We're about to leave now, you know. What should I do to accept the emergency request?" Kobayashi was surprised when he heard Akira. He then asked him again for confirmation with his still surprised face. You're still planning to go? By walking? I'll be running." As Akira answered back promptly with that short answer, it only made Kobayashi even more confused. Wait, I'm not talking about that, you see. It's true that I did say the hunters who want to go should go by feet, but I didn't mean it literally, okay? I have my augmented suit with me, so I can do high-speed running. Of course, it's still slower than directly taking a truck, but I believe it's still faster than going back to the city and looking for another truck to take me there. When I asked you back then, you didn't raise your hand, right? I changed my mind. But it's not like it would change the end result anyway. Kobayashi was completely dumbfounded as he kept staring at Akira. He then mumbled in a small voice, "Is this boy being serious now?" Kobayashi suddenly smiled. He looked as if he found it very amusing deep inside his heart. He then asked Akira in a good mood. "Say, can you ride a bike?" Alpha confirmed immediately. "Akira, it's not a problem." "Yes, I can." Akira never rode a bike before, but since Alpha said that it was not an issue, he just replied back with that. He only thought that it would be fine as long as Alpha said that it was okay after he gave his answer. I see. Then wait here for a bit. Kobayashi looked very excited as he went back into the truck. Alpha frowned and asked Akira again. Akira, you can still rethink about it now. We don't know if we can meet Elena and Sarah even if we go, and I don't think having you there will change the situation by much. Even if you're saying to me that it's futile, I still want to know for sure whether it's completely meaningless for me to go, or will I be able to help out by doing something there, so that I won't regret it later. Even if it's futile, I'll still be picking this option. Akira picked this option because of his feeling of guilt and obligation towards Sarah and Elena. They thanked him for saving their lives. He owed them a favor for saving his life too. And he used them in the past as a pretense to kill the people that he wanted dead. Of course, Akira understood very well that there was no guarantee he would be able to meet up with Elena and Sarah even if he took the emergency request, and if he did, there was a good chance that he would be just dead weight like Alpha said. But even so, Akira still decided to accept the emergency request. It was not solely because he was trying to help Elena and Sarah while they were fighting. It was also for his own self-satisfaction as well. That was exactly why Akira did not hesitate at all when he accepted the emergency request, although it might be futile and he might as well get himself killed. Akira thought that his life was his own, thus he had no trouble deciding to futilely go and fight that group of monsters on his own accord. Moreover, for him who spent most of his life in the slum, he had nothing else other than his own life that he could put on stake. He could not completely get over that line of thinking due to all the years that he spent there. Thus for him, it was natural to put his own life on the line for his selfishness. Alpha, who, to some extent, understood the moral principles Akira was obeying, knew that it would be meaningless trying to stop him. Although she did make an exasperated look and let out a big sigh, as she expected, it did not change his decision at all. Kobayashi grabbed a foldable small-sized bike and stepped out from the truck. Although it was only a small bike, it was specially designed for exploring the wasteland. When it was folded, it was barely enough to fit the seat beside the driver's seat. He had that bike there to call for help if in case the truck got attacked by monsters and was unable to move. Most of the hunter office staff would put their foldable bike on the driver's seat since the other hunters would use it without permission if they left it in the truck's tray. Kobayashi then quickly unfolded the bike and assembled it. When he was finished, he looked at Akira while lightly patting the bike seat. Get on this bike. It's at least faster than running, and also, give me your hunter ID. Akira gave his hunter ID to Kobayashi, who then used his terminal to read information from Akira's hunter ID. This will finish the registration for the emergency request. If you use your information terminal to access the hunter office's site, you'll be able to see the area assigned to you. At the moment, you should be assigned to the nearest battlefield. And also, this bike is just an upfront payment for accepting the emergency request. Be careful out there, okay? If you try to abandon the request, the hunter office will chase you even to the end of the world. Although Kobayashi said that with little intimidation, Akira just replied back as if it was nothing. If that's my plan from the start, I wouldn't be taking this emergency request alone like this. Kobayashi laughed and looked amused by that answer. Well, you have a point. Alright then. Good luck. Impossible, reckless, futile. Using their own lives as a chip in a gamble is what the hunters love to do, am I right? Whether you'll die or come back alive, keep stepping forward. After all, there are not that many hunters who are like you these days, you know. Although, to be honest, I think I'm more of a cautious hunter though. Akira was honest when he said that, but Kobayashi thought that it was a joke, so he just got along with it and laughed loudly. Stop with the jokes. No careful hunters would go running towards a group of monsters on their own volition, you know. You should be able to see the precise coordinates in your information terminal. It's basically northwest from here, so it's that direction. If you get close enough, you should start hearing gunshots from the hunters who are fighting against the monsters. So good luck out there, and I hope you have a good hunt. Akira got on the bike and went out alone as Kobayashi was seeing him off in a good mood. All the hunters in the truck's tray were having mixed feelings as they saw Akira off. Amazement, praise, envy, shame, jealousy and mockery. All these feelings were present as they were staring at the back of the hunter who chose a different option than them. Shikarabe was honestly amazed as he mumbled. That boy went alone, huh? Not bad at all. Shikarabe acknowledged Akira's courage and praised him a little. Katsuya looked frustrated as he watched Akira disappear in the distance with a shred of jealousy in his gaze. Chapter 30, The Arrival of Reinforcement Boy. Akira was on his bike heading to the nearest battlefield for his emergency request. Although he had not even ridden a bike before, he was now riding one at a high speed despite the fact that the ground in the wasteland was not suitable for a high-speed driving. Actually, it was Alpha who was driving the bike by controlling Akira's augmented suit. Because of that, Akira was able to ride the bike that he just got as if he had ridden it numerous times before. Alpha was floating beside Akira. Or to be more precise, Alpha was projecting such an image in Akira's vision. She was producing a highly realistic image through a complex calculation right to the flailing of her hairs, thus she looked like she was floating to Akira. Although this is a small-sized foldable bike, it's equipped with a lot of features since it is made for exploring the wasteland. And one of them is that it has a control device that can be connected to your information terminal. Thanks to that, it's pretty easy to control the bike. Akira, you got a pretty good bike, you know. Although, if I were to be greedy, I wish that it at least had a machine gun equipped. Akira looked surprised. A machine gun on a bike, huh? I do understand about the control device though. It's a device to help me control a vehicle or a tank, right? That's right. But it's not only limited to helping you drive them. It can also work together with other installed devices and equipment to help in aiming and reloading. A control device is very important even for a bike, you know. It also has a lot of other functions like preventing a sleepy rider from falling off, autopilot mode to run and stop safely. It can even prevent the bike from getting flipped over when driving on rough ground. Although, all of these functions depend on the type and quality of the installed control device too. That's not the point, I'm talking about the machine gun. Isn't it impossible no matter how you see it? What would you do about the kickback? As for the kickback, while you're riding, an advanced control device would be able to handle it just fine. Not to mention that it was common during the Old World era. I believe that there are a lot of hunters who fit their bikes with machine guns too. Although, it's still better if you can get a vehicle or a tank. At that point, you'll only use your bike out of hobby and preference. Akira then imagined a scene where machine gun mounted bikes were common, and so his understanding of the Old World was greatly changed once again. So it's a normal thing in the Old World era, huh? It sounds scarier the more I hear about the Old World. And those hunters are really brave frolicking in the ruins of such a world. You can say that again. Akira just smiled when Alpha said that sarcastically. They kept on talking through telepathy to avoid Akira biting his own tongue because of the shaking from the bike as they were rushing towards their destination. Being able to communicate even in such a condition was the greatest advantage of using telepathy. When they finally came close to the battlefield, the advantages of said telepathy shone the brightest. As Alpha was handling the bike control and talking with Akira through telepathy, she was also trying to analyze the reason behind Akira's action. Akira once saved Elena and Sarah, who were strangers to him, and he was depressed when they thanked him. He then accepted the emergency request that he once ignored when he heard that Elena and Sarah might be involved in that request. And at this moment, he was heading to the battlefield where he did not even know if Elena and Sarah were there or not. This was a weird behavior, which at a glance ignored all logic. If Alpha had to say anything about the reason behind it, the best answer that she could give would be that he did it out of a whim. But one thing that she understood for sure was that Akira did not decide to do this at random. Alpha kept observing Akira, trying to understand the set of moral values that Akira abided. It was so that she could extrapolate, manipulate, and eventually control Akira's actions skillfully. The mood around the area started to change. Akira started to hear echoes from gunshots and explosions. He could see smoke rising from afar and his nose picked up the smell of raw blood, burnt meat and metal. He realized that he had already entered the battlefield. As Akira tried to focus on the direction of the battle, Alpha helped him by zooming in his views. She also provided extra information on the zoomed part of Akira's vision. In his vision, Akira could see the hunters and the monsters fighting each other. Akira tried to calm himself and prepared his mental state for an arduous fight. Over there, huh? That's pretty close. Akira, this will be your first real battle in this augmented suit, so I'll be giving you my full support. Just keep in mind that I'll be actively operating your augmented suit from now on. So you're saying that my augmented suit will move on its own from time to time, right? Yep. You might find it a little bit confusing, but try to keep your calm. Just remember the sensation you had when we were having our close quarters combat training. It's basically the same as that. Alpha was talking about their CQC training when she controlled Akira's augmented suit to help him remember the correct way to move. At that time, Akira was only matching his movements with his augmented suit's movements. He remembered the feeling from that training where it was not clear whether it was him or Alpha who was controlling the augmented suit. It was that weird feeling when the augmented suit felt like it moved before Akira actually tried to move it. That feeling, huh? Okay. In order to take out those monsters in the most effective way, I'll be controlling your augmented suit rather forcefully. To be honest, it'll put your body under an immense burden. If you're not going to back down, then just grit your teeth and endure the pain. Are you ready now? Akira answered back with a serious face. Okay, after all, resolve is my responsibility. Alpha smiled to embolden Akira's resolve. Alright then, let's go. Akira grabbed his AAH gun with his right hand as his left hand was still on the handle. After that, Alpha took total control of the control device and accelerated the bike to its maximum speed. The bike blasted through the wasteland and quickly reduced its distance to the battlefield. Akira lowered his gun and aimed its muzzle at the monsters that he could see from afar. Of course, he was not in a condition where he could aim properly, but since Alpha was adjusting his aim through his augmented suit, he was able to shoot accurately as if he was on stable ground. Akira pulled the trigger and held it. Countless bullets flew out from the gun's muzzle. Sound of gunshots echoed throughout the area. All the bullets that Akira shot hit the monsters in front of him, not even a single bullet was wasted. And so one by one, these monsters fell down and died. The kickback from the continuous shots shook Akira, and so his augmented suit exerted its power to keep Akira in place and preventing him from falling off the bike. Because of that, the shaking from the kickback was transferred into the bike and Alpha adjusted its two wheels to absorb the shakes. With that, Akira continued blazing through the wasteland while shooting. He just kept on riding, passing through the corpses of dead monsters on his right and left. Whoa, this is amazing. Akira voiced his amazement towards all the sensations that he was feeling. His ability to ride the bike and his accuracy when shooting, all of them felt like impossible feats to him. Alpha smiled smugly. It seems that you once again got to experience just how great my support is. Akira, be sure to follow my movements. Roger that. Akira and Alpha charged right into the battlefield just like that. There were two trucks that stopped deep in the battlefield. The trucks were surrounded by corpses of biological monsters and wreckages of dead mechanical monsters. It was a proof that the hunters were trying to fight back desperately, and those hunters were still in the middle of the battle. Normally, a big group of monsters that came out from the Kuzusuhara ruins would head to the city in a straight line. The center part of the group would clash with the main defense force of the city. Compared to that area, this area was away from the main group, thus the number of monsters around here was smaller. So just to be safe, the hunters in the truck decided to meet up with another truck to boost their fighting power. The hunters thought that they should have enough fighting power at that point. But their luck was not all that great. Among the monsters that they encountered, most of them were mechanical monsters that housed powerful firepower inside their body frame. Those mechanical monsters looked like big cannons that grew countless small legs. It was as if someone made them just to screw around. These monsters then used those small legs to hold the kickback. They shot rounds at the truck with the appropriate firepower for those legs to handle the kickback. Although their shots were not that accurate, most of the cannon rounds managed to hit the truck. Even worse, it destroyed the control device and driving device of the truck. So these hunters were stuck in the middle of the wasteland while frantically trying to repel the incoming monsters. But it was worth it so long as they were able to somehow repel all the mechanical monsters. Unfortunately, the hunters could not be sure if they managed to destroy them, or if the monsters just left them alone, or if the monsters only temporarily withdrew to refill their ammo. And thus, at this point in time, they were fighting the monsters that had left from the group that previously attacked them. They were also not in a situation where they could leave the truck and walk back to the city. It was because the trucks were their cover from monsters with long-range attacks and they were a good landmark to notify any incoming reinforcements. Other than strategic placement, they already had heavily injured hunters who just could not leave that place. Every time they spotted a ferocious and strong monster charging at them, they would concentrate their shots at that monster and kill it. Although they were only fighting the leftover monsters, some of those monsters would creep under the corpses of their fellow dead comrades or circled the trucks while slowly closing in on the hunters, as if they were looking for an opening. The hunters were having sporadic battles against those monsters while keeping their eyes peeled open for any monsters creeping close. But these hunters were slowly getting cornered. One of the hunters, who took cover in the truck, was watching his surroundings. He looked pale and very tired as he asked his friend, "Hey, how many monsters have you already taken down?" His friend said with exhaustion, "No idea. But I should have taken down quite a lot of them. Damn it. They better properly record this battle." Well, they should, that is if the information device inside the truck is not destroyed yet. But if it did get destroyed, then the reward will only get shared equally among all the other hunters. Of course, that is if we can get back home safely. I wonder what's going on with the reinforcement. Like hell if I know anything. The hunter office staff was blown to pieces by those damn small-legged mechanical monsters. Let's just hope that guy did his job properly before he got blown to pieces. The hunters were trying to hide their fear by complaining. Though, having the time to complain like that also showed that they were not that cornered yet. But there was no guarantee for how much longer they could stay like that. There were still a lot of monsters surrounding them. They were in constant fear of more monsters appearing as they were stuck in that place with zero possibility of breaking out from the encirclement. All the hunters there understood that they were in dire straits. At the heat of the battle, the hunters suddenly heard gunshots coming from another direction. Thus they carefully approached the source of the sound to check if the small-legged cannon monsters were back, but instead, they saw Akira riding on a bike while shooting at the monsters. After arriving at his marked location, Akira stopped his bike and looked around. He saw the flesh of dead biological monsters and wreckages of the dead mechanical monsters scattered around in a circle with the truck stopped in the middle of it. He also found that there were a lot of monsters still alive. Akira was taken aback and frowned after looking at the number of the corpses lying around. That's really a lot. Although they killed so many, there's still this many left, huh? In contrast to him, Alpha looked calm and relaxed. I wonder if they're a part of the bigger group. The trucks are even surrounded by so many corpses. I wonder if this is just a small breather after they had such a fierce battle. So, even this is considered a small breather, huh? Not to mention that I encountered quite a lot of monsters on my way here too. I can only wonder just how fierce the battle was which created these pile of corpses. It seems that the hunters here already took out all the monsters with a long-range attack capability. Let's keep our distance and clean up the rest. Roger that. Akira readied his AAH gun again while still on top of the bike. Alpha then controlled Akira's augmented suit to adjust his pose and center of mass into the best position. As for the hunters who were in the area, the corpses and wreckages of the dead monsters became obstructions and made it harder to shoot at the monsters. That was why Akira could easily snipe those monsters from his position. Akira took an aim at the monsters while still riding the bike and pulled the trigger of his rifle. His sniping shots were highly accurate due to Alpha's support, and he kept shooting at the monsters in front of him. All of his bullets hit the weak points of the monsters, like the gaps between their scales, the fragile parts of their armors, their joints, and their connecting edges of their armor plates. The biological monsters would howl loudly when they got hit on their weak spots, while the mechanical monsters would make weird sounds when a part of their bodies was blown to pieces, and they both would fall down to the ground and die. Some of the monsters changed their target from the hunters near the trucks to Akira. They judged that Akira as a bigger threat to them than those hunters. Akira kept a safe distance from those monsters that were charging towards him and shot them down one by one. Although some of them have started charging our way, we can still keep our distance using the bike, so I don't think they would be able to swarm us with numbers. Compared to when we were together with Katsuragi, this is way easier. After all, there were some monsters that were living further to the west mixed in that group of monsters that attacked us back then. We'll move away if they get too close to us. Since you have a bike now, we should use it to the best of our advantage. Roger that. It was a one-sided fight with Akira shooting at those monsters while keeping his distance using the bike. The hunters who saw the scene that was unfolding in front of them were astounded. A reinforcement. How many? Do they have a vehicle? Just one person. Where are the others? Is he just a forward scout or something? Just a single boy. What kind of joke is this? Among the hunters who started making a commotion, one of them took up his gun and shot one of the monsters that were chasing Akira. His shot tore right through the monster's head and killed it instantly. Stop making a ruckus here. Take your gun and start shooting. You should be able to hit the monsters easily now. But still, is that boy our reinforcement? It doesn't matter if our reinforcement is just a single boy. We just need to kill the rest of the monsters. I don't care whatever it is so long as it can help us go back home alive. The other hunters hurriedly picked up their rifles as they heard such fierce encouragement. The hunters started to help Akira. And due to Akira's position, he got a clear shot at some of the monsters while the hunters got a clear shot at the rest of the monsters. The hunters shot and killed the monsters that went out from their cover to chase for Akira, who was moving on his bike, while on the other hand, Akira could get a clear shot from behind the monsters that were charging towards the hunters. All of those monsters were eradicated in this pincer attack. The hunters had powerful firepower, thus they were able to make quick work of the monsters. As Akira rode his bike towards the trucks, one of the hunters stepped up to welcome him. When that guy got a closer look at Akira, he was obviously surprised by the fact that it was a single boy who helped them, but he did not look down at Akira at all. Age had nothing to do in Hunter's profession. Or at least, he thought that only amateurs would judge other hunters by their age. There were cases when hunters disguised themselves as a small kid to lower their opponent's guard. Some of them used their childlike figure to disguise themselves, while some of them used medicine from the old world to turn back their appearance to their younger self. Either way, only good hunters would do something like that. After witnessing Akira's skill in bike riding and monster shooting, that hunter assumed Akira to be one of those skilled hunters. Thank you for the help, you really saved us. You came as our reinforcement, right? Yeah, I came here because I accepted the emergency request. I see, I'm sorry, but can you sell me some of your healing medicines if you have some? We have some badly wounded hunters with us. There were badly wounded hunters lying inside the truck's trays. They were in such bad shape that the floor of truck's cargo tray was covered in blood, and blood was also dripping down to the ground from some corners of the tray. And in one corner of the tray, there were already 5 bags filled with dead bodies. Akira lowered his backpack, took out some medicines and handed it to that man. It was the medicines he found in the Kuzusuhara ruin that he saved for himself. After receiving the medicine, that man's face turned stiff. He knew that the medicines he received were of high quality. Those medicines were of better quality compared to what hunters would usually trade in the middle of a battle. After all, they would not be able to use them for themselves if they sold them. It was the same as selling the lifeline that might save their lives. That man was afraid that he did not have enough money to be able to pay for those medicines, that you have pretty good medicines with you. Well, I'm sorry but... As the man was about to start a negotiation about the price, Akira quickly interrupted him. We can do the negotiation later. In the worst-case scenario, you can just take them for free. Since I've come all the way here to help out, it would leave a bad taste if I leave you, the very people that I want to help, to die. Thanks, you're really great help. After the man thanked Akira, he went to heal the injured. He administered some of the medicines orally and the rest were administered directly onto the wounds by opening the capsule of the medicines. When he did that, the injured hunters were assaulted by severe pain and started cursing. Endure it. This will save your life. That man knew well about the healing power of the medicine, so he just ignored the curses and kept giving treatment to the wounded hunters. Another man then approached Akira and asked him a question. Say, are you the only reinforcement? Are there any other hunters coming? Akira hesitated, but he knew that it was pointless if he stayed quiet or lied to him. Thus he calmed himself down and answered back. I was close by when I accepted the emergency request. I don't know if there are any more hunters dispatched to this place, that I see. The man reacted much calmer than Akira thought he would. Akira was both surprised and amazed by that. That's pretty amazing, he's not surprised although his reinforcement is just a single boy. Alpha smiled and voiced out her opinion. I guess he's someone with an iron will and getting almost killed won't even scare him. He's not like most of the other hunters. You should aim to be a hunter like him, you know. You're right. Akira then asked the man. Can you ask the hunter office staff about the reinforcement? The two of them are dead. But since you came, it means that they did send the SOS request before they got killed. Although, it's too bad that the SOS senders are already dead when you arrived. Is there any reason why you guys can't move from this place? It's because the truck got badly damaged due to those monsters. And of course, we could not fix the truck when we were fighting against the monsters. Or more like, no one here knows to fix the truck. So we were planning to get back home by riding the truck that comes with the reinforcement or have that truck tow ours, you see. That man smiled bitterly at Akira, thus Akira replied back with a bitter smile. I'm sorry. I tried to come here as fast as I could by riding a bike, so I arrived here faster than scheduled. You wouldn't believe me if I said that I was about to come here by running. So let's just focus on the brighter side since you're in a better position now. Don't get me wrong, I really am glad, you know. It seems that we still have some luck left with us, after all. That man thought that Akira was joking as he laughed. Akira realized that but he had no plan on correcting him. After all, if he was in that man's position, he would have also thought that was a joke. Chapter 31, Can an Insect? Akira was having a quick rest beside the truck together with the hunters that he just saved. Then, something suddenly came up in his mind. Alpha, now that I think about it, what should I do to complete this emergency request? The subject of the emergency request is the city defense. I think it'll not end until the city is completely safe. Of course, it depends on how the situation develops, but I don't think it'll be the end of the request even if more reinforcements come to this area. I think they'll just send back the injured hunters to the city and send the rest to another area. So it depends on how the situation develops, huh? Alpha then smiled teasingly and said. Not to mention, you did receive that bike as an upfront payment, so I bet they'll make you work hard. Akira looked doubtful as he said. I did save the hunters here though. Is that not enough? Unfortunately, it's not for me nor you to decide whether it's enough or not. That's true. I need to make sure that they won't tell me to pay them back because I didn't work hard enough. Although the truck was bombarded to a point where it could not run anymore, the detection device installed to it was still operational. The hunters would take turns to monitor their surroundings using that device. Thus the rest of the hunters could rest easy without fearing any surprise attacks. Akira had also lowered his guard as he was talking with Alpha. Suddenly, the hunter who was on watch duty shouted. "We got incoming signals from the 2 o'clock direction." The tension in the area suddenly raised. No one knew whether it was from monsters or from reinforcements, thus Akira and the other hunters turned their attention to that direction while looking both hopeful and uneasy. The hunter who was beside Akira prayed to God as he was looking through his binoculars, but his face suddenly turned grim. His prayer was not answered. What he saw from afar was a swarm of mechanical monsters that he remembered well. His face turned stern as he let out a sigh and cursed. "Those damn bugs again. Damn bugs? I'm talking about those monsters that broke our trucks. So they didn't run away from the area, huh? Did they go back for an ammo refill or something like that?" It was a swarm of mechanical monsters that looked like a small bug with tiny legs. Their bodies were mounted with a big cannon and an automatic machine gun. Akira was a little bit slow in recognizing it, but when he did, his face immediately turned grim. Alpha then added some explanations to what Akira was seeing. "Those things are called cannon insects. I believe that they are produced in an old world's automated weapon factory that's still active somewhere till this date. It consists of a moving device in the form of those small legs. It is attached with a gun and an anti-vehicle cannon. That moving device part should be their main body part. Although their firepower varies, their main firepower comes from that tank cannon. But with that being said, they don't have much reserve ammo, or more like, they can only bring a few warheads for that cannon. So, to deal with that, they would refill their ammo with help from another accompanying refilling robot. If they are produced by a weapon factory, why do they have that insect-like form? I think their information receiver malfunctioned and received weird data instead. Or maybe, the AI was so bored that it decided to make something weird. Bored. Is that even enough of a reason?" Akira looked puzzled the moment he heard such unexpected reasoning. The cannon insect was a separate machine from its weapon. Some of them were equipped with a big cannon not suitable for its size, and some of them carried a small cluster of countless tiny cannons. There were also differences in the size or the number of their legs. Despite all the differences, all the cannon insects were effective soldiers. They came close enough to the truck, stopped and then used all of their legs to support their body as they blasted their cannons. The swarm then released a volley of cannons together with banging sounds. Cannon warheads showered the area around the truck like rain. They exploded and blasted all the monsters' corpses in the area into small bits and pieces. Charred and in pieces, smoke rose up from the aftermath. Of course, the hunters started shooting back in retaliation. But due to their guns' effective range, it did not do much damage to the monsters. Damn it, although they attacked from a closer range last time, those bugs are keeping their distance from us this time. The cannon insects were keeping their distance from the hunters. They stood right outside the hunters' shooting range. By sacrificing their accuracy, they continued bombarding the hunters with warheads from afar, and it soon turned into a one-sided fight. The hunters also noticed that these monsters would not run out of ammo anytime soon since they were accompanied by other machines that refilled their ammo. Alpha then turned to Akira with a serious face. "Akira, let me reconfirm this, you have no plans of running away from this place alone, right?" Akira firmly answered back while still making a grim face. "Of course, that's until I'm the only one alive. In that case, I have no other choice but to do this. Your AAH rifle can inflict enough damage to them, but you need to move close enough to get them into your shooting range. Of course, I will give you my support, but you'll need to do something pretty reckless. This will subject your body to immense stress, thus I recommend you to take your medicine beforehand so that it'll immediately heal your body in case your bones start cracking or your flesh starts tearing. After all, if you don't take your medicine now, your body won't be able to hold out what you're going to do from now on. But we will only do this if we really have no other choice. Are you okay with that?" Seeing how Alpha was giving out a warning with a serious face, Akira remembered when she used the augmented suit to forcefully move his body during the augmented suit training. He remembered that he could not move for a while right after that due to the fatigue and the pain. Akira knew well that his body would be subjected to something worse compared to that. He completely realized that fact as he reached deep into his rucksack, took out the medicines, readied his resolve and swallowed a big dose of medicines. Alpha, who saw that, just let out a small sigh before smiling invincibly. "Are you ready now?" Akira smiled back and replied in a firm tone. "Well, maintaining resolve is my responsibility." After he finished all of his preparations, Akira took his gun and got on his bike before shouting to a guy near him. "I'll go and shoot them from up close, give me some support." The guy was surprised when he heard that, but he understood that the situation would only get worse at this rate, thus he did not stop Akira. Instead, he asked Akira while making a serious face. "Are you sure you're going alone? I'm the only one with a bike here, so I think it's better if we don't make any clumsy move. This will at least divide their attention and reduce the pressure from their bombardment. Moreover, if I keep moving, they won't be able to hit me." "Maybe. Well then, I'll be counting on you for the follow-up support." After he said that, Akira blazed out on his bike. As he passed by and made eye contact with the other hunters, they immediately understood what Akira was thinking and moved. "We should scatter out and approach those bugs too. Put down the injured hunters from the truck's trays and use the truck as a shield. To everyone with grenades, reserve your grenades." In the middle of the raining warheads, the hunters too made their resolve and started running towards the monsters as well. Akira rode his bike and cut through the wasteland as he was heading straight towards the monster swarm. Although he was fast enough to be considered as attempting suicide, he accelerated his bike even more. The area was littered with wreckages and bloody corpses of the dead monsters. Even with wheels specially designed for exploring the wasteland, it was dangerous as muddy ground filled with obstacles were enough to flip Akira's bike. But thanks to Alpha's advanced support, Akira just blazed through it with no problem at all. The violent shaking of the bike did not stop Akira from pulling the trigger on his AAH rifle. Although some of the bullets hit the monsters, they just ricocheted off the monsters' bodies. It was a common characteristic among mechanical monsters like the cannon insect to have a very hard body, and not to mention, Akira was shooting outside AAH rifle's effective range, so it was not surprising. But as those bullets hit them, some of the cannon insects changed their focus from the other hunters to Akira. Due to their big cannons that were too large for their legs to support, the cannon insects had to turn their whole body to aim their cannons at Akira. Then they were thrown back by the blasts when they shot warheads from their cannons. The warhead landed 10 meters beside Akira and blasted the flesh, blood and metal wreckages in the surrounding area. There was no doubt that it would instantly kill Akira if one of those warheads hit him directly. Akira could feel a shiver running through his spine as he started sweating. "Well, they mostly miss anyway, so it's going to be okay, right? I won't get hit, right? Their accuracy is pretty bad since their huge cannons are unsuitable for their size. I bet it's because the factory that produced them received corrupted data or something. So don't worry, you won't get hit that easily." "Alright then." Akira sounded elated when he heard that. But his mood immediately changed when Alpha continued her explanation. "But because of such level of randomness, it's kind of hard to accurately predict their trajectories. Even with my superior computing skills, I can't guarantee that they won't hit you at all. So in the end, it'll still depend on your luck." Akira frowned. "Don't say something scary like that. I've used all of my luck, you know. Just hope that your luck is only bad to the point that I can offset it with my support. That aside, remember that you got into this situation because of your own decision, okay? And it does not depend on luck." "I see. If that does not depend on my luck, then it'll be your fault if I get hit, right?" Akira laughed sarcastically, to which, Alpha just smiled invincibly. "Are you sure you're going to say that? In that case, I'll increase the level of my support so that you won't get hit. So you should give your best too, okay?" "What do you mean by that?" In order to avoid getting shot at, Alpha increased the speed of the bike and made a slalom move. But because of that, Akira's body was subjected to even more stress. Akira thought that he should not have said something like that. He instantly regretted what he said and gritted his teeth as he endured the pain while making a grim face. Akira was closing in high speed with a rifle in his arm, aiming towards the monsters. The insect cannons started to take notice of him and reacted. Most of the cannon insects already changed their target to Akira and showered him with warheads. And when he got close enough, the cannon insects stopped shooting in curved trajectories and instead aimed at him in a straight line. The cannon warheads traveled along a straight line and hit about 1 meter away from Akira as rumbles echoed through the wasteland. He was filled with fear when the vibration and the shockwave from the explosions reached him. But he then just gritted his teeth and crushed the fear. When Akira had gotten close enough to cannon insects, Alpha smiled and said to him, "This might be a bit painful. But just endure it." "All right." There was a trace of desperation in his voice when he replied. Alpha made the bike turn 90 degrees. It tilted so low that Akira's left leg grazed the ground in order to resist the leftover momentum from throwing him off the bike. As for Akira himself, he was held in place by the augmented suit. The reason why the bike did not flip over or get thrown off was because Akira was applying an optimal amount of pressure with his right leg to keep the bike's wheels on the ground. Thus he was able to decelerate rapidly without falling over or getting thrown off. Akira gripped his AAH rifle tightly in that leaning position as he pulled its trigger. The augmented suit helped him stabilize his arm as the kickback sent by the rifle transmitted through his body and into the bike. Akira's body was subjected to an intense force. His bones started to crack and his flesh started to tear open, thus the medicines that he consumed beforehand immediately activated and started healing his micro-wounds and injuries. But even before his body could be completely healed, he was subjected to even more burden and new wounds started to open up again. He had to endure the pain as his body went through that cycle again. When his bike suddenly decelerated to make a sharp turn, all the cannon insects around the area immediately turned to Akira. But when the bike decelerated enough, it suddenly accelerated again while still keeping its tilted position before the cannon insects could shoot at him. As countless warheads hit the ground where Akira was just a moment ago, he just kept pacing his bike alongside the swarm in a tilted position while keeping his finger on the trigger of his AAH rifle. Since the cannon insects had no pivot to rotate their guns, they had to readjust their whole body when they aim at something. As they were reorienting their position, Akira released countless bullets towards the swarm. The bullets spewed from Akira's AAH rifle hit the robots that were resupplying the cannon insects. If he was able to destroy the machines resupplying the cannon insects, then all the cannon insects would only turn into moving target practices once they depleted their ammos. That was why Akira prioritized destroying them first. Due to Alpha's advanced target support, most of the bullets hit the weak points of the mechanical monsters. The monsters that got their leg connections destroyed, struggled to keep standing. While the resupplying robots that had a magazine-like body exploded when they got hit and took out the monsters within its explosion radius. The cannon insects pushed the ability of their small legs to their maximum as they turned with a speed that was not befitting of their size and immediately blasted their cannons. Warheads flew past Akira's side and landed not too far from him, throwing rocks and dust into the air. Akira puckered his face from the pain assaulting his body and the shockwave from the explosions. "Alpha. That one was really dangerous, you know. But thanks to that, you didn't get hit at all. And that's all that matters, right? That aside, is your left leg okay? It hurts like hell, feels like my bone will break or my flesh will tear off if I do that again. Then that means we have to do it with your right leg next time. Is there any options where I don't have to do that?" "Of course there is. You just have to buy a bigger and better gun. Now that you have an augmented suit, you should be able to handle those guns easily. So in short, I don't have any other choices at the moment, huh?" Akira looked annoyed as he sent his gaze at Alpha, but she just smiled. "Of course I'll try to avoid such a situation as much as I can, but you'll have to do it when you are left with no other choice." Remember that it was your decision now that we're in this situation, right? So don't start complaining, okay? Yeah, I get it already. Although Akira did not regret his choice, painful stuff was still painful to him. But he tried to forget the pain by answering back in an annoyed tone. After that, Akira used his AAH rifle to prioritize shooting down the resupplying robots. Although the AAH rifle did not inflict much damage to the cannon insects, it was able to somehow destroy the relatively weaker resupplying robots. The resupplying robots looked like a big magazine with small legs attached to it, and they resupplied the cannon insect by connecting to their backside. Akira realized that and noticed that they would blow up together with the cannon insects if he shot them. Akira's mood got better and better every time he blew up one of those monsters. Alright then, next. We already took down most of them. This is going very well. The other hunters are also working hard, we can win this battle at this rate. Once most of the resupplying robots were taken out, the bombardment from the cannon insects started to weaken. The hunters had also closed their distance to the swarm. Since most of the hunters had bigger firepower than Akira, they wiped out the swarm in no time. The last few cannon insects were only standing in their place without doing anything. They already ran out of ammo and there were no more resupplying robots around them. The hunters just walked to them and crushed them in order to vent all of their pent-up frustration and stress. Eventually, all the cannon insects turned into wreckages and the battle had come to a closure. Akira let out a big sigh, he was very tired. It finally ends, huh? Avoiding warheads while shooting at monsters. Although we somehow pulled it off, I don't want to do that ever again. That would have been a hard fight if it was not for this bike. As I thought, it's still too early for you, Akira. Is it because of my equipment? Or my skill? Both. Or more like, you lack everything. Although I have an augmented suit now and your amazing support, I'm still not that good, huh? Akira was a bit depressed. He thought that he got a big power-up ever since he got his augmented suit. But now it was as if his incapability was thrown right at his face. Alpha smiled and tried to cheer him up. If you can get strong in one night, then we won't be doing all of those training up until now. So let's keep on working hard in the future too. Akira just changed his mood and faintly smiled back. You're right. There's no other choice but to work hard, huh? That aside, I wonder how they are going to distribute the reward from this. We worked really hard this time, so I'm looking forward to a big reward. Although to be honest, I don't really know how they are going to decide on my reward. Well, I suppose it'll be at least enough for you to stay in a room with a bath. So you can look forward to having a good rest today. That's true, I guess I'll just do that. Akira took a short rest before returning back to the truck. When he arrived, the other hunters who went back to the truck before him welcomed Akira. That was amazing. I thought you were planning to be a decoy since you went out only with an AAH rifle. But that was really something. Well, it's the famous AAH rifle after all. Although Akira was half joking when he said that, the guy looked convinced with the answer. Are you, by any chance, an AAH fan? Is that gun a modified AAH rifle? AAH fan. Well, I do like the rifle though. After all, I bought it from my acquaintance's shop, but I didn't particularly put any modification on it. In that case, that would mean your acquaintance is actually selling modified rifles without telling you. Fans tend to do that in order to get more people loving their favorite gun. Well, if a hunter like you really like that rifle, I bet there'll be more people liking that gun in the near future. As expected of a famous rifle. Akira did not fully understand the reasoning, so he asked Alpha. Alpha, what is this AAH fan thingy? I think it refers to the people who really like AAH rifle. Well, I can at least understand that much though, but still. If you're curious about it, you should investigate it later by yourself. It's also a type of training, after all. Alright. As Akira was still wondering about the meaning of those words, another hunter came up to him. He looked hesitant when he spoke to Akira. I'm sorry, but we got more injured hunters. We already used all of our medicines. If you have some to spare, can you sell some to us again? Sure, I should still have some left. As Akira lowered his rucksack and gun, pulled out a box of medicines, and was about to hand it over, he suddenly had a really bad feeling. As a matter of fact, it was the worst one that he felt that day. Suddenly a monster appeared near Akira and the other hunters, and it was running straight to them. It was a relatively big-sized biological monster with a powerful and durable body. It ignored bullets that were flying towards it as it shoved aside corpses and wreckages when it ran towards the truck before it was knocked down by a powerful blast. The hunters thought that it was dead, but it actually was only knocked unconscious. During the fierce battle that just happened, they did not have the time to check if all the downed monsters around them were really killed. Thus they left this monster alone thinking that it was dead. Once the monster regained its consciousness, it followed its bestial instinct to attack the nearest human, and the nearest human was Akira. Akira moved to shoot that monster, but he realized that he had no gun in his hands. He quickly tried to reach for his gun that he dropped on the ground. But that sequence of thinking made his reaction slow down even more. Akira's late reaction turned his situation for the worst as the monster was already right in front of him with its big mouth wide open. I won't make it in time. I'm really dead now. As the world felt like it was running in slow motion, Akira could feel the death that was creeping onto him. In the next moment, Akira's augmented cloth moved on its own. His whole body rotated with his left leg as a pivot as Akira raised his right leg at the same time. The augmented suit ignored its user's safety and mustered all of its strength, thus for a spare second, Akira's strength and ability broke through the limit of a mere human and transcended into the realm of a superhuman. Akira's right leg sliced through the air and drove into the head of the monster that was right in front of him with enough power that it would be able to easily send metal wreckages flying. But even with that much power, it was not able to kill the monster. Although it recoiled back from the kick, it did not fall to the ground. The strong shock on its head only stopped its movement momentarily. During that opening, Akira's arm quickly reached for his AAH rifle on its own. Although he was still very confused, Akira quickly regained its composure as he immediately shoved his gun into that monster's mouth and pulled the trigger. As he held the trigger of his gun, the bullets spewed out from its muzzle tore through the monster's head from the inside. But even so, it was only enough to fatally injure the monster and not enough to kill it. Akira firmly held the trigger and emptied his magazine into the monster's mouth. There was a moment of silence after which the monster's large body fell down to the ground and never moved again for the second time. Akira was breathing roughly. Was that you who moved my body, Alpha? Yep. You should quickly treat your wounds before your augmented suit stops working. Stop working? Is it broken? It's running low on energy. Although I was able to increase its power output above its limit for a few seconds, it consumed a huge amount of energy in that short amount of time. I didn't have any other choice back then, you know. But since I pushed it past its limit, it might be broken. We should make a thorough check later. Akira sat down. His whole body was pulsing in pain, especially his right leg. My right leg, I wonder if it is broken. Well, I did harden the augmented suit as hard as it could, but since it's not designed with user protection as one of its main functions, there was a limit on how hard it can go. If you don't heal your leg, you won't be able to walk back home, you know. So you should quickly treat your leg. Akira quickly picked up his rucksack and took out some medicines. I just need to swallow them, right? Since it's a broken bone, it's not like I should open up my leg to apply the medicine directly onto my broken bone, right? In the worst-case scenario, you have no other choice but to do that, you know? For now, you just need to straighten your broken bone and swallow the medicine. It might take some time to fully heal your broken bone, but I think that will be fine at the moment. So, should I help you straighten the broken bone? Yes, please. After that, Akira's hands started moving on their own and grabbed his right leg. Alpha then partially turned off some parts of the augmented suit, thus the augmented suit regained its elasticity and weight. And with that, the whole augmented suit forcefully straightened Akira's broken bone. Intense pain immediately assaulted Akira. He gritted his teeth and endured the intense pain. After that, Akira took his medicine box and poured all the medicines inside that box into his mouth. As he swallowed all of those medicines, the analgesic inside the medicine immediately dulled his pain, but even so, he could still feel the healing nanomachines quickly gathering around his right leg. As he strongly squeezed the empty medicine box, Akira's eyes met with the eyes of the guy from before. He quickly grabbed his rucksack and confirmed that he did not have many medicines left with him. He hesitated for a bit before he decided to hand over one box to that man. That hunter received the box, stopped for a moment and then returned the box back to Akira. Akira looked puzzled when that hunter did that, but he just smiled and said to Akira, "There's no way I can accept that box when someone who's as good as you make that face. Not to mention that you already gave me a box before." "Are you sure?" "Yeah, the hunters are not that badly injured anyway. They'll be okay if we just let them rest." The other hunters came running as they heard gunshots, then the guy in front of Akira shouted at them. "There was a monster that just lost consciousness and was not dead yet. Go and check the other monsters. If you find any of them with their head intact, shoot them a few times in the head as a precaution." The other hunters quickly picked up their guns in panic. All of the hunters there, including Akira, had lowered their guard as they thought that the battle was over, thus it took some time before the hunters were able to return their guard back up. The hunters who just repelled the assault from the cannon insects swarm were once again waiting for reinforcement. Akira used his injury as a reason to take a rest as the other hunters kept monitoring the surroundings. The reason why none of them complained when Akira was resting was because they acknowledged Akira's hard work. Akira started to prepare himself for another fight. Of course, he hoped that there would be no more battle, but the world did not care about his wishes. Thus he had no other choice but to prepare himself. He replaced the power source of his augmented suit with a new energy pack before his augmented suit ran out of energy and turned into a mere dead-weight heavy suit. He then took a full magazine and inserted it into his AAH rifle. He also attached some spare magazines around his augmented suit. When he finished, his right leg was almost fully healed. With this, he was ready to go for another round. Akira stared inside his rucksack and let out the biggest sigh of the day. He only had a spare amount of reserve ammo and healing medicines. "That I don't have much left. I need to replenish my ammo reserve when I get back. I'm going to get a reward from this, right?" Alpha smiled and tried to cheer him up. "I don't know for sure how much that bike is, but you fought quite a lot today, so I'm sure the reward will be enough to cover it. So don't worry, it'll be fine." "Is that so?" "Well, I guess you're right." Akira decided to just accept her explanation. Although he remembered Alpha once said to him that she did not know for sure how much reward he would get, Akira just decided to forget that part for now. After all, he would feel better this way. As the day turned darker and the sun was about to set, reinforcements finally arrived. They decided to tow back the broken truck back to the city. As they were preparing to tow back the trucks, Akira just sat on his bike and waited for them to finish. Suddenly, Kobayashi waved at him. He looked like he was in a good mood. "Yo there. So you're still alive, huh? I heard everything from the other hunters. You did a crazy thing back there. To be honest, I thought that you'd be definitely dead by now. It seems that my ability to judge people has gone bad, huh? But at least, I was correct when I said that you are a hunter who would challenge a reckless, impossible and even futile things." Akira frowned a bit when Kobayashi said that he thought Akira was definitely dead by now. But he was able to understand Kobayashi's opinion, thus he controlled himself and didn't retaliate. "Thought the bike was really useful, so thank you for the bike. I'm glad to hear that. It was the right choice to give you that bike. And that's doubly true if it helped you do those crazy things." "Ah, right. About the emergency request that I accepted, what should I do before it's considered finished? Is it until these hunters return safely back to the city?" "Ah, about that, wait for a sec. Kobayashi pulled out his information terminal and operated it. Alright, I've finished registering your accomplishment for the emergency request. You can do whatever you want now. Is that it? Is it really okay not to escort those hunters back to the city? Yeah, after all, we came here because of another aid request. The monster group that headed to the city from Kuzusuhara ruins was already annihilated by the defense squad. So that emergency request has ended. Because of that, we have the leeway to send some people to help other hunters now. Oh, I see. Now that you mention it, do you want to take the aid request too? If you want to accept that request, I'll help you with the registration here and now. Akira looked so tired as he shook his head. No thanks. Since I'm done with the emergency request, I'll go ahead and return back to the city first. After all, I already used most of my ammo reserves, and not to mention that I'm really tired now. Well, that's just too bad. I was actually hoping to see what kind of crazy things you would do if we get attacked on our way back, you know. Ha ha ha, give me a break already. Well then, I'll head back first. Be careful on your way back, okay? If you're going to die, make sure that you die doing something really crazy. So don't drop dead because of something lame like tripping off your bike, okay? Akira felt even more tired as he saw Kobayashi so excited and in such a good mood. He then let out a sigh and went ahead to the city. As Kobayashi was seeing Akira off with a big smile, another hunter office staff came to him and reported. Kobayashi-san, I've checked the history log data from the battle. It seems that the damage on the truck was mostly done on its driving function, thus we were able to easily retrieve the data, but there's this one weird data. Weird data? For some reason, there's this one hunter who made a strange move, or more like, a reckless move. There's this ridiculous data saying that this hunter charged right into the monster swarm all alone and started shooting at the swarm. It might also be because of some kind of a malfunction in the information gathering device though. Kobayashi burst out in laughter when he heard that report. He then said to the other staff. Ask the other hunters to check whether that data is correct or not. No, wait, I'll do that. Don't go ahead deleting the data even when you think that it's from a malfunction, okay? Or more like, just send the data to me and I'll check it later. I'll go and ask the hunters in the tray, you just go ahead and start driving once the preparation is complete. Yes sir. That staff then returned back to his job of preparing the truck for moving out. As for Kobayashi, he smiled and mumbled, that boy, he was crazy enough to even make the staff doubt the data, huh? That's really nice. It's been so long since the last time I met a hunter with this much zest. Kobayashi was in a really good mood that day. Chapter 32, Even 10 billion Aurum is a small amount of money. The gathering place for the patrol request was now filled with the hunters who came back from the emergency request. Some of them were celebrating with their friends who returned alive, even if they were injured. Meanwhile, some of them grieved for their lost friends. The scene showcased that it was not only Akira but all the hunters involved had also gone through a fierce battle during the emergency request. But for now, Akira was just glad that he was able to return back alive. Everything is fine as long as it ends well. Although a lot of things have happened, it is finally over. Alpha smiled and said to Akira. Good work for today. Let's take rest for the remainder of the day. You're right, I'll take a good long bath today, after all, I couldn't take one recently at all. Akira was beaming as he was looking forward to his bath time. But Alpha just smiled bitterly and destroyed his joy as she said. Akira, I have bad news. What is it? The reward is still not transferred yet, so we don't have any money to rent a room with a bath for today. Akira looked surprised and confused at the same time. What do you mean? It seems that since there were a lot of hunters who took the emergency request, it'll take some time before they finish calculating the reward distribution. You can check your request history to see all the details. Akira grabbed and operated his information terminal in a panic to access his request history and opened the reward tab. He found out what Alpha said was really written in his terminal monitor. But I worked super hard in this request. Looking at how Akira was so dejected, Alpha smiled and tried to cheer him up. I bet they'll transfer it by tomorrow. And even if you take a long bath today, there's a good chance that you'll fall asleep in the bath, which is really dangerous. So with that in mind, let's refrain from taking a bath today. Alright. Akira knew that it would be pointless to complain, thus he decided to just obediently accept her reasoning. Akira, putting that aside, what will you do with this bike? We don't have enough money to rent a room in an inn with a parking lot, but if we just leave it in a random place, someone will steal it. Or do you want to sleep on the bike tonight? Akira frowned at Alpha's logical suggestion. He was exhausted and wanted to avoid having to sleep in the back alley at all cost. But he also did not want someone else stealing his bike. And if he folded the bike and brought it back to his room, he might get scolded at by the innkeeper. Akira took some time thinking about his options before he came up with an idea. Alright then, let's leave the bike with Cheryl. She told me to visit her from time to time. She could lend me a parking spot. So I can visit her every time I go there to take my bike. Akira then rode his bike to Cheryl's place. Cheryl was trying to sleep in her private room when she heard someone knocking on the door of her room. She could not help but quickly get out of her bed and run towards the door, annoyed. Since she was about to sleep when she heard the knock, she shouted with irritation. What? I'm about to sleep here, you know. Boss. Akira is here. Cheryl immediately woke up from her half-sleepy state. She also understood very well why the other members of her gang woke her up. All the children there were too scared of talking to Akira without her around. Cheryl immediately tidied up herself and hurried to meet Akira. She stopped right beside Akira, who was waiting on top of his bike near the entrance, and took a deep breath before speaking. I'm sorry for the wait, come in. Thanks, but it's okay. Sorry for coming in this late, I have something that I want to ask you. Please feel free to ask anything. I'll do anything so long as it's something that I can help with. Akira felt weird as Cheryl was smiling at him the whole time. He thought that her behavior should have gotten better since the last time he met her. But looking at this, it seemed that Cheryl's behavior had actually gotten worse. Or this might be her real personality, and this was how she would behave in front of Akira from here on out. As he was pondering about that, he decided to just drop the subject and go straight to the real reason why he came. He was already exhausted to think about anything else. Can you keep this bike here for me? I'll come here again to take it when I need it. I understand, I'll take good care of the bike. Is there anything else? If there's nothing else, would you please come in for a bit? You can go back after having a cup of coffee at least. As she spoke, Cheryl casually reached for Akira's hand and stared into his eyes. She looked very happy for some reason. From her smile, the way she looked at him and grabbed his hand, how casually she invited him in. Akira thought that she was being a bit pushy. So he immediately pulled his hand back while being flustered and said, Nah, it's already late today, so I'll return back to my room. A lot of things happened today and I'm really tired right now. Cheryl looked disappointed as she said, I see. Although I wanted to talk a lot with you because it has been quite a while since the last time you came, it is really unfortunate. I'll come again soon. I'll be waiting for you. Cheryl smiled as she saw Akira off. There was a shred of loneliness in her face. Akira was a bit taken aback by what just happened, but he thought that it was still better than the last time. Plus, he was very tired at the moment, so he just decided to forget about it and headed back to the inn. Cheryl told the young boy who was on the guard duty to put the bike inside the base. I don't think I even need to tell you this, but be really careful when you move the bike. Tell the other kids not to mess around with the bike, and also tell them that it's Akira's bike. I'm sure they know what would happen to them if the bike is stolen or broken. So be very careful with it, okay? Okay, I understand. The young boy answered back nervously as he imagined the worst-case scenario. Cheryl just smiled bewitchingly at that young boy. I'll go and take a rest now. Good luck with your job tonight. Good night. The young boy was mesmerized for a few seconds, his face went beet red and looked flustered. Cheryl noticed his reaction before she went back to her room. When Cheryl got back to her room, she looked at her smiling face in front of a mirror. But after that, she immediately stopped smiling. It's actually working. But why is it not working on Akira? Or is it that I just didn't notice it? Cheryl knew that she had a good face and body. And she understood how to use it to coax other people. Smiling, holding hands, staring right into other person's eyes, she knew that all of these would increase the effectiveness of her coaxing. But it hardly affected Akira, that was why she tested it on the young boy who was on the guard duty. And just made-up gentle smile full of charm caused the young boy to react as she expected. Her execution should have been flawless, but even so, Akira did not react at all and she was extremely disappointed by that. Did I still have to work hard, huh? Cheryl mumbled those words before she prepared herself to go back to sleep. On the next day, inside a cheap small room without a bath, Akira was sleeping like a log. He was dead tired after what happened the day before. Eventually, he opened his eyes. He was still in a daze as he looked around and saw Alpha smiling beside him. Alpha, good morning. Good morning, Akira. Reward from yesterday has already been transferred. You can check it if you want. Akira was still sleepy, but he immediately got up when he heard the word, reward, and operated his information terminal while still being half asleep. But when he clicked the reward tab in the request history page and looked at the notification, all his sleepiness was blown away. 12 million Aurum. Akira could not believe his eyes as he took another good look at his information terminal. He finally understood that it was indeed 12 million Aurum. He was so surprised that he felt like he would faint. The details of his reward payment were written on the page. It included the basic reward for the emergency request, plus a reward for fighting against 2 swarms of monsters, plus the money from the number of hunters that he saved, plus the payment from the medicine box that he gave to the other hunters, minus the price of the bike that he got as an upfront payment. But Akira did not read all the details. Well, this amount of money might not be that much when compared to the risk that you had to take for earning it. When Alpha spoke, it was as if she was not fully satisfied with the amount of the reward. This caused Akira to quickly come back to his senses, but still, well, it's true that I risked my life for the request and I almost got killed back then. Not to mention, we spent a lot of ammo just like the other hunters, but still, you know. Akira started to doubt the worth of the reward money. But he was not familiar with both the difficulty of yesterday's battles and the amount of money, thus he could not make any conclusion. But his confusion was cleared when he heard what Alpha said next. I guess we should get some equipment with this spare change for today. Spare change. Akira, stop getting surprised for every single thing. Ah. Even if you tell me not to get surprised, that is just impossible in this situation. If 12 million Aurum is still just spare change, then how much does it take for it to not be considered spare change? As long as it's in Aurum, even 10 billion Aurum is nothing but spare change. Although Akira was confused and did not understand the meaning of Alpha's words, he calmed down and asked her, what do you mean? It will take a lot of time to explain everything. When you go to Shizuka's shop to restock ammo and buy new equipment later today, you can ask her about the equipment that you can't buy using Aurum. I'm sure she'll tell you about the equipment that you can't buy with spare change. We'll go there once you finish preparing yourself. But for now, how about you eat your breakfast? The moment Alpha mentioned breakfast, Akira immediately noticed that he had an empty stomach. He then remembered that he went straight to sleep without eating dinner last night because he was tired. You're right. Filling an empty stomach took the highest priority. So Akira just put aside all the questions he had and started preparing his breakfast. Once he finished all of his preparation, Akira headed to Shizuka's shop. And as usual, Shizuka was waving at him from the counter and welcomed him when Akira entered her shop. Akira, welcome, how's the augmented suit? Is it useful to you? Yep. It's better than I imagined. Shizuka looked glad as she saw Akira in a good mood. The press reported news about a huge swarm of monsters heading to the city, a swarm that was big enough for the city to gather and send the defense squad to intercept it. The report also said there were hunters who joined the battle. Shizuka had a feeling that Akira also joined that battle, so she was worried about him. But looking at how he was doing fine today, she thought that it was a needless worry. That's good to hear. I was worried that you would get killed because I picked up a bad augmented suit. You're a prime candidate for becoming this shop's regular customer after all. So it would be bad if you get killed, you know. Akira smiled proudly in reaction to Shizuka's light joke. And I'm here today to take another step towards becoming your shop's regular customer. I want to buy one more AAH rifle, as I thought, it would be bad if my rifle breaks when I only have one. And also, is there a type of rifle that works well against mechanical monsters? Since I have an augmented suit now, I don't mind a heavy rifle. So one AAH rifle and one more rifle to fight mechanical monsters, right? Well, there are a lot of rifles that you can use though, and all of them have a different price range. So how much is your budget? Including the AAH rifle, I'm planning to spend no more than 10 million Aurum. Shizuka, who was smiling at Akira, looked so surprised that she stood in a daze for a while. She then looked a bit troubled as she said to Akira, that I'm sorry to ask you about this, but how are you going to pay for it? I do want to sell you the rifle, but since I'm a merchant, I can't accept credit payment, you know? Or is that you're planning to use the credit card from the Hunter office? Although you might be eligible to pay it in installments, it's no different than taking a debt, so you should rethink it. I'll pay it in one go, so it'll be okay. Akira answered back in a normal tone almost immediately, but that caused Shizuka's expression to change. Is that so? You got your augmented suit 3 days ago, right? And you said that you didn't do any dangerous work until you got it, right? In short, you only had 3 days, so how did you get that much money in such a short time? Although Shizuka was smiling gently at him, Akira could feel pressure radiating from her smile. He then remembered that he had promised Shizuka not to do anything too dangerous. So Akira tried to come up with an excuse in panic. Well, about the money, you see. Yep. I encountered a group of monsters during yesterday's patrol request. I didn't expect that to happen, thus I got some unexpected extra reward too, and it was way more than I thought. Even I'm too surprised by that. So in short, you went to do a dangerous request yesterday, right? Well, about that, I was only trying my best to survive. And so you did something dangerous, right? Shizuka's voice carried a strong pressure. Yes. Akira looked down and confessed. Shizuka's worried face then turned stern. Are you alright? Did you get injured? I heard that yesterday's battle was quite fierce. As you can see, I'm okay. And it's not like I'm using this augmented suit now because I'm injured and immobile. Akira was not lying, it was all true at least up until this point. But Shizuka locked her stare at him and he could not endure it and he confessed. Well, my right leg was injured. But it was not that bad, my healing medicine was enough to heal it and it's already completely healed now. But even after he confessed, it still looked like Akira was hiding something important and Shizuka noticed that. Come over here for a bit. Shizuka then pulled Akira to the back room behind the counter without saying anything. Take off your augmented suit and let me check what's under it. It's not like you're hiding bandages under that augmented suit, right? I'm telling you it's already completely healed. In that case, there's nothing to worry about, right? So take off your augmented suit now. Akira was overwhelmed by Shizuka's pressure, so he obediently took off his augmented suit. There were no bandages on his body and it did not seem like he had more scars compared to the last time. The huge amount of medicine that he consumed was able to completely heal his broken leg and all the small injuries that he got from the crazy maneuvers of his augmented suit. Shizuka finally looked relieved as she tightly hugged Akira. There's no need to try and hide it if you're really okay. It only makes me more worried, you know. I am sorry. Akira did not reject Shizuka, who was hugging him. But he was flustered because she buried his head inside her chest. He was also relieved that there was no need for him to tell her about the fact that he took the emergency request that he did not have to and how he was planning to go to a battlefield even if he had to run till there. After all, it would cause a bigger ruckus if she came to know that. Akira and Shizuka then went back to the counter and she put one of the rifles that he ordered on the counter. First of all, this is the AAH rifle. As for the anti-mechanical monster gun. You want one because of yesterday's battle, right? Can you tell me how the battle was? I'll think of a gun that might suit you after hearing that. Alright. Akira then told the story about his battle against the cannon insect swarms while omitting most of the details. He said that to be able to shoot down the resupplying robots with his AAH rifle, but he had to come close to the swarm while dodging the raining warheads. Shizuka was surprised when she heard that. I see. That's a pretty dangerous thing to do. But since you had no means to run away from them, I guess that was your only choice, huh? Yes, well, so I was wondering if there's a gun that works well against monsters like them. In that case, I recommend you to get CWH Anti-Material Rifle or DSS Sniper Rifle. Both can be used with most of the anti-armor ammo sold in the market and they'll work well against strong armored monsters. So, accuracy or firepower, which one do you prefer? Since I'm planning to use it mostly during a ruin exploration, I'll pick firepower. After all, there are many places where monsters can hide inside the ruin, so I don't think I need a gun that has high accuracy. Alright then, in that case, I would recommend you to get CWH Anti-Material Rifle with anti-armor ammo. Of course, you can load it with normal anti-monster ammo too, but if you're thinking of using it in tandem with the AAH rifle, I recommend you to only load the CWH Anti-Material Rifle only with anti-armor ammo. Although it's a bit expensive, you can also buy the specially designed ammo too as insurance. This ammo should be able to make short work of big and strong monsters. It might be a good idea to buy a few magazines of this ammo just to be safe. Well then, I'll take that gun with those ammo, some normal ammo to replenish my reserve and some energy packs for my augmented suit too. Is there anything else that you think I should get? Let's see. Well, of course, it's nice to have everything in case you suddenly need anything. But if you ask me, then how about buying a charm or a talisman? Although Shizuka was actually just joking, Akira unexpectedly took her suggestion seriously. I'll buy one of those. Shizuka's shop mainly focused on ammo and guns for hunters, but it was also selling some other goods too. Hunters could also place an order for an augmented suit and pick the order from her shop. But Shizuka did not sell charms at all. But seeing how Akira reacted, it was not like Shizuka could say that she was actually joking there. He looked at her with a serious face and a gaze full of expectation. He also sounded like he really meant it when he said that. Wait here for a bit. Shizuka made an awkward smile before she went to the back room as she rushed to the shop's warehouse. The warehouse, which doubled as the loading area for the goods delivered to her shop, housed all kinds of guns and medicines. Shizuka was searching for the object that she was looking for inside the warehouse. Where did I put that thing again? Or more like, I'm not even sure if it's here or not. But I don't remember ever throwing it away. So it should be collecting dust somewhere around here. Oh, here it is. What she was looking for was a cardboard box that was left deep inside the warehouse. Looking at how much dust was blanketing it, it seemed that it was left there for a very long time. Shizuka lightly blew off the dust and opened the box. Inside, she found a collection of small objects. There were small objects like an aiming device or medical products that could not be recreated using the current technology. Those were goods that were created using old-world technology. But among them, there were also other goods that did not hold any financial value. For example, there was an artistic painting, a bunch of inks and papers. These things did not have any technological value at all. Thus the Hunter office deemed these goods as worthless. Those goods were normally thought as worthless in the market, so the hunters who came back with them would bring them to other places hoping that they could sell them somewhere with a high price. Some of them would be given to their acquaintances as a souvenir from the ruins, some of them were used as a chip in negotiation, and some of them were given to random people thinking that it was better rather than just throwing them out. Shizuka got quite a lot of these goods. She gathered the goods that did not interest her and put them in the warehouse. That was the origin of the goods inside this cardboard box. She went to look for the box since she remembered that there was something that could be used as a charm inside it. She then picked some small objects and went back to Akira. Sorry for the wait. I don't have much though, but do you need any of these? Akira was looking at the small goods that were lined up on the counter with a serious face. But he did not know which one was good as a charm and which one was not. Do you have any recommendations which one is good? Well, charm is outside my speciality. But all of these goods were found in the ruins. I have no plan of restocking them and I can't guarantee their effectiveness. In the end, a charm's just an object to make you feel calmer after all. That's why I think it's best if you choose one yourself. Akira nodded while still looking confused, but then Alpha suddenly pointed to one of the objects on the counter. I think this one is good. Is there any reason why you picked that one? It has a lucky number carved on it. I think it's some kind of a charm to increase luck used by someone during the Old World era. After all, exploring the ruins also relies a lot on your luck. So I think that one will be a good choice. Akira then pointed at the object that Alpha recommended. I'll take this one. Alright. Since I can't give you insurance for its quality, I'll give it for free. Wait here for a bit, I'll bring the rest of your order here. As Shizuka was gathering all the goods that Akira ordered, he was staring at his new charm. He looked genuinely interested in that small object. Alpha, you said it has a lucky number, right? So what exactly does this number mean? People usually get a load of money when this number comes up. That's why it's a lucky number. I see. Akira thought that people in the old world also needed money so much that they would even get a lucky charm like the one he was staring at. It made him interested in the fact that there were actually more similarities between the old world era and the current era. Shizuka returned back with all the ordered goods. Sorry for the wait. If you have the time, I can explain the details of the goods if you want. Yes, please. Alright then. The CWH anti-material rifle is mainly used to fight thick armored mechanical monsters. Shizuka started her explanation in a good mood. Among all the types of the gun, the CWH anti-material rifle was made specifically to fight mechanical monsters. Most of the mechanical monsters were autonomous battle robots or facility guardian drones. They were much harder to kill compared to the biological monsters. Their thick armor and hard metallic body were the reason. If anti-armor ammo could pierce their thick armor and destroy their control devices, these monsters could be defeated with the least effort. And for those hunters who were aiming to get their hands on the parts of these monsters, defeating these monsters while inflicting the least damage possible could earn them more money. Thus it was doubly beneficial for them to use anti-armor ammo. Some of the hunters who loved this CWH anti-material rifle earned their money by hunting tanks in the middle of the wasteland. They would load the specially designated ammo to their gun and destroy only the control device of a tank, then they would take that tank to the repair shop to install a new control device before selling it. Of course, there were other types of guns that the hunters would use for fighting big mechanical monsters. But the CWH anti-material rifle was a staple gun for such situations. That was just how good this gun was. The specially designed ammo for the CWH anti-material rifle might be expensive, but I can guarantee its efficiency. If you have enough knowledge about the inner part of the mechanical monsters and have the confidence to snipe their inner part, this ammo will work very well. It can be used to turn the table in one shot when you get into a pinch fighting a monster with thick armor. I don't think I have to say this since I think you understand it very well, but you shouldn't look forward to being in such a situation, okay? Ah, of course. Akira nodded firmly, to which, Shizuka looked satisfied as she nodded in return. Good. Now then, don't try to use its specially designed ammo on some other guns just because it looks similar, okay? In the worst-case scenario, it might cause an explosion that would take your whole arms off. So don't even think of trying to do something like that. Do you have any questions? You can ask me about the other guns too, you know. If it'll make you buy more guns, I can tell you everything I know. Akira thought for a bit before replying. In that case then, please tell me about the AAH rifle fans. Shizuka went silent since she did not have much to say about it. But she then smiled and looked at Akira with a gentle gaze. AAH rifle fans, huh? Akira, you're too young to become an AAH rifle fan, you know? Although he did not understand why, he realized that he just asked something weird. Thus he tried to give more explanations about his question. Ah, it's just that one of the hunters who I was with yesterday said that. So I was just curious. That hunter said that either I or Shizuka-san must be an AAH rifle fan after he took a good look at my AAH rifle. Is that so? If that's true, then that means you did a pretty amazing job back there. Do people get misunderstood as an AAH rifle fan if they did something amazing? Well, what can I say here? It's complicated, you see. Akira looked confused, thus Shizuka smiled bitterly as she started explaining about the AAH rifle fans. There were a lot of types of guns circulated in the Eastern District. Some of them stayed around for years while some of them were popular for a short time before vanishing. The AAH rifle had survived such strict competition for more than 100 years. Thanks to its high performance-to-price ratio, the AAH rifle was a popular rifle even now. And among the hunters, there was this group of people called the AAH rifle fans who really loved this rifle. They loved it so much that they tended to get their priority backwards. They would try to defeat every monster using the AAH rifle because of their love for the rifle. They would even try to kill monsters that normally could not be defeated with AAH rifle's firepower just to showcase the greatness of the rifle. Some of them would heavily modify their AAH rifles to increase its performance and firepower. In short, these people would do all kinds of things for their beloved guns. There were a lot of factions among the AAH rifle fans. Some of them despised any form of modifications and aimed for effective tactics using the basic AAH rifle. Some of them allowed modifications as long as it kept its basic design. Some of them allowed modifications as long as the core parts of the AAH rifle were still kept intact. Some of them would add extra functions on the rifle by adding extension parts. And finally, some of them did not really care about the inner parts as long as it still had the appearance of an AAH rifle. They would fight and help each other and spread the popularity of the AAH rifle. One thing in common among the AAH rifle fans was that they were very zealous people. Although some of them were great hunters, one might get swept and turned into an AAH rifle fan if he or she was not careful. That was why some people have trouble handling them. There were a lot of AAH rifle fans among the merchants too, but I'm not one of them, okay? I heard that people like them would strongly recommend buying the AAH rifle and they secretly sell modified AAH rifles with increased firepower. And among all the guns that they sell, some of them were jackpot guns. I'm sure that's the reason why that hunter said that to you. Akira then remembered what he did yesterday. He did say that the AAH rifle deserved its popularity and he destroyed the mechanical monster cannon insects using only his AAH rifle. So it was to be expected if that hunter mistook him as an AAH rifle fan. Once they get a jackpot, these hunters would buy a big number of AAH rifle hoping that they would be able to get another jackpot. Although, normally, they would not be able to get the same amount of firepower unless they use a gun that is sold in chrome. Some people even say that its level of firepower comes from the old world technology that is utilized in the rifle. But seriously though, I wonder who would spread such a rumor. There were cases where hunters who mistook a merchant as an AAH rifle fan ordered a huge amount of AAH rifle. It might give that merchant a temporary financial boost, but if that merchant ever got obsessed with it and by chance had bad luck, he would end up with a warehouse full of unsold guns which might even cause their business to crumble. There were times when hunters came to Shizuka's shop because of something similar. But Shizuka always made them pay the full price of the guns up front before placing their order for the guns. There was once a time where someone bought a truck full of AAH rifle from Shizuka, and of course, Shizuka was dumbfounded when that happened. Shizuka-san, what is that chrome? Is it something different from Aurum? Shizuka was a bit surprised when she found out that Akira did not understand what chrome was. She looked sorry for a split second, but she immediately replaced it with her usual smile. Akira, do you not know what chrome is? No. This is the first time I heard that word. It will take some time to explain everything. Is that okay? It's alright. Shizuka then started explaining about chrome to Akira. There were two kinds of currency in the Eastern District. The currency issued by the corporate and chrome. Aurum was a currency issued by Sakashita Heavy Industry, one of the 5 biggest corporations in the Eastern District. The corporate currency was mostly used in the regions under the management of that corporation. Aurum included, there were 5 types of corporate currency, each issued by the 5 biggest corporations in the Eastern District. And anyone who bought and sold stuff using one of the corporate currencies could be thought of as someone who was under that corporation. The spread of the currency depended on the sphere of influence of that corporation, and it was the pillar that supported that corporation. The very act of trying to counterfeit the corporate currency could be treated as a declaration of war against the corporate government. There were cases in the past when such a thing happened and the corporate government always obliterated them without mercy. Besides the corporate currency, there was chrome that was used everywhere in the Eastern District. It was called the currency of the Old World, a type of electronic currency discovered as a relic in the ruins. It cannot be reproduced using the current world's technology. There were many methods to get this chrome, and one of them was from an object called a chrome card. It was some kind of an electronic wallet that contained chrome. Chrome had an absolute value in the Eastern District. One could go to the corporate government to exchange a chrome for a large amount of corporate currency. One might also exchange corporate currency to a chrome which is sold at a very high rate. This was also one of the factors that raised the price of chrome in the Eastern District. Most of the transactions between big companies were conducted in chrome. And because of all of these, chrome was able to hold its value and used as the currency from the Old World. Among the ruins of the Old World, some of the factories were still operational. Of course, there were operational Guardian drones patrolling these factories, and most of the time, even great hunters or the corporate government military could not fight against these drones that were manufactured using the overwhelmingly advanced technology of the Old World. As such, it was near impossible to collect relics from such ruins. But it was possible to negotiate with the advanced AI that managed such a facility to get the extremely invaluable and extremely hard to create goods that were manufactured in such a factory. And this chrome would be used in such a transaction. Although it was originally a secret, the truth slowly spread among the residents of the Eastern District. Not to mention that with chrome, one could use the vending machines scattered in the ruins to obtain medicines that could even regenerate severed limbs in a short time. Some people did try to force their way to get hold of such medicine from the vending machines in the past. And when that happened, they had to fight the security system of the vending machine. Most of the time, they would not only end up destroying the vending machine but also increase the piles of corpses that were already scattered around it. Rumor had it that some of the companies in the Eastern District would use their chrome to buy military goods manufactured in the Old World factories. This caused a shift in the sphere of influence among the corporations in the Eastern District. Because of that, the corporate government was trying to collect chrome. And in order to do that, they would sell powerful and advanced equipment which could only be bought using chrome. Shizuka then finished her explanation with a summary. So there, you have it. There's also a rumor about a super advanced AAH rifle that can only be bought using chrome. I really want to see one if it really does exist. After knowing there was equipment that could not be bought using corporate currency, Akira finally realized the reason why Alpha said even 10 billion Aurum was just spare change. He then bowed politely to Shizuka and said, "Thank you for all the explanations, that was really an eye-opener." "Is that so? I'm glad to hear that." For those hunters who already had an augmented suit or were planning to buy one, it was common sense for them to know about Chrome, but Akira did not know about it. Shizuka's heart hurt a bit when she discovered this, but she was trying to be considerate to him by not showing that in her face as she smiled to Akira like usual. "You're tuning into the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure."